Chapter 301, God's Soul Seed. As the game refreshed, he began foreknowledge without even having time to look at the tasks and rewards of the 12 zodiac. Now looking again, Sunan found that today's tasks had changed a lot. There's not much to say about the rewards of the 12 zodiac. Just like yesterday, Zhang Yang and Lang 13 both received about 25,000 points, and their total points reached more than 126,000. In comparison, Wang Nan's role received more points for the first time than Zhang Yang and Lang 13, with a terrifying 99.8% of the points obtained. The total score finally exceeded 100,000, reaching more than 110,000. 120,000 points are enough to purchase Xian-level Ancient Demon Blood, said Sunan, nodding in satisfaction. However, he didn't need to make a purchase since his bloodline hadn't yet fused. Looking at the tasks again. Compared to yesterday, it was obvious that the major families had given up on arresting him after witnessing his strength. The tasks of the 3 roles changed dramatically today. Task 1, Explore the Death Sand Sea. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task 2, Explore the Duxuan Palace. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task 3, Hunting Offering God Demons. Task difficulty, 4 star. Wang Nan's mission included exploring the Death Sand Sea, which appeared for the first time when he entered the Land of the Lost. Additionally, the task of hunting offering god demons also appeared. Zhang Yang's tasks were also similar, with 2 of the 3 tasks having appeared before. Task 1, Exploring the Ancient God Tomb. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task 2, Hunting Demonic Thought. Task difficulty, 3 star. Task 3, Uncovering Du Qiwan's Secrets. Task difficulty, 4 star. The task of hunting demonic thought has also appeared, Sunan said without surprise. According to the game's task refresh rules, this was inevitable. Compared to Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's roles, all 3 of Lang 13's tasks were familiar. Task 1, Enter Resentful Dragon Mountain. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task 2, Dissolving the Resentment of the Dragon Demon. Task difficulty, 3 star. Task 3, Finding the Disappeared Demon Clan. Task difficulty, 2 star. All 3 tasks were the ones refreshed when he entered the Land of the Lost on the first day. When his gaze fell on the 3rd task of finding the disappeared demon clan, Sunan's heart stirred. Last time in my foreknowledge, the demon guarding the entrance to the Yao court said that the entrance would only open during the full moon. Calculating the time, it's just tomorrow, so it seems that I must take some time to go there again. The Yao court entrance opens at least once every half-month. If he missed this time, he would have to wait another 15 days. However, he had to explore the ancient god tomb now, and his time was a bit tight. He couldn't guarantee that he would finish exploring the ancient god tomb before midnight tomorrow. Moreover, his avatar needed to perform the blood sacrifice ritual and couldn't leave either. This time, I've got the Art of Oblivion. With any luck, the illusion realm's problem should be solved. Now, I just need the ancient divine keys of the 5 major families. According to the agreement, the 5 major families should be heading to the ancient god tomb now and might even be on their way. If it were before, he would naturally hope that the 5 major families could arrive as soon as possible. However, with the demonic thought present, he didn't want the 5 major families to come. He wasn't even a match for the demonic thought, let alone the 5 patriarchs of the major families who were at the peak of the Xian level. No, the 5 major family patriarchs can't come. With a thought, he immediately contacted his avatar outside the illusion realm, who was rushing back to the Duxuan royal city, and controlled the avatar to keep an eye on the whereabouts of the 5 major families below. Luckily, he did encounter the teams of the 5 major families in a small town. He changed his appearance and showed up in front of the team of the 5 major families as Chen Daihai. Brother Chen. The patriarchs of the 5 major families were surprised to see Sunan appear. Without wasting words, Sunan said, "There has been an accident. A mid-stage king-level demon beast has appeared outside the ancient god tomb." Demon beast. Mid-stage king-level. Hearing this, the patriarchs of the 5 major families were shocked, their faces displaying disbelief. If it were an ordinary person, they would certainly have never heard of a demon beast. As the patriarchs of the 5 major families, they had never seen a demon beast but knew how eerily existent they were. Their faces changed one by one, and at the same time, they wondered how Sunan had discovered the demon beast and where it had come from. "Brother Chen, what should we do?" asked the chief of the Zhao family. Sunan said, "That demon beast is wandering outside the ancient god tomb. If you continue on, it will definitely target you, and you will be in danger. Give me the ancient divine keys you have, and I'll go open the ancient god tomb by myself." Sunan stated his purpose. Hearing this, the faces of the 5 patriarchs of the major families sank instantly. At this moment, they were suspicious that the demon beast was simply made up by Sunan, and his purpose was to demand the ancient divine keys in their hands. After all, they had never heard of a demon beast appearing in this world before. Now that Sunan had just arrived and discovered one, it seemed too coincidental. The chiefs of the major families exchanged glances, their faces looking extremely displeased. If possible, they naturally wouldn't want to hand them over. Unfortunately, they were no match for Sunan. If they refused now, they might end up like the great king of Dixuan Kingdom. Thinking of the fate of the great king of Dixuan Kingdom, the 5 patriarchs compromised and handed over the ancient divine keys in their hands. 4 hours later. In the illusion realm, Sunan finally acquired the art of oblivion. While studying the art of oblivion, he controlled his avatar to record the information related to the art of oblivion again. To cast the art of oblivion on oneself, no special aids are needed. However, if it is to be cast on someone else, the caster needs to condense a god soul seed through a specific method. Then, inject the divine soul seed into the caster's divine soul as a medium. Once the divine soul seed takes root and sprouts in the other party's divine soul, you can view and modify their memories and cognition through the divine soul seed. After reading the method of casting the art of oblivion, a sudden thought rose in Sunan's mind. He instantly thought of the divine soul seed left by the offering god demons in his divine soul not long ago. Could it be that the seed planted by the offering god demons in my divine soul was also a divine soul seed condensed by the art of oblivion? Sunan's complexion changed slightly. If this were the case, then it would undoubtedly mean that the offering god demons could also perform the art of oblivion. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful that he had destroyed that part of his divine soul in time. Otherwise, once the divine soul seed took root and sprouted, his memory would be altered without him even being aware of it. After carefully reading the method of casting the art of oblivion again and again, it took him an hour to start trying to modify his memory, making himself forget about the people related to the Great Yu Imperial City. According to the records in the art of oblivion, if you want to temporarily forget something, you must set a switch to restore memory. This switch needs to be extracted from other memories. It can be something he has seen, a person, or even a place. Once the switch is set, just by looking at the set item or returning to the set place, the temporary forgotten matter can be restored. Sunan thought about it and finally chose the place in reality where he lived. In this way, as long as he quit the game and returned to his residence, everything that he had forgotten would naturally come back to him. As the art of oblivion was being cast, Sunan felt memories quickly flashing by like a slideshow. The sensation was wonderful, it was his first time browsing through his memories. Soon, he found the memories related to the people in the Great Yu Imperial City from his countless memories. The power of the divine soul surged, and that part of his memory was instantly blurred as if it had been erased. As his memory became blurred, the Great Yu Imperial City in front of him also blurred rapidly. The next moment, he left the illusion realm. I made it out. Even though he knew this would be the outcome from his foreknowledge, he couldn't help but be happy. When he looked at his memory again, Sunan found that even though he knew what he had just done, he couldn't remember who he knew in the Great Yu Imperial City. What was even stranger was that he had no sense of violation, as if everything was supposed to be like this. Sunan marveled at the effect of the art of oblivion, but now was not the time to study these things. With the memory about the art of oblivion quickly disappearing, and demonic thought soon arriving, he couldn't hesitate. He immediately sent the recorded art of oblivion to his hands through the personal space using his avatar. Then, he took out an array disk, which was the yin-yang cross-realm disk. He wanted to transmit the recorded art of oblivion to reality. Transmission with the yin-yang cross-realm disk required essence and blood as energy. Luckily, the parchment recording the art of oblivion was very ordinary. This time, he only took out a few drops of Xian stage demon beast essence blood and sent it out. Most of the power was not consumed by the transmission, but by opening the spatial channel. After finishing all these, he settled his avatar and immediately quit the game. Not long after he quit the game, a figure quickly approached. Disappeared again? What kind of ability is that? Demonic thought stood where Sunan had quit the game, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and confusion appeared in his eyes. Crawling out of the game warehouse. Sunan looked at the familiar room, and the temporarily forgotten memories appeared in his mind. In his memory, the information about the Art of Oblivion had already disappeared completely, but seeing the parchment on the yin-yang cross-realm disc, which recorded the Art of Oblivion, lying quietly there, he breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly picked up the Art of Oblivion and started reading it carefully again. An hour later, he was familiar with the method of casting the Art of Oblivion once again. Not only that, but in his divine soul, there was also a divine soul seed condensed. Good, with this divine soul seed, I will have another way to control demons in the future. Satisfaction flickered in Sunan's eyes. He glanced at the time, and it was morning, 8 o'clock in reality. He didn't rush to log into the game immediately. Without guessing, he could also be sure that demonic thought must be guarding the spot where he quit the game, and logging in now would most likely bump into him. Taking his phone, he opened the forum and started reading. On the forum, discussions about the global movements of demon beasts continued to grow more heated and worsening as time went on. According to some speculations from various countries, demon beasts are likely to launch an attack on us when the 12 Zodiac opens today. Attacking while the 12 Zodiac opens? Those demon beasts are too cunning. Players lamented. It had to be said that this possibility was quite significant. The moment 12 Zodiac starts, players would inevitably enter the 12 Zodiac. If demon beasts launched an attack at this time, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult for humans to resist. It seems like tonight is going to be another restless night. With a tense expression, Sunan thought that it had already been 2 or 3 days since the demon beasts had started moving, and it was very normal for them to act today. After browsing the forum for a while and not finding anything worth noting, he was finally ready to log into the game. That demonic thought probably hasn't left, so I need to be more careful this time. While logging into the game, Sunan prepared to use the Across the Heavens shift. As he expected, the moment he appeared, a teasing voice came. You finally decided to come out. Before the voice faded, a gigantic hand formed by rolling demonic chi reached out to grab him. Sunan's heart filled with alarm, and he reacted quickly. The power of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture erupted, and a huge golden figure emerged behind him, striking the hand made of demonic chi with a punch. The golden body was dazzling, and even a hint of golden firelight ascended within. The collision between the golden body's figure and the black hand's demonic chi produced crackling thunderous booms. Huh? Great Sun Golden Body scripture. The young man was momentarily stunned, as he instantly recognized the ancient scripture Sunan was using. Immediately after, the young man seemed to think of something unfavorable, his face suddenly darkened, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was about to attack again, however, taking advantage of this opportunity, Sunan had already used the Across the Heavens shift to leave. Appearing several kilometers away, Sunan wondered. That demonic thought has been outside the ancient god tomb for so long without falling into the illusion realm? Does he have a way to resist the power of the ancient god tomb? Sunan found it strange. But now was not the time to think about this. While rushing at the fastest speed towards the ancient god tomb, he used the life wheel scripture to switch roles to Lang 13. The life wheel scripture could isolate the demonic chi between the bloodlines of the 3 roles, but he didn't know if it could block the aura left by the demon weapon. Just in case, he opened the points store and spent more than 1,000 points to directly exchange for a spirit-level Skywolf clan essence blood. With the help of the essence blood, 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations was cast, and he transformed into the appearance of a Skywolf clan demon. In this way, whether it was his destiny, bloodline, aura, or appearance, he was now a Skywolf clan demon, and even an emperor-level powerhouse, or even the demon monarch who teleported in, would likely only mistake him for a demon beast. After completing all this, he immediately looked into foreknowledge. You know that you have been targeted by a demon beast that escaped from Black Demon Lake, and there is always danger of being caught. Do you want to consume a certain number of foresight opportunities to know the situation 3 minutes before your unknown future death? Yes. With confirmation, a full 40 foreknowledge chances were consumed on the panel. Previously, 17 foresight chances were consumed to obtain the Art of Oblivion, and now there were 40 more, leaving only 18 available foresight opportunities. Sunan was not surprised but delighted because the more foresight chances were consumed, the longer he would live in this foresight. You have been targeted by a demon beast that escaped from Black Demon Lake. In order to avoid the demon, you have used various means, but unfortunately, your disguise did not work, and the demon could still find you. Fortunately, even when you arrived at the ancient god tomb, you were not affected by the residual power of the ancient god tomb. However, compared to your luck, the demon's luck was even better, as it was not affected by the ancient god tomb's power from the beginning to the end. You successfully opened the entrance to the ancient god tomb using 9 ancient divine keys, and a downward slanting stone staircase appeared before you. Without hesitation, you quickly entered the ancient god tomb. Chapter 302, Du Qi Yuan's Experience. Luck. So the demonic thought was unaffected by the power of the ancient god tomb due to its good luck. Sunan realized this, his envy evident. Luck is related to Qi luck. He had various kinds of Qi luck blessings, and he was confident that he could surpass most people in terms of Qi luck. But when compared to this demonic thought, he seemed to fall short. Since the demon beast wasn't affected by the power of the ancient god tomb due to its good luck. If the demonic thought encounters a disaster, would it fall into the illusion realm? An idea suddenly birthed in Sunan's mind. What would happen if he used the art of fate on the demonic thought? The art of fate he cast using Qi luck could bring the targeted person's calamity sooner. Essentially, it diminishes the subject's Qi luck, causing a massive loss of Qi luck. If he could cause the demon beast to experience a massive loss of Qi luck, it would be highly likely to be affected by the power of the ancient god tomb. With this idea, he subconsciously searched for the thread of fate between himself and the demon beast amongst the many others he had. He quickly found the thread that belonged to the demon beast. However, it was not the time to act now. He continued to look at the foreknowledge. As you descend along the passage of the ancient god tomb, you will come across a step 10 meters further. The instant you stand on that step, you will once again be influenced by the power of the ancient god tomb. This time, you find yourself in Dixuan Royal City a year ago. You know that to leave this place, you have to either kill everyone you know or forget everyone you know. You chose the latter. 30 minutes later, you break free from the influence of the illusion realm and continue to descend the staircase. To your delight, it seems that the demon beast, fearing the power within the ancient god tomb, does not pursue you into it. 2 hours later, you've passed 4 steps, entering 4 illusion realms. The span of time in the illusion realm has grown from 1 year to 10, then 50, and finally 100 years. Fortunately, you have a secret technique that allows you to temporarily forget memories, and each time you can leave the illusion realm. What worries you is that the deeper you plunge into the ancient god tomb, the weaker your connection with your avatar becomes, as the power of the tomb gradually obstructs your connection. Can the power of the ancient god tomb block my connection with my avatar? Sunan's face darkens. This was not good news. Firstly, once the connection between him and his avatar is severed completely, it would be impossible for him to acquire any secret techniques or ancient scriptures from the illusion realm via his avatar. Secondly, without a connection to his avatar, how would he control it to perform the upcoming blood sacrifice ritual? Fortunately, his other self had also considered this issue in his foreknowledge. In order to maintain the connection with your avatar, you chose not to descend further and wait for your avatar to complete the day's blood sacrifice. 4 hours later, you control your avatar in the Dixuan Royal Palace to proceed to the Great Temple, ready to perform the blood sacrifice ritual. Following the instructions of several ancestors, you smear blood on 3 incense sticks and light them in the incense burner. As the 3 incense sticks burn, 7 paper puppet demons materialize in the Great Temple. 4 of them are early king rank while 3 are peak king level. They ignore you and start to consume the smoke generated by the burning incense. As the drifting smoke is consumed, you find that your spirit, energy, and mind strength are rapidly draining. Fortunately, your strength is vast, and by the time 1.5 hours pass and the incense burns out, much of your strength still remains. The paper puppet demons are devouring my spirit, energy, and mind strength. Sunan finally understands the risks of blood sacrifice. Fortunately, I have strong spirit, energy, and mind strength. Otherwise, once my strength is completely devoured, I fear I would be torn apart. With the conclusion of that day's blood sacrifice, Sunan is still not relieved. The blood sacrifice ritual will continue for 7 days, thus he will need to return tomorrow night. Moreover, merely judging from the situation at hand, although there are risks, they still fall short of the difficulty that a 4-star task should possess. Without a doubt, as the blood sacrifice continues, the risks will increase, becoming more dangerous with the passage of time. Today's ritual was only the beginning, and therefore the safest day. With the conclusion of the blood sacrifice ritual, you continued your descent down the staircase in the ancient god tomb, knowing all the while that as you proceed further, the time span within the illusion realm will continue to increase, potentially sending you back to the ancient times. To avoid this occurrence, you chose to prematurely forget everyone in your memories. Unfortunately, forgetting your memories beforehand does not exempt you from the influence of the power of the ancient god's tomb. As you reach the 5th step, you are again influenced by its power. You find yourself in 9 Pavilion County 1,000 years ago. There is no one you know from your memories here, but you still cannot leave the illusion realm. Forgetting memories beforehand does not work. Sunan was puzzled. If forgetting one's memories was a valid method to leave the illusion realm, it should also allow one to avoid entering the realm in the first place. After some thought, he came up with a possibility. Perhaps every step in the ancient god tomb determines the exact point in time one could return to. For instance, the first step took him back 1 year, and the second, 10 years. No matter whether the people he knew or people he was aware of existed in those time periods, as long as he stood on that step, he would return to that point in time. Even if an ordinary person came here, it would also be the same. Looks like this illusion realm isn't just related to memories. However, this wasn't the worst of it. The following foreknowledge causes his face to turn even more unpleasant. 3 hours later, you tried to erase all your memories related to Tianyun City, but unfortunately, erasing your memories didn't help you leave the illusion. 5 hours later, you tried various methods but still couldn't leave. Helpless, you finally resorted to the last option, attempting to kill everyone in 9 Pavilion County. 6 hours later, after killing everyone in 9 Pavilion County, you finally escaped from the illusion. So erasing memories is of no use anymore. Sunan looked serious. Without a doubt, the deeper he went into the ancient god tomb, the stronger its power became, and relying solely on erasing memories was no longer effective. After all, no matter how you looked at it, erasing memories seemed to be a short-term solution. This is terrible. If erasing memories doesn't work anymore, how can we continue? According to the guesses of the 5 major families, the ancient god tomb's illusion realm could have 9 layers. At the moment, he had only reached the 5th level and needed to kill everyone just to leave. What would he do if he reached the 8th or 9th level? This time he was lucky to return to 9 Pavilion County 1,000 years ago. Though it was 1,000 years ago, it was just a small county with no powerful beings. If he returned to places like Tianyun City or Great Yu Imperial City, he wouldn't be able to leave the illusion so easily. You realized that relying only on the art of oblivion, it would be almost impossible for you to continue exploring the ancient god tomb. Venturing further would undoubtedly lead to death. After pondering, you chose not to continue and decided to return. Back at the entrance of the ancient god tomb, you saw that the demon beast hadn't left. When it saw you appear, it was curious and asked how you managed to leave the illusion. You didn't tell the demon your method, but instead asked why it wasn't affected by the ancient god tomb's power. The demon was very confident that even if it told you the method, you wouldn't be able to do it. The demon told you that its body possessed great luck, and it could use a secret technique to burn chi luck, giving it good fortune for a short time. You finally understood why the demon could resist the power of the ancient god tomb, and it gave you an idea to try to use the art of fate against the demon. Without hesitation, you took action immediately, consuming 200 points of human luck. Under your art of fate, the demon's fate tribulation arrived early, and its luck plummeted to rock bottom. Without the blessing of luck, the demon was instantly affected by the scattered power of the ancient god tomb. You watched as the demon's figure disappeared and became trapped in the illusion. Great luck! So that's it. Sunan had a sudden realization, finally understanding why the demonic thought in his previous predictions chose to possess his avatar. Apparently, the demonic thought was targeting the great luck he possessed. At the same time, he was also pleasantly surprised. He originally planned to predict again after this prediction was over, trying to use the art of fate against the demon during the prediction. Now it's better, it saved him from predicting again. However, although the demon was affected by the power of the ancient god tomb and trapped in the illusion in the prediction, the demon's strength would not be easily killed in the illusionary realm, and it would escape quickly. Unless he could send the demon back into the ancient time's illusion. 8 hours later, you knew that with your current means, it was impossible to continue exploring the ancient god tomb. You planned to carefully investigate Du Qiwan's background and find a solution from him. 10 hours later, you learned from the Duxuan Royal Palace's library that shortly after arriving in this world, Du Qiwan became a guest of the Duxuan royal family and the 5 major families with his powerful strength, and he had entered the ancient god tomb with them. However, Du Qiwan didn't gain anything from his first time in the ancient god tomb. Later, he went to the Death Desert, and 3 months later, he returned from the Death Desert and went to Black Demon Lake half a month later. In Black Demon Lake, Du Qiwan got something unknown, and 2 months later, he returned to the Death Desert. This time, he stayed in the Death Desert for a full year. Since then, the power that could turn people into sand appeared in the Death Desert. After returning from the Death Desert, Du Qiwan entered the ancient god tomb with the Duxuan royal family and the 5 major families for the second time. Since then, Du Qiwan has never appeared again. Black Demon Lake. Could it be that Du Qiwan was able to solve the demonic chi problem because of Black Demon Lake? Seeing this, Sunan's eyes revealed surprise. He already knew that Du Qiwan had been to the Death Desert. But he didn't expect that Du Qiwan had also been to Black Demon Lake, and according to the information in the prediction, Du Qiwan had obtained something there. Black Demon Lake was demonic thoughts territory, so what could Du Qiwan obtain from there? Sunan was curious, which likely related to the purpose of his journey this time. If he found out what Du Qiwan had gained from Black Demon Lake, it might help him solve the demonic chi problem. Unfortunately, only demonic thought probably knew the answer now. If only I could get my hands on demonic thought's memories, Sunan couldn't help but think. One day later, you control your avatar and arrive at the Great Temple in Duxuan Royal Palace to perform the blood sacrifice ritual again. Compared to the first time, you find that the spirit, energy, and mind strength you consume this time is twice as much as yesterday. After the blood sacrifice ritual is completed, you leave the Duxuan Royal Palace and head to the Death Desert to explore the Death Sand Sea, while your main body begins to try to fuse bloodlines. Although blood fusion is full of danger, both of your roles eventually succeed in fusing 2 ancient demon bloodlines and gain racial talents, greatly increasing the power of your 2 racial talents. 1.5 days later, your avatar spends several hours exploring the Death Sand Sea. Aside from finding a stone buried deep under the yellow sand, you gain nothing and eventually give up exploring the Death Sand Sea, returning to the Duxuan Royal Palace. 2 days later, disguised as a demon, you and the Great Princess arrive at Mount Yuri, ready to enter the Yao Court when its entrance opens. However, before the entrance to Yao Court even opens, you are shocked to discover that the demon beast that escaped from Black Demon Lake reappears. Knowing you are no match for it, you turn and flee. A minute later, after using the Across the Heavens shift technique, you still fail to escape. 2 minutes later, you are no match for the demon. Fortunately, after fusing 2 bloodlines, your strength increases greatly and, cooperating with the Great Princess who has regained her late king rank strength, you can barely withstand the demon beast. 3 minutes later, the effect of racial talent disappears, and your strength plummets. You die. The foreknowledge ends, and this time, the foresight lasted for 2 days. Unfortunately, although the foresight time is long, there isn't much useful information, and in the end, he still dies at the hands of the demon beast. Just got rid of the Duxuan's king, and now there is demonic thought. There must be a way to get rid of demonic thought too. Sunan's face was gloomy, as it was clear that demonic thought planned to keep an eye on him. If he didn't deal with it, whatever he did next would be hindered by demonic thought. With the strength of the Great Princess and me, we cannot severely injure that demon beast in a short time unless we find another late king rank or even peak king level powerhouse to help. Sunan pondered the feasible methods. Although there were king rank ancestors among the 5 major families, they were all at early king rank. There were 2 emperor level experts in the Duxuan Imperial Palace, but trying to lure demonic thought to the palace would be difficult, as demonic thought was not stupid. I wonder if there are any powerful demon beasts in Yao Court. He shifted his interest to Yao Court again. In the previous foreknowledge, there was a king-level great demon in the Yao Court, but its specific level was unknown. If it was late king rank, he might be able to persuade it to help by using his identity as a member of the demon clan along with the great princess. Now is not the time to think about these things. Since the art of fate has an effect on demonic thought, I should use it first to give demonic thought a surprise. Although his appearance was still that of a wolf demon at the moment, since the foreknowledge showed that this move was useless against demonic thought, he didn't bother pretending any more. As he restored his appearance, he looked back at the direction he had come from. Soon, a figure rapidly approached in the distance. As he stopped, demonic thought caught up. "Little guy, why aren't you running?" Although demonic thought's appearance was a young man, his tone was old-fashioned. This made sense since demonic thought had indeed been in existence since ancient times. Sunan ignored demonic thought and began to cast the art of fate directly. Chapter 303, The Ominous Place. His gaze fell on the cause and effect line belonging to demonic thought. Sunan instantly knew the name of the demonic thought. Luo Yu. This was not the name of the young man that the demon had possessed now, but the name that the demon used in ancient times. You have consumed 10 points of human clan's luck to cast the art of fate on Luo Yu. You have consumed 10 points of human clan's luck to cast the art of fate on Luo Yu. On the panel, a continuous string of prompts flashed quickly, and Sunan's human clan's luck was quickly consumed. Last time in the Great Yu Imperial City, he consumed 100 points of human clan's luck to kill that demonic thought named Kong He, and he still had more than 600 points of human clan's luck left, and more than 200 points of demon race's luck. Now, in order to deal with this demonic thought named Luo Yu, Sunan spared no effort, directly smashing 200 points of human clan's luck, leaving only more than 400 points of accessible fortune for the human clan. And the effect was quite good. The demon beast obviously felt the changes in the unseen fortune. It was first puzzled, and then its face changed dramatically. It wanted to do something, but before it could react, the power of the ancient god tomb had already affected it. In his gaze, the demon's figure disappeared and entered the illusion realm. The problem has finally been temporarily resolved. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the demon's realm far exceeded his, and it had great luck. The consumption of 200 points of fortune caused great damage to the demonic thought's luck but could not cause any substantial harm to it. This was also fortunately outside the ancient god tomb, otherwise, even if its luck was greatly damaged, it might not have any effect on the demon in other places. Taking a glance at the ancient god tomb, Sunan turned and left. Since he was temporarily unable to enter the depths of the ancient god tomb due to the art of oblivion, there was no need for him to waste any more time. Now he could only follow the actions of Du Qiwan as shown in the foreknowledge to find the breakthrough. The next target should focus heavily on the Death Desert. Sunan had a plan in his mind. He decided to follow the foreknowledge, and his main body would go to Mount Yuri, while his avatar would explore the Death Desert in addition to completing the blood sacrifice ritual every day. The Death Desert has the power to turn people into sand. My main body cannot go there, and no one else can help with this matter except for my avatar. Leaving the ancient god tomb, Sunan returned to Fengyang town. Young master, you're finally back. Chen Ying breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Sunan. From Sunan's departure yesterday to now, more than 2 days have passed. Even though Sunan was powerful, that was still the ancient god tomb after all, and Chen Ying could not help worrying. We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave and head to Mount Yuri now, said Sunan. Although the demonic thought would only come on the day after tomorrow according to the foreknowledge, it doesn't say when the demon will escape the illusion realm, and accidents may happen to him if he stays here now. Are we leaving now? Chen Ying wondered, not understanding why Sunan suddenly wanted to go to Mount Yuri. However, since Sunan no longer intended to explore the ancient god tomb, she was naturally eager to leave. The carriage sped away, leaving the town under the cover of night. More than 2 hours later, in the Duxuan royal palace, Sunan controlled his avatar to enter the great temple to perform the blood sacrifice ritual. After the blood sacrifice ritual was over, he left the great temple. Seeing him coming out, the several ancestors outside the temple all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, at the orders of several ancestors, a plate of precious elixirs was brought before Sunan. Without exception, the elixirs in the plate were used to replenish the spirit, energy, and mind strength, and their effects even exceeded the elixirs he had on hand to replenish vitality. No wonder they have ruled this world for thousands of years, they do have a lot of good things. Sunan took them all without any hesitation. On the carriage. With a flick of his hand, 3 potions of fine blood appeared in his hand. As the influence of misfortune ended, it was time for him to fuse the ancient demon bloodline. Of the 3 bloodlines, one was the purple eye fairy blood of the secret power system, and the other 2 were the essence and blood of the law-controlling class. Among these 2 types of law-controlling essence and blood, one was the reward from the last human clan crisis, and the other was exchanged from the Demon Hunting Bureau's treasure vault for more than 80,000 demon-slaying points. According to the information from the previous foreknowledge, each fusion of ancient demon essence blood is stronger than the previous one. In this way, this first fusion should naturally be the weakest one among the 2. Of the 2 bloodlines, one was named Flame-controlling Bee bloodline, undoubtedly a demon beast that controlled the power of fire. The other one was a demon controlling the power of lightning, named Red Electric Demon. I don't know which of these 2 bloodlines is weaker. His eyes looked to his foresight. There were still 18 uses for his foresight, which should be enough. A moment later, after consuming 6 uses of foresight, he finally got the result. Compared to the flame-controlling bee, this red electric demon bloodline is stronger. So, this time he can only fuse the flame-controlling bee bloodline. More than 10 minutes later, both bloodlines were successively fused. Zhang Yang and Lang 13 both entered the mid-stage Xian level. On the panel, the racial talents of the 2 roles changed. Kingdom of Fire, a new talent formed by fusing the racial talent of the flame-controlling bee from the destruction domain. Effect 1, when used, within a range of 1,500 meters with you at the center, the power of water, fire, and lightning between heaven and earth is completely controlled and fused by you. Effect 2, your body is reformed by the flames, and your affinity for the power of fire is greatly increased, increasing the power of your fire by 50% permanently. Compared to before, the racial talent had changed dramatically, most likely due to several fusions, and the racial talent had become strong to a certain extent. Not only was the original characteristic of gathering the power of heaven and earth from the destruction domain retained, but the range of control of the power of heaven and earth was also increased by half. Most importantly, the original racial talent, which only had one effect, suddenly had a second effect. The power of fire is permanently increased by 50%. Sunan's eyes lit up. 2 effects. If the first effect is to inherit the active ability of the previous destruction domain, then the second effect is undoubtedly a passive talent that can work at any time. Passive effects are great. He nodded satisfactorily. Next, he looked at Lang 13's racial talent. Purple Star Shining, a new talent obtained by the fusion of racial talent Starlight Ethereal Body and the Purple-Eyed Demon's racial talent. Effect 1, when used, your divine soul, primordial chi, and essence energy will double. During daytime, the power of primordial chi will increase by an additional 2 times, and at nighttime, the power of essence energy will increase by an additional 2 times. The duration is 1 minute, and within 12 hours after use, the spirit, energy, and mind strength will be reduced by half. Effect 2, with the fusion of the Purple-Eyed Demon bloodline, a unique power of the Purple-Eyed Demon race was born in your strength, and the bloodline power of the opponent who is attacked by you will be suppressed to a certain extent. Like Zhang Yang's talent, a second effect also appeared, and the second effect is also a passive effect. A unique power of the Purple-Eyed Demon. Sunan immediately thought of the previous foresight where the Purple-Eyed Demon bloodline suppressed the Star-Devouring Demon bloodline. There is no doubt that this is the unique power of the Purple-Eyed Demon, which can suppress the power of the bloodline. This ability is not bad, but it can only work against bloodline power. Since demonic thought cultivates the demon scripture, it has naturally suppressed his bloodline, otherwise, it might be easier for him to deal with demonic thought. After the bloodline fusion, Sunan looked at the demon power on his panel. There are still 351 points of usable demon power available. Originally, he planned to upgrade both bloodlines to great perfection after the fusion of the 2 bloodlines. Unfortunately, none of the tasks today can be completed by him, which means that he cannot gain any more demon power today. This is not the worst situation, the worst possibility is that he will not be able to obtain demon power in the next few days. In this case, if the bloodlines of both roles are upgraded to great perfection, he won't even have the demon power needed to practice the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. I can only be patient for now and upgrade one bloodline first. He sighed, and with a thought, a full 160 points of demon power were consumed, and the purple-eyed demon bloodline was upgraded to great perfection. There are 192 remaining points of usable demon power, and the number of foresight times has increased by 3, reaching 78. The number of available foresight times has increased by 15 today. I can't waste these 15 chances. I'll use them to predict the Death Sand Sea. Today's tasks cannot be completed, and demonic thought will not come back again in a short time, so there is no need to save the foresight times. And now the only thing worth predicting for him is the upcoming target, the Death Sand Sea. Of course, if the 17 foresight times are used to explore the Death Sand Sea, it would undoubtedly be like a drop in the bucket. But if they were used to obtain relevant information, it would be more than enough. He plans to let his avatar in the foresight, like before, obtain the relevant records from the bookshelves of the Duxuan kingdom. Having thought about it this way, he began his foresight. This time he still used Death's foresight, but a prompt made him have to change his mind. You do not have enough foresight times to use Death's foresight. Not enough times. Sunan was not surprised. Last time he foresaw, he lived for 2 days, and as long as he doesn't mess up on his own, 15 foresight times would naturally not be enough. However, this is not without a solution. He can't die under normal circumstances, but he can do so on his own. It's easy for him to die if he wants, he has plenty of ways, such as continuing to explore the 4 forbidden areas. I don't need to go to the main part of the Death Sand Sea, even if I do, I won't discover anything. There's no need to go to Black Demon Lake either. Demonic thought has come out, and the lake is probably filled with demonic chi. So, the only option left is Resentful Dragon Mountain. Sunan had an idea in his heart. If he could enter Resentful Dragon Mountain, maybe he could complete a daily task. You want to go to Resentful Dragon Mountain, knowing that the journey will be dangerous. Do you want to consume some foreknowledge times to foresee the situation 3 minutes before you die in the future? Yes. With the confirmation, 6 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed on the panel. You intend to explore Resentful Dragon Mountain, one of the 4 forbidden lands of the Lost Land, while controlling the avatar in Duxuan Royal Palace, searching for records related to Death Sand Sea in the library of the palace. An hour later, you find 4 ancient books related to Death Sand Sea among the numerous ancient books. From them, you learn that there is a relic beneath the Death Sand Sea that has existed since ancient times. Some rumors speculate that it was created during the same period as the ancient god tomb. Unfortunately, it is a sinister place, and anyone who enters it will be contaminated by misfortune, eventually turning into a corpse. Once there were many martial artists who didn't believe in it and went in to explore, but without exception, they all ended up empty-handed, turning into corpses shortly after leaving the relic, dying unnaturally. According to those who entered, there were no dangerous places in the relic, only 3 grand halls, each hall with strange murals but nothing else. Something from the same period as the ancient god tomb. No wonder Du Qiwan went to the Death Sand Sea after leaving the ancient god tomb. He was probably like me at the time, unable to pass through the illusion of the ancient god tomb, and eventually had to focus on the relic in the Death Sand Sea. The foreknowledge didn't provide much information about the Death Sand Sea, nor did it mention how to enter it. This was normal. Perhaps it was easy to enter the relic when the Death Sand Sea was not yet the Death Sand Sea. However, after the Death Sand Sea gained the mysterious power that turned people into sand, no one could enter the relic again, so naturally, no one knew what happened to the relic or how to enter it. 6 hours later, your main body arrives at Resentful Dragon Mountain. You transform into a demon clan member, intending to use this form to enter Resentful Dragon Mountain. However, even as a demon, you are still stopped by the resentful demon formed by the mountain's dragon demon resentment when you approach Resentful Dragon Mountain. Fortunately, due to the trace of dragon chi in your body after being purified by the dragon blood fruit, the resentful demon does not kill you. You try to communicate with the resentful demon, but unfortunately, it does not respond to you. You don't give up and continue trying to communicate. A minute later, the resentful demon still does not respond. 2 minutes later, you try again to enter Resentful Dragon Mountain, but you are still stopped by the resentful demon. 3 minutes later, you can't bear it any longer and decide to use Across the Heavens Shift to enter Resentful Dragon Mountain. Upon using Across the Heavens Shift, you successfully enter Resentful Dragon Mountain. However, your actions anger the resentful demon, and you die. As expected, he died in Resentful Dragon Mountain. Other than some information about the Death Sand Sea, this foreknowledge didn't yield any other gains. I can't even enter resentful Dragon Mountain. It seems like today's tasks don't want to be completed. Sunan shook his head and didn't continue with the foresight. An hour later, when he passed by a small town, he asked Chen Ying to stop for a rest, while he logged out of the game. It was already noon in reality. He checked the global demon movements on the forum and went to sleep when he found nothing unusual. By the time he woke up again, it was nightfall. There were only about 10 minutes left before the 12 Zodiacs battlefield opened. He immediately logged into the game, and as soon as the 12 Zodiacs battlefield opened, he entered it. Compared to yesterday, the 12 Zodiacs battlefield had changed again today. Apart from him and the other 3 Star Palace Law Kings, an even more powerful existence had emerged. Star Palace War God. The Star Palace War God has finally appeared. Sunan's eyes showed delight. Now that the Star Palace War God had appeared, would it be long before the Star Palace Master's appearance? Chapter 304, Sudden Storm Comes. He then looked at the realm of the Star Palace War God. Sunan discovered that the realm of this Star Palace War God had actually reached the peak of Xian level. The Star Palace Guard is at the Spirit level peak, the Star Palace Law King is at the intermediate Xian level, the Star Palace War God is at the peak of Xian level. Won't the Star Palace Master be at the early King rank, or even at the mid-stage King level? His expression was solemn. If the Star Palace Master was at the early King rank, his 3 roles could still barely cope. But if he was at the mid-stage King level, even if he went all out, he could at best handle only 1. However, when he glanced at the 2 Star Palace Law Kings beside him, he breathed a sigh of relief. There were 2 more Star Palace Law Kings at his side, both players and not ordinary players. They were all top 20 expert players on the Dongchen State Realm rankings. Some of them were even people he knew. The official first player, the bureau chief of the Demon Investigation Bureau, Yang Zheng. And on the battlefield where he had avatars as Wang Nan, there were familiar faces as well, Zhou Cheng. On the battlefield opposite him, the several Star Palace Law Kings of Poluo country were also top 20 expert players. Sunan understood what was going on. As the battlefield continues to advance, the stronger players will naturally be encountered later on. At this rate, when the Star Palace Master appears, it is very likely that my 3 roles will be assigned to the same battlefield. If such a situation arose, even if the Star Palace Master was truly at the mid-stage King level, he would still have a chance to fight. Zhang Yang. As he was thinking, Yang Zheng on his side recognized him, his eyes showing surprise, followed by joy. It turns out to be Bureau Chief Yang. I never thought that after we parted in Red Mountain Prefecture last time, we would meet again here, said Sunan. Zhang Yang's role had little intersection with Yang Zheng, and the only time they met was in front of Cave Immortal's cave dwelling in Red Mountain Prefecture last time. Yang Zheng quickly said, Zhang Yang, you should know the situation in reality as well. Those demons that descended last time are likely to attack us tonight. This matter involves the life and death of our Hua country, so I hope you can help when the time comes. Without any surprise, Sunan said, don't worry, Bureau Chief Yang, if those demons really make a move, I will naturally help. Upon hearing this, Yang Zheng sighed with relief. No one had ever seen Zhang Yang make a move during the last demon descent, and he was afraid that Zhang Yang would still not make a move this time. On the other side, in the battlefield where Wang Nan's avatar was located, Zhou Cheng's face looked ugly, and he glared at Wang Nan, Sunan's avatar, his eyes flashing with barely noticeable hatred. In his view, if it wasn't for Wang Nan, he would currently be the number 1 in Dongchen State, and perhaps even the number 1 in the world was not impossible. But when he thought of Wang Nan's current strength, he felt a sense of powerlessness. He had to admit that the gap between him and Wang Nan was getting bigger and bigger. Although he was now about to break through to the Xian rank and catch up with Wang Nan soon, his other means were falling further and further behind. Wang Nan had not only revealed ancient scriptures but also techniques, and many people even speculated that he possessed divine abilities. But he didn't have any of these. The strong always get stronger. If he didn't encounter any special opportunities, it would be too difficult for him to catch up with Wang Nan. Compared to Zhou Cheng, a young girl of 18 or 19 on the other side was pleasantly surprised, saying, Wang Nan? Great! I finally get to see you in person. Today our president is still trying to find that spirit ginseng for you. Sunan's eyes flickered as he looked at the young girl and said, your president? Is your president Wu Xiao Xiao? Yes, the young girl replied with a smile. Sunan nodded and said, just right, pass a message to your president for me, tell her that there is something I want on Muling Mountain in Yangzhou County. Yesterday, he had learned from the foreknowledge in Tiangong Pavilion about the whereabouts of the golden leaf spirit ginseng. Now was the perfect opportunity to pass on the message. Muling Mountain. The young girl nodded and made a note. The Battle of the 12 Zodiac began. Although a peak of Xian level Star Palace War God had appeared this time, for Sunan, there was still no challenge. This time he didn't use Call the Wind. Call the Wind could only be used once a day, and now that the demons might attack Earth's humans at any time, if he used it now, he would have one less means to deal with the demons if they really attacked. Soon, the Star Palace War God of the peak of Xian level on Wang Nan's battlefield was killed, and the game's prompt then popped up. Congratulations, you have become the first player to kill the Star Palace War God among the 12 Zodiac, and you have obtained a Star Palace Divine Artifact. Congratulations on your kill of the Pisces Palace Star Palace War God, your level has been upgraded, current level, Star Palace War God, this time's reward points are increased by 60%. 60%. Sunan's eyes showed satisfaction. Like before, although a Star Palace War God had appeared this time, the points of the battlefield didn't change, still being 20,000 points. Fortunately, there was a 60% extra bonus, which meant he could earn an additional 12,000 points this time, making it possible for him to earn 30,000 points. Looking at the Pisces bracelet left behind by the slain Star Palace War God, unsurprisingly, the level of the Pisces bracelet had been upgraded once more. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Pisces bracelet, left, fake, a divine artifact of the Pisces Palace of the 12 Zodiac, increases speed by 15% when worn. It seems that the Star Palace artifact obtained by hunting the Star Palace Master should be a genuine one. Sunan put away the bracelet and continued to make his move. More than 10 minutes later, the players on the battlefields where the 3 roles were located were all eliminated, and Sunan immediately exited the battlefield and then exited the game. Today is the 7th day of the 3rd public test. According to the speculations of several major countries, the global monsters will take advantage of the opening of the 12 Zodiac tonight to attack the human race. On the forum, many people are closely following the movements of the monsters. Even many players didn't enter the Star Palace battlefield, as no one wants to be attacked and killed by a monster in reality while playing the game. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, half an hour after the opening of the 12 Zodiac, there has been no unusual movement from the global monsters. Could it be that these monsters won't take action today? Sunan was also surprised. If the monsters were going to strike, the opening of the 12 Zodiac would be the best opportunity, not taking action now would undoubtedly miss the best timing. It seems that the monsters won't attack tonight. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did those players who hadn't entered the battlefield log into the game and enter the battlefield. Sunan also logged back into the game, preparing to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body in the game. This is his 6th time practicing the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. After this practice, the progress of the first floor will reach 79%, which is very close to great perfection. The cultivation began. The sun's fire burned, and by now, even without the help of the Li fire essence, he could withstand the burning for half an hour. However, in order to enhance the Li fire essence, he still released it to swallow the sun's fire. What he didn't know was that, as he cultivated the Great Sun Golden Body scripture and endured the burning of the sun's fire, something big happened in reality. More than half an hour has passed since the opening of the 12 Zodiac, and there are only more than 20 minutes left before the end. But at this moment, through satellite detection, several major countries discovered that monsters gathered around the world suddenly moved, rushing towards human habitation areas from different directions. Not good. The faces of the employees responsible for supervision changed drastically, and they immediately sent out the news. On the border between Hua country and Yu country, countless monsters rushed into Hua country from all directions. Like to avoid a large-scale nuclear attack, these monsters were clever and did not gather together but separated along the narrow border line. The same scenario was happening in more than 10 places around the world. Obviously, it was negotiated, and almost at the same time, the monsters in various places launched simultaneous attacks on humans. Boom! Flames surged into the sky, accompanied by deafening explosions. Earth-shattering, a giant mushroom cloud slowly rose. On the border of Yu country, Hua country used nuclear weapons for the first time. Although the use of nuclear weapons would cause many negative effects, there was no other choice at this critical juncture of life and death. What happened? 100 miles away, many people saw the rising mushroom cloud from a distance and suddenly froze. Then, they all thought of something and their faces changed drastically. Monsters, the monsters have attacked. It's a disaster, the monsters have attacked. People screamed, and the news was promptly posted on the forum, immediately causing turmoil in the forum. Even though they had guessed that the monsters might take action tonight, when they found out that the monsters really took action, everyone was shocked. I see, the reason why those monsters didn't take action at the beginning of the 12 Zodiac was to wait for our power to be exhausted before attacking. If they had attacked at the beginning, everyone would have definitely quit the 12 Zodiac Palace, but now they attack, and even if everyone quits, there won't be much power left. The power in the game is exhausted, and naturally, there won't be any power left in reality. In this case, players and ordinary people won't be much stronger in the face of monsters. Soon the news spread to the game. Players who were still fighting in the 12 Zodiac battlefield in the game were shocked and all quit the game immediately. Massive amounts of nuclear weapons were used, and mushroom clouds rose one after another. The goal of the officials was simple, to kill as many demons as possible during the first round of nuclear attacks, and to never allow them to enter the city. However, the effectiveness of this strategy did not seem as good as they had imagined. For humans, the damage of nuclear weapons is not only the extreme heat and shock waves but also lethal radiation. But for demons, radiation is not a big deal. Even players who have fused with a bloodline can withstand radiation 100 times greater than ordinary people. As a result, as long as they are not within the range of the nuclear shockwaves, it has little effect on most demons. Besides, nuclear weapons cannot be used everywhere. The border area between our Hua country and Yu country is mountainous and sparsely populated, with a less developed economy, so it can be sacrificed. However, when dealing with demons emerging from the ocean, our Hua country can only use conventional weapons. Coastal cities are economically prosperous and densely populated. The consequences of using nuclear weapons are too severe. Once used, it could likely hurt the enemy by 800 but damage ourselves by 1000. But can conventional weapons alone withstand the demon army? Many people on the forum quickly analyzed the situation, and the more they analyzed, the more desperate they became. They found that, in the face of the demon army's attack, humans had very little chance of winning. It was just as they thought. When faced with nuclear weapons, demons could only flee in all directions. But when faced with conventional weapons, the demons went crazy and attacked relentlessly. The Hua country's army tried its best to withstand the onslaught, with cannons roaring and gunfire pouring like rain. A barrage of bullets tore through the demons at the forefront. But this situation did not last long. A Xian-level demon, a powerful physique series monster, came forward. It ignored the gunfire and punched an armored car into the air. Behind the demon army, law-controlling series monsters cast their spells simultaneously. Fire rain, water arrows and electric light filled the sky, and even the warriors made up of players could not withstand such a fierce attack. However, the attack of the secret power-type monsters was even more desperate. The power of divine soul swept through, and in silence, hundreds of fighters fell without any means to resist. Under the opening of these Xian-level demons, the human defense line instantly collapsed, and a large number of demons charged into the human cities. God, the defense line of Big Ocean City, where I am, has been broken by the demons. It's over, our big port city has also been attacked by demons. What should we do? Can I still run away now? Now I'm really in trouble. My bloodline power has just been used up, and the demons have come. What can I use to resist? The players wailed. As demons entered the city, the players in the city had no choice but to fight back. However, they were no match for the demon army. By now, many players in the third public test had obtained Essence Blood Demon Sutra due to the 12 Zodiac, becoming martial artists. But fusing with the bloodline was just the beginning. To use the power of the game in reality, they needed bloodline completion. Most of them had not reached this step yet, which resulted in a large number of players being not much different from ordinary people. Great capital city. A secret command center. Many senior officials of Hua country gathered here. Report. The defense line of Big Ocean City has been breached. Report. The direction of Big Boat City has also been breached. Bad news kept coming in, making everyone's faces look extremely ugly. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, "Now there is only one way to stop this disaster, which is to kill the demon kings controlling these demons." Easier said than done. Nuclear weapons can't deal with those demon kings, how can we kill them? Wang Nan. Now only Wang Nan, Zhang Yang and that Lang 13 have the best chance to kill the demon kings. Last time, the spatial channels appeared randomly and the demons fought separately without any organization. Everyone fought them one by one and eventually eliminated them. It's different this time. This time, the demons were controlled by the demon kings, and even in order to capture humans at one stroke, the demon kings specially studied human weapons and came up with corresponding plans. This was also why they had not made a move yet. Moreover, the number of demons this time far exceeded the last time, which made the already disadvantaged humans even harder to resist. High in the sky of the Big Ocean City, 3 figures stood in the air. All 3 of them were middle-aged, but their body shapes were very different. One was short and small, another was thin, and the third was robust. The 3 looked down at the battle between humans and demons below, showing great interest in their eyes. Undoubtedly, these 3 were the demon kings. Chapter 305, Dragon Slaying Sword. This Hua country is one of the strongest countries in this world. If we control this country, we can gain a great amount of celestial chi luck. Then, the speed of receiving the baptism of heavenly and earthly spirituality will definitely surpass others. Among the 3, the most muscular middle-aged man said. Upon hearing this, the tall middle-aged man nodded and said, "This country has a vast territory. Once we take it down, we can control the surrounding smaller countries, and the amount of chi luck will be enough for the 3 of us to undergo bloodline regression in a short time." The 2 men seemed to have already seen the scene of themselves undergoing bloodline regression, their eyes full of anticipation. However, the short middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "It is not so easy to control this country. It is said that there are 3 powerful guys here. Last time, one of them killed a poor guy with a single punch. Also, there's a place called Song Mountain, where a demon king met his demise last time. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. There must be a big problem there." The muscular middle-aged man said, "Don't worry, as far as I know, that kid named Wang Nan who took action last time has the strength to kill king-level beings in a one-on-one situation. But with the 3 of us attacking, he might not even have the chance to hurt us. As for Song Mountain, although it seems mysterious, in my opinion, it's nothing more than Zhang Yang or Lang 13 putting on an act. However, we must be careful and never go there separately." For this action, several demon kings had obviously made a lot of preparations and were quite familiar with the situation of Hua country's royal family, knowing the existence of the 3 roles of Wang Nan. "I hope so," the short middle-aged man whispered. Demons launched a massive attack on humans, which seemed like an unprecedented earthquake sweeping the whole world. Guns roared, fire soared, and the 12 countries corresponding to the 12 states were struggling to resist. Russia. This country has a vast territory and has a large amount of permafrost and uninhabited areas due to its geographical location. But it is precisely because of this that it provides a good space for demons to attack. A large number of demons started attacking along those uninhabited areas, spreading out in a fan shape and slowly approaching Russia's core region. Even with a large number of nuclear weapons, Russia could not effectively kill those demons. 15 positions have been broken so far, what shall we do next? In a secret command center, several middle-aged men wore serious expressions. A white-haired but spirited old man, who looked middle-aged, decisively said, "Execute the second plan." Upon hearing this, the others no longer hesitated and quickly issued orders. United States. Compared to Russia, this country also has a vast territory, stretching from the east to the west and connecting 2 oceans, which used to have immense strategic value. However, now this geographical position is a disaster for the United States. 7 days ago, after the arrival of the demons, the United States set up a large number of military installations along its coastlines. However, in the face of the onslaught of demons, these installations have not played a significant role and have been breached shortly after. Compared to them, the situation is worst in Japan. Japan is an island country surrounded by the sea on all sides, with a small land area. This directly causes the demons to penetrate the defense line and advance rapidly once they breach the defenses. Some people even think that Japan will be the first country occupied by demons. Forget about Japan, we're having trouble ourselves. The coastal cities are basically occupied now, and there's no way other than fleeing inland. The defense line in Datong City has also been broken. If I knew the demons would be so fierce, I would have left here no matter what. Fortunately, I am in an inland area. It will take some time for those demons to attack here. Some were relieved, some were remorseful. In fact, after the demons descended last time, many people had already realized the problem and moved from economically developed coastal cities to small towns. But compared to the huge population, only a minority could leave. Where is great god Wang Nan? Where is god Zhang Yang? Where is great god Lang 13? Why haven't the three great gods taken action yet? On the forum, a large number of players were calling out, putting their hopes on Sunan's 3 roles. Unfortunately, they didn't know that at this time, Sunan was still practicing in the game. Compared to other cities, players near Song Mountain had a much calmer mentality. In their eyes, even official armies didn't feel as secure as Song Mountain. Don't worry, as long as those demons dare to come, Buddha will surely manifest himself again and drive them away, no matter what kind of demon king they are. Many people knelt down towards Song Mountain, praying for peace. A large amount of incense fire aspiration force gathered, and Zixu looked amazed in the Great Hero Treasure Hall. Although she couldn't feel the incense fire aspiration force, she could feel the changes in the celestial luck. With the influx of a large amount of incense fire aspiration force, the celestial luck here was clearly growing rapidly. In the game, Sunan was still focused on enduring the burning of the sun's fire. He didn't notice that the incense fire power that entered his divine soul invisibly had surged. An hour later, training was over. Today's 12 Zodiac has ended. Congratulations, the Ares 102 battlefield you are in has achieved the final victory for Ares Palace. In this campaign, you have performed amazingly and will share 83.32% of the reward points. Congratulations, in this campaign, you successfully hunted a Star Palace War God and received a 60% bonus to your points. Congratulations, you have earned 28,664 points this time. Wang Nan's point reward appeared in front of him. Expectedly, the points were close to 30,000. 83%? Not too bad. Sunan nodded satisfactorily. There were many powerful players in today's battlefield, with over 100 spiritual level players. Moreover, he had encountered strong players like Zhou Cheng and Yang Zheng. It was already quite good to get such a high percentage of points. Compared to Wang Nan, Zhang Yang and Lang 13 earned even more. Both roles had points reaching over 31,000. Wang Nan's total points reached 148,000, while Zhang Yang and Lang 13's total points reached 156,000. With 150,000 points, I can already exchange for both Li Water Beads and Sky Thunder Liquid. The points store appeared in front of him, with both Li Water Beads and Sky Thunder Liquid valued at 150,000 points in the store. I wonder if the Li Water Beads can help the Dragon Turtle break through to the Xian level. The second phase of the mainline task Legacy of the Dragon Turtle requires him to train the Dragon Turtle to the Xian level within 30 days. Now, it's already day 20 and there are only 10 days left. If he can use a spirit item to help the Dragon Turtle reach the Xian level, it would not be a loss. After all, the reward for the second phase of the task includes a spirit object and an increase in Qi luck, in addition to demon power. Whether it can work or not, I can find out with foresight. Sunan looked at the foresight. Ordinary foresight can't predict things related to the game interface, only Death's foresight can be used. He still had 9 opportunities for foresight today, and if he continued to go to Resentful Dragon Mountain to die actively like last time, it would be enough. Of course, if he was going to use foresight, he might as well get more information. Last time I turned into a demon clan and tried to use Across the Heavens shift to enter Resentful Dragon Mountain but died. I must change my approach this time. Since turning into an ordinary demon doesn't work, what if I transform into the Dragon Turtle? After all, it's related to dragons. Sunan came up with an idea. If possible, he would naturally prefer to turn into a demon of the same species as the Resentful Dragon. However, he had never seen a dragon demon and could not directly transform into the appearance of a dragon demon. Maybe I can get my avatar in the Dekshuan royal palace to look for information in the ancient books. If I can find a painting of the dragon demon or another similar demon, it's great. If not, I'll have to wait until the next time I visit the ancient god tomb and try to purchase it from Tiangong Pavilion in the Illusion Realm. You want to go to Resentful Dragon Mountain, knowing the journey will be full of danger. Would you like to consume certain foreknowledge times to predict the situation 3 minutes before your death? Yes. With confirmation, 8 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed on the panel. 2 more than last time. This is good news. You received a spirit object named Li Water Beads and fed it to the dragon turtle, hoping it would reach the Xian level with the power of the Li Water Beads. After swallowing the Li Water Beads, the dragon turtle immersed itself in deep sleep to refine the trace of water origin in the beads. 2 hours later, the dragon turtle finally refined the water origin in the Li Water Beads, greatly increased its strength, leaped from the spirit level early stage to the spirit level peak. Just upgrading to the spirit level peak. Sunan was disappointed and instantly decided against exchanging for the Li Water Bead. However, he didn't rule out exchanging them forever, but just chose not to for now. 4 hours later, after regaining some of your strength, your main body went to explore one of the 4 forbidden areas of the Land of the Lost, Resentful Dragon Mountain, while you controlled your avatar in the Dekshuan Royal Palace to search for records of dragon demons in the Royal Library. 6 hours later, you found records of dragon demons in many ancient books, but to your disappointment, there were very few records related to dragon demons in Resentful Dragon Mountain and no images. You learn that Resentful Dragon Mountain has existed since ancient times. Rumor has it that during ancient times, a powerful person had forged a dragon-slaying sword out of divine metal. On the day the sword was completed, the powerful person found a powerful dragon demon and tried to kill it to inaugurate the divine sword. The powerful person was formidable, and the dragon demon was outmatched. In the end, it had no choice but to flee into the Land of the Lost to save its life. However, the powerful person didn't give up and entered the Land of the Lost, eventually killing the dragon demon on Resentful Dragon Mountain. The dragon demon was from the ancient times? How can this be possible? Sunan was astonished. In ancient times, the resentful demons that formed existence after the death of demons should have dissipated long ago after such a long time. If resentful demons really could exist for tens of thousands of years, there should be many resentful demons from ancient demonic creatures in Dongchen state, as there were quite a few powerful monsters at the king level in ancient times. But in reality, he only encountered the resentful demon formed by the dragon turtle after its death 500 years ago. Even the demonic intent formed by the dragon demon in the Dragon Burial River only existed 1,000 years ago. Maybe it's because the dragon demon used to be too powerful. In the end, Sunan could only think of this possibility. After all, even after tens of thousands of years, it still had the powerful strength of the Emperor level, which shows how strong the dragon demon once was. 4 hours later, your real body arrives at Resentful Dragon Mountain. You use 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations to conjure the image of the dragon turtle, intending to enter Resentful Dragon Mountain with it. Detecting a trace of dragon chi on your body, the resentful demon from inside the mountain doesn't attack you, but questions you about where you came from. You tell the resentful demon that you were chased and hunted by humans and were forced to enter here. At the same time, those humans haven't stopped pursuing you and are still trying to kill you. In your panic, you ran into this place. Hearing this, the resentful demon gets angry, recalling its own past experience, and vows to avenge you. It allows you to enter the mountain temporarily to hide. Huh? I actually succeeded. Sunan's eyes light up. Entering Resentful Dragon Mountain is a 4-star mission, and he thought it would take a lot of effort to complete it. However, he didn't expect it to be completed just like that. There's no denying that this is a pleasant surprise. It is evident that success is not only due to the dragon turtle identity he used but also because he provoked the empathy of the resentful demon. Today, I can finally complete a mission. It's already 9 o'clock in reality, just 3 hours until the game refreshes. If he can complete the mission today, then tomorrow, there will undoubtedly be new missions refreshed. Without thinking too much, he immediately controls the avatar in the Dekshuan Royal Palace to head towards the Resentful Dragon Mountain. He continues to look at the foreknowledge screen. You successfully enter the mountain, and then you try to continue communicating with the resentful demon, hoping to help the dragon demon's resentful intention fulfill its dying wish so as to repay its help. The resentful demon doesn't trust you and just tells you that your strength is too weak to help it. Helplessly, you have to give up temporarily and instead wander around the mountain. When you come to a hollow in the mountain, the resentful demon stops you from proceeding, telling you that it's not a place you can go. Can't go? Is there a secret there? Sunan's eyes brighten up. The more they refuse to let him go, the more it shows that there is something wrong with the place. You're curious about the hollow and want to explore it. 4.5 hours later, the person hunting you has not appeared yet. The resentful demon doesn't plan to keep you in the mountain any longer and wants to expel you. You ask the resentful demon to let you stay a little longer, fearing that the hunter might arrive as soon as you leave. The resentful demon agrees to your request. 1 minute later, no one has approached Resentful Dragon Mountain. 2 minutes later, the resentful demon grows more impatient. 3 minutes later, you know that if you continue like this, you will have to leave the mountain range. You plan to use Across the Heavens shift to explore the secret in the hollow. You use Across the Heavens shift and successfully enter the hollow. You see an ancient sword with rusty stains stuck on a huge rock in the hollow. The resentful demon discovers your intrusion into the hollow and becomes furious. You died. A sword. Sunan was stunned, not expecting to find a sword in the hollow. Then, as if he had thought of something, his body shivered involuntarily. Could it be the dragon-slaying sword? He immediately thought of the dragon-slaying sword mentioned in the earlier foreknowledge. An item that was closely guarded by a king-level resentful demon was undoubtedly no ordinary thing. Sunan couldn't think of anything else other than the divine weapon dragon-slaying sword. If it is really the dragon-slaying sword, why was it left in the hollow? Chapter 306, Incense and Prayer Technique. The purpose of this prophetic attempt was originally to see if the dragon turtle could make a breakthrough to Xian rank. Unexpectedly, not only was the objective of entering the Resentful Dragon Mountain achieved, but the secret of the Resentful Dragon Mountain was also uncovered. From the information gleaned from my prophetic vision, the dragon-slaying sword is a divine artifact, forged from divine metal by an ancient powerhouse. To sharpen this divine sword, the ancient warrior didn't hesitate to venture into the land of the lost to slay the dragon demon. Logically speaking, the dragon slayer sword should have been greatly cherished by the warrior, so how did it end up in Resentful Dragon Mountain? Sunan was stumped. After a long while, he can only think of two possibilities. The first possibility is that the ancient warrior, while managing to slay the dragon demon after a fierce battle, also paid with his own life. Thus, his body fell in the Resentful Dragon Mountain, leaving the dragon-slaying sword behind. The likelihood of this scenario, while possible, is not that high. After all, the powerhouse managed to force the dragon demon into the land of the lost, making it clear that the warrior was much stronger than the dragon demon. The second possibility is that the sword he saw in his prophecy is not the dragon-slaying sword. Compared with the first possibility, Sunan was more inclined to believe in the second one. After all, the prophecy did not explicitly say that the sword was the dragon slayer, it was all his conjecture. Anyway, let's complete the task first. He took out a piece of spirit medicine to restore vitality, and began to repair his body scorched by the sun's fire, while at the same time controlling his avatar, quietly leaving the palace and heading towards the Resentful Dragon Mountain. The Resentful Dragon Mountain was not far from the Duxuan Palace. His avatar turned into a flying bird and flew at full speed, soon seeing a long and narrow mountain range in the distance. When he got there, Sunan landed, once again using the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations to turn into the shape of a dragon turtle. However, compared to the little guy in the mountain and water gourd, his current size was much bigger. Just as he was about to continue on his way, he suddenly remembered something. He stopped, turned his hand over and took out a stone. It was the pseudo-breath stone that could disguise his realm's aura. In my prior prophecy, the resentful demon did not wish to tell me its unfinished business because it felt my realm's level was too low. I wonder what would happen if I pretend to be at the king level. Sunan got an idea. The second daily task for Lang 13 was to dissolve the resentment of the resentful demon. To dissolve this resentment, it makes sense to know what the demon is resentful about, and what unfinished business it might have left behind. There is only one foreknowledge chance left for today, which is not enough to make another prophecy. It seems I will have to wait for now until closer to the time the tasks refresh before going in. There were only 3 hours left until the task was refreshed. As long as he entered the resentful Dragon Mountain before the task refresh, he could ensure that the task Enter Resentful Dragon Mountain would be completed today and also guarantee that he would be able to make a prophecy after entering Resentful Dragon Mountain. Making up his mind, Sunan had his avatar wait temporarily. Time passed and 2 hours flew by in a blink of an eye. It's time to act. Glancing at the time, there were only 20 minutes left until the game refreshed. Once again, Sunan took out the pseudo-breath stone and a drop of king-level demon beast essence and blood. Once the essence and blood dripped onto the pseudo-breath stone, it instantly emitted the aura of a king level. Having done this, Sunan satisfyingly put the pseudo-breath stone on his body, then imitated a man in panic, rushing towards Resentful Dragon Mountain. Very soon he arrived at Resentful Dragon Mountain. Naturally, the resentful demon inside noticed him immediately. Huh? A dragon turtle? How can there be a dragon turtle in this world? And at king level, too? The resentful demon was puzzled and then questioned Sunan just like in the prophecy. Sunan answered as predicted in the prophecy as well. As expected, the resentful demon got angry and let him enter the mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, a task completion prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Enter Resentful Dragon Mountain, 60 points of demon power were awarded. Current available demonic power, 202 points. Having completed the task, Sunan was in no hurry and simply waited. Shortly after, the time reached midnight in reality. Foreknowledge times and daily tasks refreshed at the same time. Sunan first looked at the daily tasks. Compared to yesterday, there were no changes to Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's tasks. Explore the Duxuan Palace, hunt the offering god demons, explore the Death Sand Sea. All the usual tasks were there, none were missing. The only differences were Lang 13's tasks. Since he had accomplished Enter Resentful Dragon Mountain, a new task was refreshed. Task 1, Obtain the Dragon Slaying Sword. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task reward, 60 points of demon power. The Dragon Slaying Sword. It really is the Dragon Slaying Sword. Sunan was shaken, the appearance of the task confirmed his previous conjecture. Though it was still puzzling why the Dragon Slaying Sword was left in the Resentful Dragon Mountain, now was not the time to think about these things. His heart was pumping with excitement. That was a divine weapon, if he could obtain it, it would definitely greatly boost his strength. However, this task clearly wasn't going to be easy to complete. A 4-star task. Ever since he arrived in this land of the lost, the previously rare 4-star tasks seemed to have become as common as cabbages, appearing freely in every refresh. Good thing he was the one dealing with it. If it were someone else, they would probably stare at this kind of task helplessly. Let's first see if I can dissolve the dragon demon's resentment. You want to obtain the divine weapon in Resentful Dragon Mountain, but you know it's full of dangers. Do you want to use a certain amount of foreknowledge times to foresee the situation 3 minutes before your future death? Yes. With confirmation, a total of 20 foreknowledge times were used up. You control your avatar to wander in the Resentful Dragon Mountain, trying to communicate and inquire with the resentful demon, aiming to help fulfill the dragon demon's lingering wishes and dissolve its resentment. The resentful demon tells you that its one and only wish is that one day it might have the chance to skin alive the human expert who had once slain it. However, it also knows that many years have passed, and that human expert is long dead. The resentful demon couldn't let go of the obsession in its heart and still wanted to find the bones of that powerful human, so as to crush his bones and scatter his ashes. According to what it knew, that powerful human ultimately failed to leave the land of the lost, and his remains were buried in a place called Tianjun Mountain within the land of the lost. As Sunan thought, this time he went there with the identity of a king-level figure, and the resentful demon no longer despised his low level. Find the remains of that powerful person from the past. He didn't expect the resentful demon's obsession to be that. If he only needed to find the remains, it would be simple. This mission was only 3-star, indicating that Tianjun Mountain might be dangerous, but it would still be within his bearable range. Realizing the obsession of the resentful demon, rather than immediately leaving, you deliberately or unintentionally headed toward the hollow in the center of the mountain range. But your disappointment grew when the resentful demon stopped you as you approached the hollow. You pretended to know nothing and tried to ask the resentful demon what was ahead, but the resentful demon didn't tell you, only warned you to keep away from the hollow. Helpless, you had to try using the across the heavens shift to forcibly enter the hollow. Your luck was good. With the help of across the heavens shift, you arrived right in front of the longsword. Reacting quickly, you tried to pull the sword out at the first moment. But the moment you touched the longsword, a powerful force appeared, killing your avatar. Am I dead? Sunan was not surprised. If the dragon-slaying sword was so easy to take, it wouldn't be a 4-star mission. 2 hours later, your main body finally recovered 80% of its strength after 3 hours of recuperation. You planned to go to Lejun Mountain first to find the remains of the ancient powerhouse who killed the dragon demon. 5 hours later, you arrived at the Tianjun Mountain mentioned by the resentful demon. It was a mountain range composed of more than a dozen small hills where you searched. 6 hours later, you searched the entire mountain range several times without finding any traces related to the ancient powerhouse. 8 hours later, you used across the heavens shift to search underground, but still found nothing. You had to give up on the search and prepare to head to Mount Yuri. Nothing. Sunan frowned. According to the information of the foreknowledge, the so-called Tianjun Mountain was not that big. If he hadn't found anything after searching for 8 hours, it could only mean that the burial place of the ancient powerhouse was not big. It was even quite possible that there wasn't even a tomb. Now, after tens of thousands of years, the difficulty of finding it can be imagined. It seems that I have to go there personally. Death's foresight was not omnipotent, and it still had significant limitations. During the foresight, he could only use across the heavens shift 4 times. After using it up, even if he hadn't found what he was looking for, the foresight would continue. But ordinary foreseeing the future was different. If he used up the 4 chances, he could stop foreseeing and try again in another place. With dozens of chances, he refused to believe that he couldn't find it. 12 hours later, you and the great princess arrive at Mount Yuri. Taking the appearance of a demon, you prepare to enter the demon court when the entrance opens. At the same time, you know that the demon beast that escaped from the Black Demon Lake will appear soon. You are not a match for it. Even with the cooperation of the great princess, you can barely hold off the demon beast for a short while. In order to fight the demon beast, you don't hesitate to upgrade your bloodline again. Zhang Yang's flame-controlling bee bloodline is upgraded to great perfection. 1 minute later, the demon beast appears, and you and the great princess give your all to fight against it. 2 minutes later, you continuously use your racial talent to attack with all your strength, and under your racial talent attack, the demon beast falls into a disadvantage. 3 minutes later, the effect of your racial talent disappears, and your strength greatly decreases. You are dead. The foresight is over, and the final result is similar to yesterday's foresight, dying at the hands of the demon beast. But compared to yesterday, during this foresight, he and the great princess somehow gained the upper hand. Although it was under the enhancement of the racial talent, it was still worth being happy about. Could the demon be lured to resentful Dragon Mountain to make use of the resentful demon's power to deal with the demonic thought? Sunan suddenly had an idea. That resentful demon had the strength of an emperor and was also willing to help him resist the enemy. If he could lure the demonic thought to that place, he might be able to deal a great blow to that demon beast. With that in mind, his eyes brightened, and he couldn't wait to start the foresight again. However, at this moment, a game prompt suddenly popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the Mystery of the Divine Dao 3rd stage. Do you want to receive your reward immediately? Completed the 3rd stage task. Sunan was startled and then delighted. The 3rd stage of the Mystery of Divine Dao allowed him to condense the spirit of Divine Dao, but he didn't complete the task when he initially acquired the vow spirit of the joyful deity. Later, when he condensed his own spirit of Divine Dao, he still didn't complete the task, so he guessed that only when the Divine Dao spirit grows to a certain level can this task be completed. During this time, with the massive supply of incense fire aspiration force, the Divine Dao spirit quickly grew, and now that the task is completed, it is within Sunan's expectations. The Divine Dao spirit should be considered as having achieved minor achievement now. I wonder what changes it has gone through and what effect it has on me. He couldn't help but look at the incense fire aspiration force within his divine soul, and when he looked, he suddenly realized that his divine soul's incense fire aspiration force was now much more than before. It had already reached a range of 14 or 15 meters in diameter. What's going on? The incense fire aspiration force increased so much. Sunan was amazed when he discovered that the invisible incense fire aspiration force that surged in was almost double than before. This was obviously not just because the divine Dao spirit had achieved minor achievement. Did something happen in reality? He thought of something and immediately looked at the regional chat. At this moment, he realized that he didn't know when the information flowing like a waterfall had become sporadic in the regional chat, and even the world chat channel was the same. This is because most players have already quit the game. And the topics discussed in the chat, without exception, are all related to the attack of demons on the humans. By now, 3 hours had passed since the demons had taken action. The demons in Hua country had already occupied most of the coastal cities and began to attack the hinterland. The situations in other countries were equally bad. Japan was the most miserable, and it could be said to be in imminent danger. The demons have finally made their move. Sunan's expression was solemn, immediately realizing the severity of the situation, and finally understanding why his incense fire aspiration force had surged. However, his current body had been heavily injured after being burned by the sun's fire, and his strength had only recovered a little bit. Even if he quit the game now, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, it seemed that for now, the demons couldn't reach Song Mountain, where he was located, for the time being. Without further thought, he immediately claimed the rewards. Congratulations, you have received the Spirit Grade Bloodline. Congratulations, you have received the Spirit Grade Demon Technique. Congratulations, you have received 45 Demon Power Points. Congratulations, you have received the Incense Prayer Technique. The third stage was completed, and the mystery of the Divine Dao task completely disappeared from the task panel. Although the task was a 4-star mission due to his spirit level, the rewards of the Demon Technique and Bloodline were still of the spirit level. However, it wasn't important. Sunan only noticed the Demon Power and the Incense Prayer Technique. Usable Demon Power increased, reaching 245 points. With a roll switch and 160 points of Demon Power consumed, Zhang Yang's flame-controlling B bloodline was quickly brought to the great perfection. The number of foreknowledge times increased, reaching 81 times. At the same time, with the great perfection of the bloodline, his originally half-recovered strength instantly recovered by more than half. Having this strength, he no longer hesitated and immediately got up to find Chen Ying, and after explaining everything, he transformed into a flying bird and quickly headed towards Resentful Dragon Mountain. To deal with demons, he definitely wouldn't be enough on his own, he needed to bring his avatar. To use the avatar in reality, he had to retrieve the avatar back to his original body. Instead of letting the avatar come to him, he chose to go to the avatar. Now that his avatar was still at Resentful Dragon Mountain, it would take him 3 hours to get there at the fastest speed. Additionally, the avatar would need to perform the second blood sacrifice ritual in 6 hours. If he let his avatar come over, even if he quickly resolved the matter in reality and then logged into the game, it would most likely delay his avatar's blood sacrifice ritual. On the other hand, his original body going there would not only save a lot of time but also attract the demonic thought to Resentful Dragon Mountain, which could be considered a double win. However, he didn't know if he would be able to make it back in time for the opening of the Demon Court entrance when he returned. While quickly rushing on his journey, Sunan looked at the so-called Incense Prayer Technique. Chapter 307, The Demon King Attacks. The Incense Prayer Technique, as the name suggests, seems to be related to wishes. Maybe it can fulfill wishes. Sunan thought, taking out the Incense Prayer Technique. Incense Prayer Technique, divine way of spiritual art, offering the incense and fire aspiration force of all living beings as a sacrifice, and praying to heaven and earth. It can fulfill the wishes in one's heart. The greater the wish prayed for, the more it involves causality, and the more incense and fire aspiration force is consumed. Divine art. Sunan was surprised, as this was the first time he had heard the name of the divine art. However, this was not important, what excited him was the effect of this divine art. I can really make a wish. Looking at the introduction in the game, Sunan's heart was excited. If he could make a wish, then the effect of this secret technique would be enormous. What is a wish? As long as he wants, his wish can be any tangible or intangible existence. It can be said that this divine art is omnipotent and can be used at any time. The only thing he needs to worry about is whether there will be enough incense and fire aspiration force. As long as there is enough incense and fire aspiration force, he can even wish to become a king level directly. No wonder the fragrant fire spiritual path, which surpasses the bloodline path, is so powerful. Just this one divine art is enough to overpower the bloodline path. Sunan breathed heavily, suddenly thinking of many ways to use the incense prayer technique. However, when he saw the tip below, his face turned serious again. Tip: please use this divine art carefully, and make sure to have enough incense and fire aspiration force before praying. If the incense and fire aspiration force is insufficient, there is a certain chance that the wish will be distorted, causing unknown consequences. Wishes will be distorted, resulting in unknown consequences. Sunan's face was grave, as he knew that once a wish was distorted, there was a high probability that something bad would happen. However, as the wishes prayed for vary, so does the incense and fire aspiration force consumed. Without making a wish, who knows how much incense and fire aspiration force one's wish will consume? What if the wish prayed for is just slightly beyond the amount of incense and fire aspiration force he has? Wouldn't that be bad luck? Thank goodness I have the ability to foresee the future. Looking at the foreknowledge on the panel, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the foreknowledge, as long as he looks into the future before using it, he doesn't have to worry about this problem. With nothing to worry about, Sunan immediately used the incense prayer technique. Instantly, his mind was filled with a large amount of information about the incense prayer technique. According to the records of the incense prayer technique, the first time I use it, I need to integrate my divine soul into heaven and earth, allowing my divine soul to become one with heaven and earth. This step requires a special and complicated secret technique to achieve and is also the most critical step in using the incense prayer technique. Moreover, this step is not safe. Integrating one's divine soul into heaven and earth is extremely dangerous, with a high probability of being killed by the power of heaven and earth. A high probability of being killed by the power of heaven and earth? This is so dangerous. If every time I use the incense prayer technique, I have to risk being killed by the power of heaven and earth, who would dare to use it casually? In the game, he has foreknowledge and can predict each use. But what about in reality? Thinking about it, Sunan's face became increasingly somber. Fortunately, he had overthought it. Reading further, he realized that it was only dangerous for the first time. Once the integration is successful and a mark is left between heaven and earth, using the incense prayer technique later will not be so troublesome. The divine soul can be instantly integrated into heaven and earth. After the integration, all I need to do is chant the prayer and recite my desired prayer in a specific format in my heart. After carefully reading the method of using the incense prayer technique, Sunan had a preliminary understanding of the technique and breathed a sigh of relief. Firstly, he had foreknowledge, so he could try to integrate in the future. Secondly, he had his avatar. He could descend his divine soul into the avatar and use the avatar to integrate part of his divine soul into heaven and earth. Even if he failed, he would only lose a small part of his divine soul. I wonder what the effect is like. With a thought in his heart, he couldn't help but look at foreknowledge. It would take him at least 6 hours to get to Resentful Dragon Mountain with his current speed. No one can predict what will happen in reality after 6 hours, but it is certain that it won't be optimistic. If he can increase his speed, then it would be ideal. He intends to try to pray for an increase in his current speed. Foreknowledge begins. This time, he used the foreknowledge for only 3 minutes. You have obtained a divine art called the incense prayer technique, which is an extremely precious divine way spiritual art. Even in the once glorious heavenly kingdom of God's dynasty, only 2 people mastered it. According to the method of the incense prayer technique, you connect your divine soul with heaven and earth, praying to heaven and earth to double your speed for the next 2 hours. You attempt to integrate your divine soul into heaven and earth according to the method in the records, leaving your own mark between heaven and earth. A minute later, your divine soul preliminarily connects with heaven and earth. At this moment, a powerful force descends between heaven and earth. You have no resistance and are killed by the power of heaven and earth. End of foreknowledge. As expected, just as it said, there is a high probability of being killed by the power of heaven and earth. However, this is not a problem for Sunan. At most, he just wastes some foreknowledge times. Without immediately predicting again, foreknowledge has clearly told him that he will die if he tries within the next minute. So, he could only wait to predict again 1 minute later. A minute later, the foreknowledge begins again. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. He failed again. Not giving up, he quickly rushed towards resentful Dragon Mountain while recovering his strength and using foreknowledge. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. He had tried foreknowledge more than 10 times in a row, but not a single one was successful. This is practically certain death. No wonder only 2 people in the heavenly kingdom of God's dynasty ever mastered this skill. The success rate is just too terrifying. Sunan's face looked awful. Imagine it, 10 people practicing the incense prayer technique, and all 10 of them die. Even if they knew that the technique was powerful, no one would dare to practice it. I can't believe that I can't succeed even once after trying 60 times. Sunan didn't give up, continuing to try. Time passed second by second. His chances of foreknowledge were also being consumed one after another. Finally, during his 18th try, the information caught his eyes. 1 minute later, your divine soul begins to connect with heaven and earth. At this moment, a powerful force descends from between heaven and earth, attempting to obliterate your divine soul. At the critical moment, your chi luck came into play, the force from heaven and earth dissipated and did not land on your divine soul. Chi luck. Sunan was pleasantly surprised, never expecting his chi luck to come into play at a critical moment. 2 minutes later, your divine soul finally and completely connects with heaven and earth, and you begin to leave your mark between them. 3 minutes later, you finally leave your mark between heaven and earth, and then you start praying to them. As you pray, you find that a quarter of the incense fire aspiration force in your divine soul is consumed in an instant, and at the same time, a mysterious force descends, doubling your speed. A single use consumes a quarter of my incense fire aspiration force. Sunan was shocked. After this period of accumulation, the amount of incense fire aspiration force he possessed was extremely vast. In his divine soul, the lake of incense fire aspiration force had a diameter of 15 meters. Consuming a quarter meant that a full 3 meters in diameter of incense fire aspiration force was used up. However, when he thought about the duration of the prayer, he became relieved. His prayer wished for a boost in speed lasting for 2 hours. If my speed is doubled for 2 hours by using a quarter of my incense fire aspiration force, then if I shorten the duration of the prayer to half an hour or even 10 minutes, I can probably triple or even quadruple my speed with the same amount of incense fire aspiration force. Sunan thought about this, his breath becoming slightly rapid. What level of speed increase was 3 or 4 times? He feared that even against a king-level demonic beast that excelled in speed, he could compete or even surpass them in speed. This divine art came just in time. Sunan became increasingly excited as he thought about it. Right now, he was only increasing his speed. What if he improved his strength or his divine soul? With this incense prayer technique, and the incense fire aspiration force he now possessed, he would probably be able to kill even mid-stage king-level opponents. With this incense prayer technique, his chances of winning against the demons in reality increased dramatically. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could integrate his divine soul with heaven and earth in reality and leave his mark between them. To achieve this, he could only rely on his avatar to try. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to integrate his divine soul with heaven and earth. 3 minutes later, his integration with heaven and earth completed. At this moment, he could clearly feel that he had left a mark between heaven and earth, and there was a slight connection between him and this world. This feeling was subtle, indescribable, and difficult to understand. The next step was simple, he just needed to recite the prayer in his heart. With the incense fire of sentient beings as a sacrifice, I pray for heaven and earth to grant me the power to double my speed for the next 2 hours. Once the prayer was finished, his incense fire aspiration force in his divine soul was instantly drained by a quarter, and at the same time, a strange force descended upon him, instantly doubling his speed. I did it! Sunan was overjoyed as he quickly headed towards Resentful Dragon Mountain. 1 hour after he set off for Resentful Dragon Mountain. In reality, the situation in various countries was dire. By now, more than 6 hours had passed since the demons had attacked. Coastal cities in Hua country had already fallen, and numerous demons were invading. The damage done to Hua country was immeasurable. Some people were lucky enough to be evacuated right away, while many more were hiding and fleeing everywhere, for fear of being discovered by the demons. Fortunately, under the command of the Demon King, the demons only wanted to capture Hua Nation as quickly as possible, and they had no time to attack ordinary people. However, this situation would not last long. If Hua Nation ultimately failed to deal with the demons, their fate would still be bleak. At the junction of East and South China, this was the second line of defense urgently established by the Hua nation's official forces. Thousands of fighter planes roared, relying on aerial superiority to bombard the ground demons. Countless armored artillery formed a great wall of steel, trying to block the demons. Can it be stopped? Many players were paying attention to this battle, silently praying that Hua nation's army could resist this disaster. Perhaps their prayers worked, or it could be due to the strong military power of Hua nation. Under the Great Wall of Steel, the steps of the demons were indeed blocked. A large number of demons were torn apart by powerful fire power. We stopped them. We really stopped them. Countless people on the forum were excited and felt some relief. However, their joy didn't last long before an abrupt change occurred. Suddenly, a huge palm materialized out of nowhere. As it landed, armored vehicles were flattened like they were made of paper. At the same time, a drizzle of rain suddenly fell within a radius of tens of miles. The rain started off like ordinary rain but gradually turned into something akin to sharp machine edges, easily piercing through the armor. The defenses of Hua nation were instantly destroyed. It's not good, it's the Demon King. The Demon King has made his move. This is the power of the Demon King. It's too strong. People were horrified and couldn't help but feel despair. It was too strong. In front of the Demon King, human weapons were like toys in the hands of children, unable to resist. The Demon King repeatedly attacked, and soon the Great Wall of Steel was completely shattered. Compared to Hua nation, the situation in Russia was even worse. Even with Russia's vast territory, it couldn't stop the demons' rapid advance. 4 Demon Kings. 4 Demon Kings are attacking us this time. They really value us highly. The high-level officials of Russia looked grim. In order to resist the demons, they had already abandoned most of their territory. But now they had to continue giving up more land and concentrate their forces even more. The United States was also in a similar situation. Demons had occupied dozens of states near the east and west coasts. The situation in Poluo country was even more critical. Official forces organized to face the demons were easily torn apart, without making much of a difference. Countless people could only hide in their homes and pray constantly, hoping that the gods they believed in would intervene at this time. The most miserable was Japan. By now, Japan had basically been entirely occupied, with only Kyoto struggling. Once the Demon King completely occupies our territory, it will be difficult for us to enter the game in the future. There's no way, we have to carry out that plan. All we need now is time. As long as we have enough time, we will be able to regain everything we lost. Soon, more than a dozen large transport planes that had been prepared in advance took off quickly. On those transport planes, in addition to the pilots, the rest were pure-colored players and a lot of supplies. If Japanese players were here, they would certainly recognize that these people were all top players ranking in the top 1,000. They would be transferred to a relatively hidden and safe place. Next, they would live and game there until one day they gained the strength to kill the Demon King. That day would be the day they returned. It's over. The official forces can't resist the Demon King. Now, only deity Wangnan could possibly save us. In Hua Nation, countless people wailed. If it was just king-level demons or lower, the official forces would be able to resist. But with the addition of the Demon King, the outcome was entirely different. Without the obstruction of official forces, the demon army advanced even more rapidly. In just 2 hours, they had already entered the central China region. Song Mountain. Zixu stood at the summit, looking into the distance. From hundreds of miles away, she could faintly see swarms of demons. And what made her look even more solemn was the 3 figures in the sky. They were the 3 Demon Kings. Chapter 308, Zixu gets injured. Why hasn't that swine shown up yet? Zixu stared at the 3 Demon Kings, her beautiful face taut with concern. As a Demon King of the Demon Clan, she didn't bear a grudge against humans, but neither would she willingly aid them. If not for Sunan, she would rather avoid interacting with other Demon Kings, let alone willingly lending a hand. But now, the demon army was drawing nearer. If Sunan didn't show up, she'd have to step in. After all, her task was to guard this place, and if anything happened here, Sunan would never let her off the hook. Is this that so-called Song Mountain? The 3 Demon Kings floated in the void, casting their gaze at the towering peaks ahead, surprise evident in their eyes. Suddenly, the short demon king seemed to discover something. The celestial fortune here seems to be richer than other places. Richer than other places. The other two paused, scrutinizing the surroundings for themselves. They too sensed the anomaly. Strange, there seems to be an immense force there, drawing in chi luck from hundreds of miles around. What kind of force is this? The three demon kings were visibly perplexed. In the demon world, humans were few and far between. Furthermore, at places like temples and shrines where humans worshipped, the number of worshippers was generally low, so they had never encountered a situation like this. All of a sudden, the tall demon king seemed to realize something. Could it be incense? Incense? What incense? The other two demon kings had never heard of incense and were puzzled, looking at the tall demon king for an explanation. The tall demon king pondered, I've only read something similar in an ancient book before. Allegedly, 3,000 years ago. The tall demon king briefly explained how the Duxuan dynasty had gathered incense and practiced the fragrant fire spiritual path 3,000 years prior. Upon hearing this, the other two demon kings had an epiphany, finally understanding what was going on. Could someone be practicing the fragrant fire spiritual path here? The tall young man shook his head, I don't think so. Everything related to fragrant fire spiritual path was eradicated by the demon monarch himself. No one would know how to practice it. Besides, places like this exist elsewhere in this world too. We've come across several, but the incense fire in those areas wasn't as flourishing, causing minimal impact on celestial fortune enough for us to overlook. The other two demon kings exchanged a glance. The skinny demon king had a sudden realization, his eyes gleaming, interesting. If we can control this country and then harness this incense fire aspiration force, wouldn't we be able to accelerate our bloodline regression? The demon army approached Song Mountain. At this moment, the Song Mountain players, who had largely remained calm, started to panic. Especially when they saw the three demon kings floating in the void, they turned pale. Demon kings! Those three demon kings have actually come to Song Mountain. Everyone was shocked. However, after the brief panic, they calmed down. As everyone turned to look up at the towering Song Mountain, they let out a sigh of relief. They remembered the Buddha who had appeared last time, which put quite a few minds at ease. Looking at the three demon kings, they couldn't help but scoff. They ridiculous enough to come here, isn't this just asking for death? Do they think that by teaming up, they can contend with our Buddha on Song Mountain? They're seriously underestimating our Lord Buddha. Fantastic, if those three fellows get killed by the Buddha on the mountain, we can easily ward off this disaster using the official strength. Thinking about the fate of the Demon King last time, everyone was filled with anticipation, eagerly waiting for the Buddha to reveal himself and kill the three Demon Kings. Great capital city. In that secret command center, several top members of Hua country had been keeping an eye on the movement of the demons. They too caught sight of the three Demon Kings heading towards Song Mountain. What do you think? With his power, can he handle the three Demon Kings? It's difficult. Even though he's at the mid-stage Xian level now, his encounter with a single Demon King last time seemed effortless, but it must have contained challenges that we can't foresee. If a single Demon King showed up again this time, there'd probably be a hope to handle him, but three. Everyone weighed in. If anyone else had been present, they would have certainly been taken aback. Because in their words, there were no gods or Buddhas on Song Mountain. By now, they were fairly certain that the one who had stepped in at Song Mountain before was Lang 13. If we want to handle three Demon Kings at once, we might have to find Wang Nan and Zhang Yang, and have all three of them join forces. Those two have concealed themselves too well. Up to now, we haven't been able to track them down. Well, there's nothing we can do. We'll just have to take one step at a time. People felt helpless. In the game, finding Wang Nan and Zhang Yang depended on their luck. In reality, they couldn't even begin to find them. They originally knew that Wang Nan had been at Donglan City, but ever since the incident at Donglan City, Wang Nan had disappeared without a trace. Song Mountain. The three Demon Kings looked down from above at the peaks. Their gaze constantly swept across, as if looking for something. After a moment, they didn't seem to find anything and were somewhat dejected. Still a no-show. Are you afraid to come out? The short Demon King scorned, since that's the case, let's go ahead. With that, he brought down his fist. As the power of heaven and earth concentrated, it transformed into a massive fist, slamming viciously towards the closest mountain peak. Boom! As his fist landed, the earth quaked, and countless rocks fell like rain. This scene shocked the countless players below the mountain, all praying for Buddha to manifest and kill the 3 demon kings. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. The destruction of a small hill did not cause any anomalies, let alone the manifestation of Buddha. Having shattered a small hill with a single punch, the short demon king did not stop. He struck again, causing another mountain peak to explode. Upon seeing this, the tall demon king next to him also took action. With a wave of his hand, several huge water dragons appeared, emitting lofty dragon roars as they spiraled towards several mountain peaks. In the instant when the water dragons collided with the mountain peaks, terrifying power erupted, causing the mountains to explode. With both demon kings attacking indiscriminately, it was fortunate that the skinny demon king just stood there quietly with his arms crossed, not showing any intention to join in. However, even so, nothing unusual occurred on Mount Song. "You're still not coming out? I want to see how long you can hide," the short demon king sneered. The skinny demon king said, "That guy might be scared and has already run away." The tall demon king nodded and said, "That is not impossible. If that is the case, then we have misjudged." Compared to them, the players below were even more anxious. What's going on? Where's Buddha? Why hasn't he taken action yet? The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. They had pinned their hopes on Buddha's manifestation, hoping he would kill the 3 demon kings immediately. Now that they hadn't seen Buddha take action, many people were anxious. The 3 demon kings showed no signs of stopping and continued to take action. At that moment, the tall demon king set his sights on a mountain peak among the many peaks. It wasn't particularly high, nor particularly short, and prepared to strike. That was no ordinary mountain peak, but the one where the Great Hero Treasure Hall was located. The water dragons appeared again, and it seemed that they were about to strike the mountain peak. Just then, a gigantic fireball rapidly condensed and fiercely slammed into the water dragon. Both water and fire collided, creating a horrifying impact. Luckily, the force of the explosion was in mid-air, and it did not affect the players below. Hi! Finally willing to take action. The 3 demon kings were not surprised but rather, delighted, as they instantly looked towards the direction where the fireball had condensed. Zixu's figure emerged from the summit. She took a step forward and stood in the air just like the 3 demon kings. Her beautiful face was gloomy as she stared at the 3 demon kings. Coldness flickered in her eyes. She originally did not want to take action, but in the end, she had no choice but to do so. Upon seeing Zixu, the 3 demon kings were all taken aback. In their imagination, the one hiding here and staging this mysterious show should have been Lang 13. The sudden appearance of a woman caught them off guard. Suddenly, the tall demon king discovered something and looked at Zixu in shock. "You are not human. You are a demon king from our demon clan." The other 2 demon kings also noticed this and looked puzzled. That's the demon king from last time. What's going on? Wasn't she killed?" Down below, the players watching Zixu's appearance were also stunned. The 3 demon kings did not recognize Zixu, but they did. Everyone recognized at a glance that Zixu was the demon king who had attacked Mount Song last time. No way! Could it be that we were mistaken last time and that it was not Buddha who killed the demon king, but she was the one who won? Impossible! Buddha can't lose. Everyone stared at Zixu in the sky, discussing fervently. Great Capital Command Center. Via satellite, everyone saw Zixu's appearance and was mystified. The 3 demon kings finally thought of something and looked at Zixu doubtfully. "You were the demon king from last time? What are you doing here? If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. The one here is not someone you can deal with," Zixu said solemnly. Of course, she said this only to bluff the 3 demon kings and make them leave, buying time for Sunan's arrival. In the eyes of Eagle High and several black-armored demons, Sunan might be a king level, but in her eyes, Sunan was merely Xian level. Last time, Sunan was able to severely injure her with the 3 divine soul attacks, which seemed to display great strength. However, Zixu understood that Sunan must have used some secret technique, coupled with her carelessness at that time. If she had to face 3 demon kings at the same time, she didn't think Sunan would be a match for them. Her words clearly had an effect, as the three demon kings became doubtful. If other people or demons had said this, they would naturally scoff at it. But coming from the mouth of a demon king, they had to take it seriously. The three demon kings exchanged glances, quickly exchanging opinions in silence. Your Excellency, as a demon king of our demon clan, you should be suppressing the humans with us. Why are you helping a human now? The tall demon king questioned. Zixu said solemnly, you don't need to know about my affairs. I, as a member of the demon clan, kindly remind you that if you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave at all. Hearing this, the three demon kings exchanged glances again, with doubt in their eyes. It was obvious that they didn't believe that the person Zixu referred to was as powerful as she claimed. The three quickly exchanged glances, and Short Demon King seemed to have thought of something. He sneered, you are bluffing us. If that guy was really as powerful as you said, he would have made a move by now. Zixu's heart sank, not expecting the three to see through her intention. Zixu remained silent, unsure of what to say for a moment. Seeing this, the three demon kings sneered and said, you, as a demon king of our demon clan, actually sided with humans. You've brought shame to our demon clan. In consideration of your being a part of our demon clan, as long as you are willing to work with us to deal with that person here, we might even share some celestial fortune with you. Zixu wanted to agree, but unfortunately, she had been planted with the bloodline servant imprint, so it was impossible for her to agree. She had to insist, if you don't leave now, you really won't be able to leave. Humph. Since you are so obstinate, don't blame us for not considering our race. The tall demon king snorted coldly and didn't waste any words. A huge water dragon condensed and directly attacked. Zixu's face turned ugly, but she was not afraid and fought back against the tall demon king's attack. What's going on? They're fighting. I get it now, the reason why that demon king didn't die must be that she was tamed by Buddha. That's right, Tathagata Buddha once tamed a Dapen, and now our Mount Song's Buddha tamed a demon king, which is no big deal. Everyone reacted quickly, and they soon accepted the fact that Zixu had been tamed. For a moment, everyone was excited and cheered for Zixu, hoping that Zixu would be able to defeat the three demon kings. However, they were disappointed. When the two demon kings fought, both were at the early king rank, and both were law-controlling series monsters, their strengths were evenly matched. For a while, neither could gain the upper hand. After a moment of fighting, neither could do anything to the other. However, the other two demon kings couldn't stand to watch any longer. The skinny demon king, who hadn't made a move yet, flashed a cold glint in his eyes. Without any visible action, a great sword made of divine soul power was already slashing towards him. Zixu's face changed greatly. Fortunately, her response was swift and she used flame to block the slashing of the great sword. But just as she blocked the attack, the tall demon king found an opportunity and shot a water arrow, hitting Zixu in the body, leaving a bloody hole in her. Not good, that demon king is injured. Seeing Zixu injured, the players below couldn't help but feel worried. Although Zixu was a demon, she was currently fighting for them, and they didn't want to see her injured either. Damn it, why hasn't that guy come out yet? Doesn't he want this place anymore? Zixu complained in her heart. She didn't know that at this time, Sunan was still in the game. However, after such a long time, Sunan finally arrived near Resentful Dragon Mountain. With the help of the incense prayer technique, the original 6-hour journey was shortened to 4 hours. After 4 hours, his body, which had been severely burnt by the sun's fire, had recovered, and his depleted strength had also been mostly restored. After successfully retrieving his avatar, he glanced at the information in the regional chat and made a snap decision to exit without further thought. Quit game. Chapter 309. Above Mount Song, 4 demon kings floated in the air, attracting the gazes of countless people. Zixu's face looked terrible, her body severely injured, instantly losing any intention to continue fighting. Damn it, it's not my fault that you don't want this place, I've tried my best. Cursing inwardly, she reacted quickly, turning her head towards the Great Hero Treasure Hall at the foot of the mountain. She had already made up her mind, if Sunan still didn't take action, she could only run away. The 3 demon kings didn't hurry to attack, their eyes watching Zixu return to the hall as if waiting for Sunan's appearance. Returning to the hall, Zixu's face looking terrible, suddenly, she caught something from the corner of her eye, blurting out, "You bastard, you finally show up." At some unknown point in time, Sunan had already arrived in the hall, his gaze now focusing on the spirit of Divine Dao within the Divine Dao ritual artifact. In his view, his own vow spirit was now the size of a 6-year-old child, while the joyful deity's vow spirit had reached the size of an 8-year-old child. With the growth of the vow spirit, the most direct feeling for him was that the speed of refining the incense fire aspiration force had become even faster. At the same time, he also discovered that after achieving a minor accomplishment with the Divine Dao vow spirit, he could finally control it. With a single thought, the vow spirit within the Divine Dao ritual artifact opened its eyes. At this moment, in his eyes, the vow spirit seemed like an externalized avatar, easily driven by his will. He had a feeling that if he wanted to, he could completely use the Divine Dao vow power to fight. Moreover, this vow spirit was condensed from the Divine Soul and could ignore physical attacks below the king level, just like god-demon offerings. Not bad, I now have a new way. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Of course, he wouldn't really take the vow spirit out to fight, having an avatar was enough, and the vow spirit was still better for refining incense fire aspiration force. Withdrawing his gaze, he then looked at Zixu and said solemnly, "Bastard? Are you talking about me? It seems you have forgotten who you are." Upon hearing that, Zixu's heart tightened and realized she had inadvertently blurted out what was on her mind. Fortunately, Sunan didn't really intend to punish her, saying, "This time, I'll spare you in honor of your intervening, but if you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Glancing at Zixu, Sunan turned and left the hall. As Sunan stepped out of the hall, Zixu snorted softly again, "Bastard." Stepping outside of the hall, Sunan looked up at the 3 demon kings hovering in the air, eyes flickering. This place was covered by the illusion realm constructed by the Divine Dao ritual artifact. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was happening inside, but Sunan could see the 3 demon kings outside. 3 demon kings, killing them won't be difficult, but the problem is how to collect incense fire while killing them. To collect incense fire, showing divinity was undoubtedly the best method, like last time when he took action in the form of Buddha. However, if he took action using Lang 13 or Zhang Yang's image, although he would be able to more easily defeat the 3 demon kings, it would not be beneficial for him to collect incense fire. Luckily, I have the golden body shining. A thought passed through his mind, and he came up with an idea. Using the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations, he instantly transformed into the image of the Buddha in the Great Hero Treasure Hall. Golden body shining is the ability of the first layer of the Great Sun body, somewhat similar to the legendary Dharma image. While displaying the golden body shining, he can also use other racial talents. At the foot of Mount Song, seeing Zixu beaten and retreating, everyone was greatly disappointed. Where's Buddha? Why hasn't Buddha manifested yet? Many people kneeled and prayed in the direction of Mount Song, hoping for the Buddha to manifest and kill the 3 demon kings. The 3 demon kings stared at the Great Hero Treasure Hall below, saying, "It seems that guy is hiding in there." The short demon king said, "Since he doesn't want to come out, let me help him." As he spoke, he hurled a punch at the hall, intending to shatter it. The power of heaven and earth converged, forming a giant fist that fell from the sky. However, just as the fist was about to land, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the Great Hero Treasure Hall at the foot of the mountain. The golden light was brilliant, and before the 3 demon kings could even react, a massive golden body had ascended into the sky. Buddha manifests. Buddha has finally manifested. That's great. The Buddha has finally manifested. Ha ha ha, those 3 demon kings are now doomed. Seeing the giant golden body, the people were overjoyed and immediately knelt down, praying devoutly. Even those who were hundreds or thousands of miles away from Mount Song and saw the golden body's appearance through the forum, also couldn't help but kneel towards Mount Song. What kind of technique is this? Seeing the giant golden body, the 3 demon kings were momentarily dumbfounded, their expressions suddenly serious. As the brilliant golden body faced the attack of the short demon king, it gently swatted his strike, instantly dissipating the fist condensed from the power of heaven and earth. Seeing this, the 3 demon kings were stunned for a moment, but as they recovered, not only were they not frightened, they even relaxed. The short demon king even sneered, "You scared me, I thought there was really a god or Buddha in this world, so it turns out that's all it is." In the eyes of an ordinary person, his strike was casually shattered by the golden body, but he could feel that the power released by the golden body was not strong, at most only having the strength of the early king rank. Compared to the massive golden body, it seemed more like a false front. The golden body quickly shattered the short demon king's attack, then continued its movement, directly slapping towards the short demon king. "Humph, your strength is not impressive, but you're good at pretending and playing tricks." Mockery flashed in the eyes of the short demon king, who did not avoid nor dodge. Instead, he stared at the falling palm that would envelop him, swung his fist, and tried to break it with his punch. However, as soon as he made a move, his expression changed dramatically. At the moment when the golden palm struck, he did not know why, but for some reason, the aura of the golden body, which initially had at least the early king rank strength, surged in his perception. One force breaking the sky. No one knew that at this moment, Sunan, borrowing the power of the golden body, directly used Wang Nan's racial talent, one force breaking the sky, and launched an all-out attack. Danger! The short demon king sensed an unprecedented crisis. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bam! With the power of the racial talent and the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, this blow was incredibly strong. Before everyone's eyes, the short demon king was like a fly, struck by a huge golden hand from the sky and fell into the mountain forest below, his life or death uncertain. This! The tall demon king and the skinny demon king, upon seeing this scene, froze in their place, unable to believe their eyes for a while. It didn't end there. Before they could react, Sunan controlled the golden body and attacked the tall demon king once more. When the Great Sun Golden Body had just been condensed, the power of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture only allowed him to strike with the power of Golden Body shining once. Now, as the first layer of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture approached perfection, he could use the power of the Great Sun Golden Body to strike multiple times. Seeing the huge golden hand approach, the tall demon king only then reacted and immediately mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Sunan controlled the golden palm to strike down, while his racial talent was used once more. This time, he used Zhang Yang's racial talent, Kingdom of Fire. As the racial talent was displayed, the power of fire within a 1,500-meter radius converged, causing the colors of the wind and clouds to change. Feeling the change in the power of heaven and earth, the tall demon king paled in terror. At the king rank, the biggest gap between levels lies in the mobilization of the power of heaven and earth. The higher the realm, the larger the area of heaven and earth's power one can mobilize. In this world, the power of heaven and earth he could mobilize was far less than in the demon world. But at this moment, the range of Sunan's control over the power of heaven and earth far exceeded his own. Just in terms of mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, he had already lost. What terrified him most was that there were golden flames flickering on the giant golden palm. That was the Li Fire essence. In the past, Sunan used his own mana to drive the Li Fire essence, but this time, he chose to use the power of heaven and earth. The Li Fire essence flickered, and in an instant, it seemed as if the entire golden body was enveloped in golden flames. This was Sunan's first time using the Kingdom of Fire. At this moment, he discovered that he seemed to have become the ruler of fire, with his control over the flames reaching an unprecedented height. Is this the effect of the fire affinity? A gleam flashed in Sunan's eyes. The Kingdom of Fire had two effects, the ability to control the power of heaven and earth within a 1,500-meter range, and fire affinity, which could boost his fire power by 50%. Under the enhancement of fire affinity, Sunan found his control over the Li Fire essence had reached a higher level. The gigantic palm, covered in flames, slapped down, shattering the water dragon that the tall demon king had condensed, while the golden flames instantly enveloped the tall demon king. AHH! A heart-wrenching scream emerged from the tall demon king's mouth. He suddenly turned into a giant fireball and quickly plummeted. But before he could fall into the mountain forest below, he had turned to ashes and scattered. How can this be? Within the span of a breath, one demon king had turned into ash, and another's life or death was unknown. This scene left the remaining skinny demon king dumbfounded. He never imagined that the golden body, which seemed to only have early king rank strength, would be so powerful. When he finally reacted, he turned around without hesitation and ran away. Using the power of heaven and earth, he transformed into a rainbow light, fleeing at high speed. However, Sunan would not let him leave so easily. His racial talent was activated once more. This time, it was Lang 13's talent, Purple Star Shining. The power of primordial chi and essence energy surged, and then was attached to the power of Divine Soul in a flash. In an instant, his Divine Soul had reached a level comparable to the early king rank. There was no need for Sunan to use the power of incense fire this time, as it was already unnecessary. Everyone only saw that 3 long spears emerged from the giant golden Buddha's brow one after another. Unlike before, at this time, all 3 spears carried a layer of purple radiance. That was the power of the purple-eyed demon. The long spears shot out, transforming into 3 purple rays of light, and with extreme speed, they aimed at the fleeing Demon King. Feeling the danger behind him, the Demon King's courage was shattered. If it had been before, he would have counterattacked without thinking when facing such an attack. But after witnessing the demise of the other 2 Demon Kings, he dared not stay any longer. Unfortunately, his speed was still slightly slower than the long spears formed by the power of the Divine Soul. The first long spear struck him. Luckily, he reacted swiftly, avoiding vital parts and leaving only a bloody hole in his left shoulder. Moreover, as a demon who also possessed a Divine Soul, his resistance to the power of the Divine Soul far exceeded that of others. Although Sunan's blow left a bloody hole in his body, his Divine Soul was not greatly injured. "I survived." Not being severely injured in one blow, the skinny Demon King felt a sense of a life saved from calamity. In his view, as long as Sunan couldn't severely injure him in one blow, he still had a chance to escape. However, this idea suddenly came to an end when he felt his power was extremely raw within him. Whether it was his bloodline or his Divine Soul, his escape speed had momentarily decreased. "What's going on?" The skinny Demon King was shocked, and upon detecting his body, he discovered an odd power added to his body, which suppressed his bloodline. "What kind of power is this?" His heart was horrified, but unfortunately, the following 2 spears didn't give him the chance to think. At the moment when his speed dropped, the other 2 spears arrived behind him, easily penetrating his body. Unlike before, the Divine Soul's power was suppressed, and he couldn't resist the attack of the long spears again. Blood splashed into the sky, and the skinny Demon King's body also fell from the air. After dealing with the 3 Demon Kings, Sunan's great sun golden body scripture also nearly exhausted its power. As the golden body withdrew, Sunan looked at the dumbfounded Zixu and said, "Go see if those 2 guys are dead or not. If they're not, bring them back." Oh. Zixu responded blankly, unconsciously heading towards where the 2 Demon Kings' bodies had fallen. For a while, she reacted like she had seen a ghost, extremely astonished, and her face turned even uglier. How did that bastard become so strong? How did he do it? If anyone didn't want to see Sunan become stronger, it was undoubtedly her. If Sunan became stronger, then the day she could break free from the bloodline servant imprint would be even further away. Is it over? It's over just like that. Under Song Mountain, it took everyone a while to recover their senses, looking at each other in disbelief, feeling as if it were all a dream. 3 Demon Kings, those were 3 Demon Kings, and they were dealt with in just 2 or 3 breaths. In the command center of the great capital city, everyone looked at the real-time images on the big screen, feeling uncertain. Is that really Lang 13 we see there? At this moment, they even had some doubts. In their eyes, Lang 13 was only at the mid-stage Xian level. Even if he had some temporary strength-enhancing secret techniques, killing a Demon King would be his limit. They never expected that 3 Demon Kings would be eliminated in an instant and without any resistance. After regaining their senses, numerous players from Hua country were so excited. They cheered and bowed down in worship. They understood that this time, Hua country had basically escaped the calamity. A large number of incense wishes converged like a tide, submerging the great hero treasure hall. In the hall, feeling the surging incense wishes, Sunan nodded with satisfaction. A thought arose in his heart. He tried to sense the connection between heaven and earth that was built through the incense prayer technique. Unfortunately, letting him down, the connection that had already been established in the land of the lost was undetectable here. Sure enough, I have to rebuild the connection with heaven and earth in reality if I want to use the incense prayer technique. He wasn't too surprised, he had anticipated this outcome. However, without the foresight ability in reality, building a connection to heaven and earth would be very difficult. Fortunately, he still had an avatar. Chapter 310 Heavenly Auspicious Omen. Dividing a portion of his divine soul to descend upon his avatar, Sunan attempted to perform the incense prayer technique while controlling it. Having had prior experience, he was comfortable with executing the technique. However, just as his divine soul began to merge with heaven and earth, a powerful force suddenly descended, giving him no chance of resistance. Sunan turned pale, and the divine soul within his avatar was suddenly obliterated. He had failed. Without any surprises, his first attempt ended in failure. The loss of a portion of his divine soul once again weakened him. Indeed, in reality, it's even more challenging for the divine soul to integrate with heaven and earth. He sighed with a hint of helplessness. In the game, despite his foreknowledge, he only succeeded once with the help of chi luck after over a dozen attempts. In reality, his chi luck was far less than in the game. He feared it would be near impossible to succeed without dozens of attempts. Continuing to attempt isn't a viable solution, I must find a way to increase the probability of success. The divine soul is not easy to recover once it's damaged. If this were in the game, where player statuses could be refreshed, he wouldn't be afraid and could repeatedly use portions of his divine soul to keep trying. But now, that's not an option. Chi luck. It can increase the likelihood of success. I must find a way to boost my chi luck in reality. With this thought, a plan formed in his heart. Soon, Zixu came back carrying the short Demon King and the skinny Demon King. Both Demon Kings were in a state of unconsciousness due to their severe injuries. Despite their faint auras, they were still alive. Are you also planning on using the Bloodline Servant imprint to control them? Zixu looked at the two Demon Kings with a look of schadenfreude. Being controlled by the Bloodline Servant imprint herself, she found satisfaction in seeing other unlucky ones about to be controlled. However, Sunan shook his head and said, I don't need the Bloodline Servant imprint to deal with them. As he spoke, he turned his hand over, and an unseen and immaterial object appeared. Seeing Sunan's actions, Zixu looked puzzled. Looking at Sunan's empty palms, she didn't understand what he was planning to do. What she didn't realize was that in Sunan's hands was a seed only he could see. It was a divine soul seed brought together by the art of oblivion. Sunan intended to use the divine soul seed to control the two demon kings. The god soul seed formed by the art of oblivion was different from the bloodline servant imprint. The bloodline servant imprint required the cooperation of the subjects. They couldn't resist. On the contrary, the god soul seed from the art of oblivion was not as bothersome, it merely had to be placed into the subject's divine soul. Moreover, the god soul seed was formless and very discreet. Even a powerful divine soul might not notice. Once the god soul seed took root and sprouted within it, Sunan could alter the subject's memory and cognition, forcing them to obey him. However, compared to the bloodline servant imprint, the god soul seed couldn't control the subject immediately. It had to wait for the divine soul seed to take root and sprout. If the god soul seed was detected and destroyed by the subject during this process, it would become useless. Looking at the short demon king, Sunan propelled the divine soul seed into him, guided by his divine soul. The consciously injured short demon king appeared to be in pain but offered no resistance. As his divine soul was penetrated, the divine soul seed had already made its way into his divine soul. What did you do to him? Curiously, Zixu questioned. Even though she didn't see Sunan do anything, she had a feeling that something had been tampered with in the short demon king. Ignoring her, Sunan closed his eyes and began to form another divine soul seed. Last time, he only formed one divine soul seed. That certainly wasn't enough for both demon kings. After half an hour, Sunan stood up, in his hand were two divine soul seeds. He stowed one away for future use. Then he repeated the process and placed the other into the skinny demon king. Upon completion, he looked at Zixu, saying, "These two are now your responsibility. I'm watching them." Surprised, Zixu brightened up, and then looked at the two demons with a cold smirk. These three demon kings had previously severely injured her. Now that she had them in her control, of course, she planned to get her revenge twofold, no, tenfold. Sunan could read Zixu's thoughts, but he didn't comment. Instead, he said, "You're a law-controlling series monster, very sensitive to the forces of water and fire from heaven and earth. Now, I need you to find a place with a dense presence of water power." Hearing this, Zixu questioned, "A place dense with water power? Why do you need such a place?" Sunan glanced at her and did not reply. His intention was clear. Zixu huffed, pondering a bit. She then said, "Actually, I do know a place dense with water power. When I was initially summoned here, I had passed a big lake where the water power is pretty rich. Where? Take me there. Without any unnecessary words, Zixu led Sunan away. An hour later, Sunan arrived at the shore of a tremendous lake. This place was none other than Hua country's largest artificial freshwater lake, Danjiangkou Reservoir. The entire lake is rich with water power, but if you want the densest, it would be right here. Zixu led Sunan to an island. Sunan nodded. Even here, he could feel a strong presence of water power. This place will do. He turned his hand over and took out an oval egg from his storage ring. It was the dragon turtle egg. When it came to enhancing his chi luck, the dragon turtle was undoubtedly the best tool. As long as he could hatch the dragon turtle, he would be granted the blessings of heaven and earth's chi luck. What's this? Seeing the dragon turtle egg, Zixu was even more curious. Sunan ignored her and tried to put down the dragon turtle egg, letting it hatch. However, it disappointed him. The moment the dragon turtle egg was placed down, the nearby water power was affected, quickly flowing in, but compared to the spectacle caused by the hatching of another dragon turtle egg in the game back then, this was dozens of times weaker. Sunan frowned, fearing that with this rate, it would be impossible to hatch the dragon turtle egg in a few days. This isn't enough. We need to find the place where the water power is the strongest. As the island was not small, there must be a place like the Lake Heart Spring in the Whitewater Lake back then. Zixu could only continue to search. Fortunately, as a demon king, she quickly found the place Sunan wanted. It was a marshy area on the island, covered with reeds. Sunan placed the dragon turtle egg down again. The surrounding water power was affected and surged in like crazy. The speed, although not as fast as Lake Heart Spring in the game back then, was more than 10 times faster than before. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. When more than half of the lake's water power was consumed, the dragon turtle egg finally absorbed enough water power. However, the dragon turtle egg, which had stopped absorbing water power, didn't show any significant change. Sunan wasn't disappointed. Instead, he looked forward to it with anticipation. The hatching of a dragon turtle required the blood of a person with great luck. Now that it had absorbed enough water power, all it needed was the blood of such a person. He immediately cut his palm and dripped fresh blood onto the dragon turtle egg. As the blood dripped, it was instantly absorbed by the dragon turtle egg. Finally, with the continuous penetration of blood, the eggshell cracked with a crisp sound, and lines of cracks appeared on the dragon turtle egg. It worked. Seeing this, Sunan revealed a smile. He knew that the hatching was successful this time. Seeing this, Zixu curiously stared at the dragon turtle egg, wanting to see what kind of creature it could hatch after absorbing so much water power. As the eggshell cracked, finally, a sharp-headed and thin little head poked out of the shell. Its little eyes were spinning non-stop. When it saw Sunan, it seemed to feel a sense of closeness. It looked excited, and quickly climbed out of the shell, then swallowed the broken shell in a few bites. What kind of demon is this? Zixu looked at the appearance of the dragon turtle, her eyes full of curiosity. She had never seen a dragon turtle before, so she didn't recognize it. This is a dragon turtle. Sunan said lightly. Dragon turtle? Zixu was taken aback and quickly thought. However, at this moment, Sunan suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. Unbeknownst to him, there were crystalline petals falling from the sky above his head. Those petals seemed to emerge out of thin air, falling from the void, carrying an invigorating fragrance. Huh? What's this? Sunan was startled and instantly became alert. Not only that, but there were also crystalline petals falling from the sky above Zixu's head. It was just a few times less than those above him. Zixu was also stunned, but as a demon king, her experience far exceeded Sunan's. She glanced at the dragon turtle and then at the falling petals from the void. Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. Heavenly blessings. These are heavenly blessings. It is said that in ancient times, when an auspicious beast was born, heavenly blessings would accompany it. These blessings can make one's luck soar in a short time, allowing one to make rapid progress in cultivation during this period. It is a rare opportunity. As she spoke, Zixu's eyes were filled with excitement. Without hesitating, she immediately tried to attract the spirit power between heaven and earth to baptize her bloodline. Sunan also reacted with great joy. He immediately released his avatar again, divided a part of his divine soul into it, and once again tried to integrate his divine soul into heaven and earth. If it was truly as Zixu said, then this would be the best time to succeed in merging his divine soul with heaven and earth. As his divine soul fused with heaven and earth, a smile soon appeared at the corner of his mouth. As Zixu said, his luck was indeed soaring at this time. There were no powers of heaven and earth descending during this merging, and he successfully left his mark in heaven and earth. The incense prayer technique was considered a success in reality. Looking at Zixu again, the power on her body was constantly getting stronger under the effect of the heavenly blessings. This opportunity is hard to come by, and we can't waste it. Crystalline petals from the void continued to fall, and Sunan's mind stirred as he looked toward the eastern horizon. It had been 8 hours since the demons began attacking humans. At this time, the eastern sky was turning red, and the sun was beginning to rise. In his hand, a circular disc appeared. It was the array disc used for induction of the Great Sun Fire. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the array disc and immediately activated it to induce the Great Sun Fire. This was his second time cultivating in reality. In the game, he could accelerate using demon power, but that wasn't possible in reality. If it wasn't for this auspicious event, he wouldn't have cultivated in reality. I wonder how much progress this will give my Great Sun Golden Body scripture. Sunan began cultivating with high hopes. Time passed, and another hour went by in a blink of an eye. At this point, the falling petals in the void finally stopped, and he also finished his cultivation for today. Not caring about his injuries, he immediately felt the progress of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture and was pleasantly surprised. Under the effects of Xiangrui, the progress of the first floor of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture skyrocketed. 15%. This cultivation session increased my progress by at least 15%, maybe even more. Although actual numbers couldn't be seen like in the game, Sunan was sure that he only needed one more cultivation session for the first floor to reach perfection. Looking at Zixu once again, she had also stopped cultivating. Compared to an hour ago, her realm had advanced even further, reaching the mid-stage king level. Just a bit more. I'm so close. Zixu was both excited and unwilling to accept it. Obviously, at this moment, she was not too far from achieving bloodline regression under the baptism of the heavenly and earthly vitality. She looked at Sunan, her eyes filled with hope. Do you have any more unhatched auspicious beasts? Hurry up and bring them out. Sunan said solemnly, do you think auspicious beasts are cabbages in a field? Putting away the array disc and examining his injuries, he had another thought. I wonder how much incense fire I need to recover from these injuries. At present, not a single part of his body was intact after being burned by the Great Sun Fire. Even in the game, with the spirit medicine that could heal vitality, it would take several hours to recover from such injuries. I offer the incense fire of all living beings as a sacrifice, praying for heaven and earth to grant me the power to heal my injuries. As he silently recited the prayer in his mind, his divine soul's incense fire aspiration force decreased. At the same time, a powerful force descended from heaven and earth, and an astonishing event occurred. The scorched flesh on his body fell off rapidly, and new flesh quickly grew. In just a few breaths, he had returned to a normal human appearance. Meanwhile, in his divine soul, the incense fire's power was consumed within nearly 2 meters range. How did you do this? Zixu stared in amazement, shocked by Sunan's methods. Sunan ignored her, looked at the dragon turtle, and said, from now on, this little guy is in your care. If anything happens to him, your life is forfeit. After saying this, he turned and left. Quietly returning to his residence, it was already past 8 in the morning. In the game, night had fallen, and there were only a little more than 3 hours left until the second blood sacrifice ritual started. Sunan didn't immediately log into the game, but picked up his phone and started browsing the forum. Unsurprisingly, the forum was filled with posts about him slaying 3 demon kings. Skipping these posts, Sunan looked at the situation in other countries. Japan has completely fallen, completely occupied by 2 demon kings. However, it's said that the top players of Japan have been evacuated, but who knows where they went. South Korea has also fallen, unable to resist just 1 demon king. Poluo country is on the verge of being completely controlled by demons, as the demon army has already reached New Light. The Poluo country's official forces are still struggling. Russia's situation is equally dire, with the most demon kings targeting it and the United States. 4 demon kings are attacking both of these countries, even more than Hua country. In the United States, a king-level powerhouse was summoned during the last opening of the spatial channel. However, it's said that the powerhouse is now seriously injured and is no match for the numerous demon kings. An overwhelming amount of negative news flooded the forum, and the situation was critical. Clearly, without the power to defeat the demon kings, no country could withstand this demon invasion. Who knows how many players will be able to log on to the game after today's events. Chapter 311, The Demon Clan's Treasure. There are 12 states in the game, corresponding to 12 powerful countries in reality. As the spatial channels opened, nearly every region where a country was located had a demon king descend. Last time, due to various reasons, many countries escaped catastrophe and were not controlled by demonic beasts. But this time, the demonic beasts made sufficient preparations, intending to conquer the human-controlled lands in one fell swoop. Once a country is completely controlled by demonic beasts, it can be imagined that these demonic beasts will inevitably massively hunt down players. After all, the growth rate of players is too fast. If left unchecked, they could soon regain everything they lost. If the number of players in the 12 states drastically decreases, I wonder what effect it will have on the 12 zodiac. Sunan thought to himself. The 12 zodiac is a shortcut for him to increase his strength. He still wants to accumulate enough points in exchange for spirit objects and divine weapons. If there are significant changes to the 12 zodiac and the points decrease due to the reduction of players, then it would be a huge loss. As he continued browsing the posts, another one caught his attention suddenly. The 4th Xian level appears. The number 1 foreign great god, Lu Di, has broken through to the Xian level. Finally made a breakthrough, hi. Sunan nodded. Lu Di had already merged the 4th spirit level bloodline at the beginning of the 3rd public beta test. It was about time for the breakthrough to happen. But what's the use of a breakthrough? Could he be like the deity Wang Nan, hunting king-level demonic beasts at the Xian level realm? Exactly, he, Lu Di, can only become the top-ranked in foreign countries. Compared to Erlang 13, Zhang Yang, and Wang Nan, he's far behind. Since Lu Di has broken through, it shouldn't be long before Kaisel and Kawamoto do so as well, considering their integration of the 4th spirit level bloodline is at most a day apart. Without a doubt, Lu Di's breakthrough is a sign that there will be a massive emergence of Xian level royals in the near future, possibly even an explosive increase. After all, the top-ranked players in various states have already entered the spirit level peak, stuck on the road to advancing to the Xian level. Breaking through from the spirit level to the Xian level is not so easy. I wonder how many people will fail to control themselves. Sunan shook his head slightly. Now let's look at the situation in Hua country. Although the 3 demon kings have been killed, the catastrophe brought by the demonic beasts still hasn't ended. However, without the intervention of the demon kings, the Hua country government quickly organized a massive steel tide once again to encircle and suppress the remaining demonic beasts. While Sunan initially planned to use his avatar to deal with the demonic beasts, he gave up on the idea seeing the current situation. Checking the time, he logged back into the game. Night fell over the land, and Sunan appeared several kilometers away from Resentful Dragon Mountain. Without time to think, he immediately released his avatar and descended his divine soul onto it, controlling it to return to the Duxuan Palace and prepare for the blood sacrifice ritual in 3 hours. Today is his 8th day in the Land of the Lost. As time passed, the problem of demonic chi had still not been resolved, and instead, he became targeted by the demonic thought. Fortunately, the Path of the Lord task had already made significant progress. If he could complete the task and control the paper puppet demons of Duxuan Kingdom, his journey wouldn't be in vain. According to my previous foresight, at this point in time, the demonic thought should have found me. I just don't know if it can still find me now since I didn't go to Mount Yuri to find the Yao Court this time. Looking into his foresight, he immediately began to use it. Death's foresight was activated, consuming this round's 10 foreknowledge opportunities. You know that you have been targeted by a demonic beast that escaped from the Black Demon Lake, and it's very likely it will find you soon. You intend to use the Resentful Dragon Mountain's Resentful Demon to deal with the demonic beast. Just like you thought, the demonic beast from the Black Demon Lake appeared after half an incense stick's burning time. You reacted quickly and immediately used 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations to transform into the appearance of a dragon turtle while also launching across the heavens shift, heading to Resentful Dragon Mountain. Arriving at Resentful Dragon Mountain, the demonic thought followed you closely. Upon seeing that you were being hunted by the demonic beast, the resentful demon became furious and attacked it. Under the resentful demon's attack, the demonic thought was seriously injured and had to retreat. Success. It seems that the demonic beast doesn't know about the existence of the Resentful Dragon Mountain's resentful demon. A look of joy appeared in Sunan's eyes. The fact that the demonic beast actually entered Resentful Dragon Mountain indicates that it didn't know about the existence of Resentful Dragon Mountain while being trapped in Black Demon Lake. The dragon demon hadn't entered the Land of Lost, so the demonic beast wasn't aware that the forbidden land of Resentful Dragon Mountain had formed. Although the demonic beast was seriously injured, it didn't give up on pursuing you. An hour later, when you left Resentful Dragon Mountain and were on your way to Mount Yuri, passing a small town called Purple Mountain, the demonic beast appeared again. You fought the demonic beast with the Skywolf clan princess. The demonic beast was powerful, and even though it had been severely injured by the resentful demon, its strength still far exceeded yours. At a critical moment, you performed the incense prayer technique and restored the health of the Skywolf clan princess. With your help, the great princess eventually recovered her peak king level strength. The demonic thought was no match for both of you and eventually had to retreat once more. 4 hours later, you controlled your avatar to enter the great temple of Dixuan Royal Palace and performed the blood sacrifice ritual again. The amount of spirit, energy, and mind strength consumed this time was more than double that of yesterday. Finally, the demonic beast problem is solved. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the demonic beast wasn't killed in the foresight, it wouldn't dare to easily provoke them since the great princess was around. If only I could find an opportunity to obtain the memories of that demonic beast. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Sunan's heart. He had thought about using the God Soul Seed to obtain the memory of the demon beasts before, but considering the power of the demon beasts, it was impossible to carry out. However, now the situation was different. With a flicker in his eyes, a plan gradually took shape in Sunan's mind. 3 hours later, you transform into a demon and arrive at Mount Yuri with the great princess, finding the entrance to the Yao Court. Fortunately, the entrance to the Yao Court is not closed, and under the guidance of the demons, you successfully enter the Yao Court. You find that this is a huge space with a range of hundreds of miles, home to tens of thousands of demons. There are more than 100 Xian-level demons, 6 King-level demons, and even 1 Peak King-level demon. Upon entering the Yao Court, you find your mountain and water gourd trembling unceasingly, trying to swallow the heavenly and earthly vitality within the Yao Court. You struggle to suppress it, stopping the mountain and water gourd's strangeness. After learning that you are a demon from another world, the demon kings in the Yao Court are very enthusiastic and ask about the situation in the outside world. 4 hours later, you learn that the space where the Yao Court is located was a supreme treasure of the demon clan in ancient times. Once, it was a complete mini-world, but unfortunately, due to a great battle back then, the treasure was damaged and fell into the land of the lost. Inside this broken mini-world, the power of heaven and earth is different from the outside world. The demon kings born here lose much of the power of heaven and earth after leaving the mini-world, greatly reducing their strength. Only the master of the Yao Court can rely on the mini-world to maintain his original strength after leaving, and even surpass the strength of other demon kings of the same realm. Unfortunately, due to the great battle with the Dixuan kingdom hundreds of years ago, the master of the Yao Court was seriously injured and has been in a deep sleep, unable to leave this world. A supreme treasure of the demon clan in ancient times. A complete mini-world. A demon king born within the mini-world could wield the power of heaven and earth. Sunan was astonished by this series of information. He originally thought that the space where the Yao Court was located would be similar to his mountain and water gourd, but he didn't expect it to be a supreme treasure of the demon clan housing a complete mini-world. It was a complete mini-world, incomparable to the small space within the mountain and water gourd that was only a few kilometers in diameter. However, what truly caught Sunan's attention was that the master of the Yao Court could maintain his peak state even after leaving the mini-world, surpassing the other demon kings of the same realm. How is this possible? Sunan wondered curiously. It could be certain that the master of the Yao Court must have also broken through within the world where the Yao Court was located. If not, there would be no mention of him being able to maintain his peak state by relying on the Yao court after leaving it. But if the breakthrough happened within the Yao court, leaving the Yao court would naturally be equivalent to entering another world. How could the master of the Yao court maintain his peak state in another world? Could it be that by mastering a mini-world, one can ignore certain rules of the power of heaven and earth? In an instant, many thoughts crossed Sunan's mind. He couldn't help but think of his own situation. As an outsider, according to the words of the county magistrate of Tianyun County, the peak of Xian level was already the limit for outsiders, and it was impossible for them to break through to the king level in this world. Although he could try to break through in reality, without demon power, it would be nearly impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough in a short period. However, now the existence of the Yao court gave him a direction. A direction to break through by relying on a mini-world. If there is the power of heaven and earth in my mountain and water gourd, can I break through within it? Sunan thought of a possibility. After all, the reason why outsiders could not break through was that they were not born and raised in this world, and thus could not gain the recognition of the power of heaven and earth. Although Sunan was not a native of the mountain and water gourd, as the master of the mountain and water gourd, obtaining the recognition of the power of heaven and earth within the gourd shouldn't be difficult. With these thoughts in mind, Sunan's eyes shone brightly. He continued to look at the foreknowledge. At this point, the foreknowledge was nearing its end, and Sunan wanted to see how he would die this time. Under the guidance of the Demon Kings, you explore the mini-world within the Yao court. 12 hours later, you arrive at the foot of a mountain, the center of the mini-world. At this point, your mountain and water gourd trembles again. You try your best to suppress it, but unbeknownst to you, the master of the Yao court, who is asleep in the mountains, is awakened by the tremor. The master of the Yao court appears before you, and upon discovering the mountain and water gourd on your body, he is overjoyed. He wants to exchange treasures with you for the mountain and water gourd. You do not agree, but the master of the Yao court doesn't give up. He suddenly attacks you, attempting to snatch the mountain and water gourd from you. You and the great princess are defending against the attack from the master of the demon court, who is also at the peak of king level. However, in this mini-world, the power of heaven and earth that he can control far exceeds your imagination. 1 minute later, you are no match for the master of the demon court and have to flee. 2 minutes later, even after using across the heavens shift consecutively, you still haven't escaped the demon court. 3 minutes later, you and the great princess are defeated by the master of the demon court, and you die. So we were discovered. There was a sinking feeling in Sunan's heart, but he thought it was normal. His mountain and water gourd wanted to absorb the vitality of the mini-world where the demon court was located, and the world where the demon court was located must also be longing for the mountain and water gourd. The demon king controlling the demon court would naturally be able to sense the changes in the demon court, so it was normal for him to be discovered. He did not continue his foreknowledge. This time's foreknowledge provided him with plenty of information, and the results were satisfactory. Although the mountain and water gourd was ultimately discovered by the master of the demon court, it was not without a solution. At worst, he would just put the mountain and water gourd into his personal space when the time came. He didn't believe that the demon king who controlled the demon court would be able to find it even when it was in his personal space. With that thought in mind, he looked towards Resentful Dragon Mountain thousands of meters away, awaiting the arrival of the demon. Half an hour later, the demon appeared in the form of a young man. Standing in the void, the demon looked down at Sunan with a cold smile on his face. I underestimated you. You are an interesting little guy. I didn't expect you to possess a secret technique related to Qi luck. Sunan ignored the demon and used across the heavens shift to head towards Resentful Dragon Mountain while casting 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations, transforming himself into the appearance of a dragon turtle. Senior, save me! Senior, save me! That evil man who wants to kill me is here again! Sunan cried out as he charged into Resentful Dragon Mountain. Just a few breaths after he entered Resentful Dragon Mountain, the demonic thought arrived above the mountain. Looking down at Resentful Dragon Mountain from above, the demon frowned. The next moment, his expression changed drastically as he discovered something. He wanted to leave the range of Resentful Dragon Mountain without even thinking. But it was already too late. The attack from the resentful demon suddenly arrived. Although the demon was powerful, far surpassing martial artists of the same level, and had even possibly been at emperor level, he was now only at king level. How could he withstand the attack from an emperor-level resentful demon? The demon left resentful Dragon Mountain, but he was also severely wounded by the attack from the resentful demon. Fine. I don't believe you can stay in there forever. Glaring at resentful Dragon Mountain, the demonic thought turned and left. Watching the demon leave, a cold smile appeared in Sunan's eyes. An hour later, he left resentful Dragon Mountain and headed towards Mount Yuri. Since his incense fire aspiration force was enough to help the great princess recover, there was no need for him to wait for the demon to appear. After letting the great princess out, he explained a little before starting to use the incense prayer technique. As the incense prayer technique was utilized, the lake of incense fire aspiration force in his divine soul instantly shrank rapidly, reducing to half its size in an instant. Originally, the lake had a range of 10 meters, but now it was only 5 meters. The general incense fire aspiration force isn't too much. Sunan didn't feel pity, as the restoration of the great princess' strength was a great help to him. Princess, that demon may come back to attack again soon. I hope you can find an opportunity to insert this God Soul Seed into the demon's divine soul. Sunan took out the God Soul Seed. This time, he not only wanted to severely injure the demon, but also plant the God Soul Seed in its divine soul. Chapter 312, The Remaining Countries. With his strength, planting the God Soul Seed into the demon beast's divine soul was too difficult. However, there was a possibility that the great princess at her peak king level could accomplish it. A God Soul Seed. The great princess looked at what was in Sunan's hand. The God Soul Seed was formless and intangible. Even with her strong divine soul, she couldn't sense the existence of the seed. Fortunately, when she attempted to envelope the seed using her divine soul power, she could feel the seed's existence. To be on the safe side, Sunan consumed 3 foreseeing opportunities and foresaw the events of the next 9 minutes. Confirming there were no issues, he continued his journey towards Purple Mountain Town. Soon, he arrived at the town. The moment he entered the town, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from a distance. You finally decided to show up, after making me wait for so long. Let's see where you will run away to this time. As expected, the demon beast appeared not far away. Sunan also sneered, you will be disappointed. I won't be running away this time. You're the one who should be running. I hope you still have such a defiant attitude later. The demon beast didn't waste any more words and abruptly attacked. Sunan responded quickly and unleashed the great princess. After seeing the great princess and sensing her realm, the demon beast's face changed. He realized he was no match for her in his current state and turned to flee. However, the great princess wasn't going to let him get away that easily. Her divine soul power transformed into a long sword, continuously attacking the demon beast. In the end, the demon beast was no match for the great princess and fled in disgrace. He did not realize that at the point of the second divine soul attack, a seed entered his divine soul along with the attack. Success! Looking at the direction where the demon beast had escaped, Sunan revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He could feel a faint connection between him and the demon beast, which was naturally the link he had with the God Soul Seed. The seed has been planted. Now we just have to wait for it to take root and sprout. I wonder how long it will take for the God Soul Seed to take root and sprout. With his plan accomplished, Sunan didn't waste any more time. Transforming into a flying bird, he rushed towards Mount Yuri with utmost speed. 6 hours later, he finally reached Mount Yuri. So, you two are demons from another world. Upon hearing Sunan and the great princess's identities, the stone demon, the guardian of the demon court's entrance, was majorly surprised and looked at Sunan and the others with disbelief. Correct. Sunan nodded, saying, I heard this used to be the ancestral home of the demon court. I wonder if it still exists today. Our demon court isn't so easily destroyed. It still exists. The stone demon proudly replied. You guys arrived just in time. The entrance of the demon court opens tonight. Following the stone demon's introduction, the demon court's entrance appeared in the void. The moment Sunan entered the demon court, the prompt of task completion also popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Find the Missing Demon Clan and have been awarded 45 demon power points. Current usable demon power, 130 points. The task was complete, now the rest was easy. Their arrival quickly disturbed the demons in the demon court. They were greatly surprised when they discovered that Sunan and the others were demons from another world, and as Sunan foresaw, they began to inquire about various things outside of their world. Sunan roughly explained the situation of the demon clan outside, then with the guidance of some demon kings, they began to tour the whole demon court. The vitality of heaven and earth here is somehow richer than in Dongshan state, the great princess unexpectedly commented. Really? No wonder so many demon kings have emerged here in a few hundred years. Sunan was also surprised. He knew that after the last spatial channel opened, the vitality of heaven and earth in Dongshan state had greatly increased, unlike anything before. The demon court did not benefit from the last opening of the spatial channel. But even so, its vitality was still richer than that of Dongshan state. This was enough to indicate that the complete demon court space might have had extremely rich vitality in the past. Accompanied by several demon kings, Sunan came to the mountain peak that he saw in his foreseeing, which is the center of the demon court. This time the mountain and water gourd was collected into his personal space earlier, naturally it wouldn't cause any abnormalities. Realizing the timing was right, Sunan didn't linger further. Using an excuse, he left Mount Yuri. Of course, the demon kings tried their best to persuade Sunan to stay. Unfortunately, Sunan wasn't really a demon, naturally he wasn't going to stay. After leaving Mount Yuri, Sunan looked at the sky. The sun was rising, and the time in game was just past 7 o'clock, soon to be 8 o'clock. In reality, it was evening. There were just over 10 minutes left for the opening of the 12 zodiac. Quit game. Sunan didn't wait any further. He quit the game to check on the situation in reality. Almost a full day and night had passed since the demon attack on humanity. Over that long time, except for Hua country, which was still managing to resist, all the other countries had fallen. Poluo country has fallen, now controlled by 3 demon kings. Russia has fallen, controlled by 4 demon kings. Even the United States has fallen. One after another, messages occupied the forum, making everyone look grim. Even though they expected this, people were still shocked at the reality. Everyone felt a sense of impending doom. Now, Hua country was the only remaining country. All Hua country players were relieved, thankful that their country had Buddha's protection. Otherwise, they would be like the players in other countries, barely managing to survive in their current predicament. Other countries such as Russia and the United States have contacted our officials, hoping to transfer some people to our country to avoid this crisis. Although most of these countries are not friendly to Hua country, in the face of racial survival, the officials agreed, but this naturally comes at a price. It is said that those countries need to exchange in-game resources. As the only surviving country in this disaster, Hua country has undoubtedly become the hope of all countries. Countless players and wealthy people are trying to enter Hua country. On Mount Song, in the Grand Hero Treasure Hall. The short and the skinny Demon King have already woken up, but they are severely injured, their strength is down to 1/10, and they want to escape. However, Zixu, the mid-stage king level, is here, and they can't escape with their current strength. Sunan came to the hall, and when the 2 demon beasts saw Sunan, they understood that he was the one who attacked them. Ignoring the 2 guys, Sunan looked at Zixu and said, "With the blessing of celestial fortune, how long will it take for those demon kings to regress their bloodlines to ancestral blood?" Zixu knew what Sunan meant and thought about it, then said, "The larger the controlled area, the more celestial fortune can be obtained. If you can control a country like Hua country, the celestial fortune obtained is beyond imagination. At a fast pace it can take 3 to 5 days, and at a slow pace, it can take 10 days to half a month." 3 to 5 days? That fast? Sunan's heart sank. Bloodline regression is not only an increase in bloodline strength but also an upgrade in realm. With Xiongrui's help, although Zixu did not regress her bloodline to the level of the ancient demon clan, her strength also increased by a small realm, and her actual strength might have more than doubled. If those demon kings can regress their bloodlines in 3 to 5 days, they might attack Hua country again. With his current strength, it is easy to kill early-stage king-level demonic beasts, but it is difficult to kill mid-stage king-level ones. After all, with his race talent, he can at most burst out to the mid-stage king-level strength, and that can only be maintained for a short time, so it's not easy to kill mid-stage king levels with that level of strength. Maybe, it's best to get rid of all the demon kings before they regress their bloodlines, a thought popped up. However, he immediately shook his head. He can't do it. After eliminating 3 demonic beasts, his strength was already depleted, and he hasn't recovered yet, let alone the fact that it takes longer for his racial talent to recover. Even if he wanted to get rid of all those demon kings, he was powerless to do so. But then he thought of another problem, and his eyes shone brightly. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. If those demon kings can really regress their bloodlines and reach the level of ancient demonic creatures, then he won't have to worry about acquiring king-level ancient demon essence blood. He logs into the game again. The time has come to 8 o'clock. The 12-star palace opens, and Sunan enters the Star Palace battlefield right away. As he thought, with the Poluo country being controlled by demonic beasts, the 12-star palace was also affected. The Hua country's player count on his side was unaffected, still having 10,000 people, but the Poluo country player count on the other side was down to just over 1,000. With the control of demonic beasts, their electrical infrastructure is all destroyed, ordinary players can't even log into the game, he thought. Seeing the Poluo country players on the other side, the Hua country players were overjoyed. The enemy was only a tenth of their numbers, even fighting blind, they could win. Meanwhile, the players from Poluo country all had worried expressions, many regretted entering the battlefield. Losing meant losing points. Without paying attention to the players around him, Sunan looked at the battlefield rewards. Thankfully, he breathes a sigh of relief as the rewards did not decrease with the reduction of players, still remaining at 20,000 points. The battle began and ended quickly. It was a foregone conclusion. After eliminating all players in the battlefield of the 3 characters, Sunan exited the 12-star palace. Half an hour later, Sunan found Chen Ying. "Young master, you're back." Chen Ying's eyes lit up with happiness. Sunan left in a hurry yesterday, and even knowing that Sunan was strong, she couldn't help but worry. "We don't need to go to Mount Yuri anymore, let's go to Tianjun Mountain now." Tianjun Mountain was the burial ground of the ancient powerhouse who killed the dragon demon. The tasks for his 3 characters today, it seems that the only one he can complete is solving the resentful spirit's resentment. This task doesn't seem to be too difficult, and he still has 34 seeing attempts left today. He was confident that he could complete this task. "We have to change places again." Chen Ying was somewhat puzzled. Not long ago, Sunan said he was going to the ancient god tomb, but before the people from the 5 major families arrived, Sunan went to Mount Yuri. He has not yet reached Mount Yuri, and now Sunan wants to go to Tianjun Mountain, changing his destination one after another, which made Chen Ying not understand what Sunan wanted to do. This time, Sunan did not take the carriage driven by Chen Ying but directly took Chen Ying along with the carriage into the mountain and water gourd, then transformed into a flying bird and headed towards Lejun Mountain. There are only a little over 3 hours left until the game refreshes, and he still wants to find the remains of the ancient powerhouse and complete the task before the task refreshes today. An hour later, the rewards for the 12 zodiac will be settled. As expected, all 3 roles scored more than 31,000 points. Zhang Yang and Lang 13's points reached more than 190,000, while Wang Nan's points were 180,000. Tomorrow's points will be enough for 200,000, and you can exchange for the River of Time. Anticipation shone in Sunan's eyes. The River of Time is the only spirit object that currently has a chance to solve the blood fusion problem in his view and must be exchanged. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours have passed, and he finally arrived at the so-called Tianjun Mountain. Tianjun Mountain is a small mountain range consisting of more than a dozen small hills only 200 or 300 meters high. More than a dozen small hills are connected in a crescent shape, and from a distance, they look like more than a dozen giant graves. Sunan began to foresee. You come to Tianjun Mountain, you know that under these many small hills lies a buried ancient powerhouse, you want to find his remains. You come to the first small hill and try to use across the heavens shift to enter and search under the mountain. As before, Sunan used foresight and continued using across the heavens shift to enter and search under the small hills in the foresight. In a few minutes, as many as 10 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed. But then Sunan was disappointed. After searching all of the small hills, he couldn't find a single skeleton, just like last time. It shouldn't be. Can it be that the resentful demon was wrong, and the powerhouse was not buried here? Sunan frowned. Of course, the resentful demon would not deceive him, but the possibility that the resentful demon himself was wrong was high, considering he could not leave resentful Dragon Mountain and had no idea where the information came from. No choice. I'll have to use brutal tactics. Continuing to foresee, unlike before, this time, Sunan directly used brute force in the foresight to blast a few small mountains open, digging a hole 3 feet deep. It has to be said that this method is very effective. When he blasted the 6th small mountain, he discovered something unusual. A tremendous force blasted the small mountain, and you suddenly found that in the mountain's body, a stone coffin was fused into the mountain stone. You try to open the stone coffin, and at the moment the stone coffin opens, you see a decayed skeleton lying inside. Congratulations, you have found the remains of an ancient powerhouse. Found it. Sunan let out a sigh of relief. Finding the remains meant that the task's completion was not far away. Foreknowledge is still ongoing. However, the following information made his face change. You try to collect the remains from the stone coffin, but the moment you touch the skeleton, an eerie force gushes out from the bones. In an instant, you recognize that power is demonic chi, unique to demonic creatures. You didn't react in time, and the demonic chi entered your body, eroding your bloodline. Demonic chi? Did the powerhouse die after being eroded by demonic chi? Could it have anything to do with that demonic creature at Black Demon Lake? Sunan's thoughts raced, and he immediately thought of a possibility. So far, the only thing he had found related to demonic creatures in the Land of the Lost was the demonic thought of the black demonic creature. Of course, it is not ruled out that the powerhouse was already infected with demonic chi before entering the Land of the Lost. No wonder this for 3-star task, this skeleton is not something ordinary people can touch. If the skeleton can't be moved, I'll just take the stone coffin with me. Chapter 313, Plotting to obtain the divine weapon. The remains of the ancient powerhouse were found, but there was a demonic chi lingering. If anyone else received this task, they would be lucky to survive without losing some skin. Sunan wasn't too surprised, which was in line with the difficulty of the task. He attempted to foresee again, trying to collect the stone coffin and its contents into his personal space. As expected, he succeeded this time. Confirming there were no problems, he quickly proceeded towards the 6th small mountain, collecting the stone coffin containing the ancient powerhouse's remains. I still have 16 foreknowledge times today. I should be able to use Death's foresight once. Sunan prepared to use Death's foresight. Since he was going to foresee, he naturally couldn't limit it to just the resentful demon. He also planned to foresee the Death Desert. I've already explored the Death Desert several times in my foreknowledge, but apart from discovering that stone pillar, there's no other gains. Continuing to blindly search like this is definitely not the way to go. It seems that I can only try using the incense prayer technique, and if that doesn't work, I'll have to consume chi luck. However, although the idea was good, there was a problem when he started foreseeing. This time, it only consumed 5 foreknowledge times. How long can 5 foreknowledge times predict? At most, just over 4 hours. Just over 4 hours, not enough time for his avatar to reach the Death Desert. You found the remains of an ancient powerhouse who slew dragon demons and planned to hand it over to the resentful demon in Resentful Dragon Mountain while also controlling the avatar in Dixuan Royal Palace, preparing to explore the Death Desert. 2 hours later, your main body returns to Resentful Dragon Mountain. When you take out the coffin containing the ancient powerhouse who killed dragon demons, the resentful demon is overjoyed, very satisfied with you. Under your gaze, the resentful demon removes the remains of the ancient powerhouse from the stone coffin, bit by bit, turning it into dust. Once it had vented its resentment, the demon prepared to thank you. The resentful demon tells you that the ancient human expert killed it here in order to sharpen a divine weapon. However, after killing it here, the expert did not take away the divine weapon. Now, the divine weapon is inserted in a small valley in this mountain range. If you want, you can try to take it as a reward for helping it fulfill its wish. Huh? The resentful demon is actually letting me go fetch the dragon-slaying sword this time. Sunan was astonished. You know, he couldn't even get close to that valley before. Now, just by helping the dragon demon find the remains of the ancient powerhouse and helping it resolve its resentments, not only does the resentful demon tell him about the dragon-slaying sword in the valley, but also lets him take it away as a thank you. The contrast made Sunan cautious. This was clearly abnormal. The demon's gratitude surprises you and, while excited, you realize there's something wrong. You try to ask the resentful demon if there is any danger in pulling out the divine weapon. The resentful demon does not hide anything and tells you that the divine weapon was sealed in the mountain by a formation set by the ancient expert, and in order to get it, the formation needs to be destroyed first. To break that formation, you need to pour fresh blood on several array nodes. 4 hours later, under the resentful demon's guidance, you find several array nodes and drench them in blood, but after completing everything, there is no sign of anything unusual or that the formation has been sabotaged. Confused, the resentful demon asks you to pour blood on the array nodes again following the same order as before. A minute later, after you've drenched all the array nodes in blood, there is still no sign of the formation being destroyed. The resentful demon is puzzled and does not understand why. 2 minutes later, the resentful demon checks every node and doesn't find any problems. 3 minutes later, the resentful demon eventually traces the issue to your blood, suddenly asking you coldly why your blood doesn't have dragon chi and is instead full of human chi. You don't know how to answer, and the resentful demon finally understands that you are not a dragon turtle, but disguised as one. The resentful demon is furious, and you die. I've been discovered. Sunan's heart sank, not knowing where the problem was. There's something wrong with that so-called formation, it's not as simple as the resentful demon said. It can't be destroyed by pouring just any blood, at least, ordinary blood won't work. Blood containing dragon chi is necessary. As for why the formation requires blood containing dragon chi, Sunan has no way of knowing and can only guess it has something to do with the dragon-slaying sword. I'm afraid it's impossible to find dragon demon blood. I'll have to think of another way. Although Sunan had consumed dragon blood fruit, which granted him something similar to dragon chi, it was naturally very diluted when dispersed throughout his body. Even if there was dragon chi in his blood, it would be nearly undetectable. If it were 1 or 2 drops, he could buy it from the contribution wall, but with a larger amount, he couldn't afford it. After all, this was a 4-star task involving an emperor-level resentful demon and a divine weapon. It wouldn't be easy to complete. I wonder if using blood from the little guy would work. Sunan's eyes flickered as an idea emerged. If his fake dragon turtle disguise didn't work, then the real dragon turtle's blood should, right? However, how would he get blood from the little guy? Sunan had a headache. The blood needed to break the formation was not just a drop or 2. Although he was the little guy's master, getting it to offer some blood would be no small difficulty. Perhaps I can try using Li water beads. Sunan looked at the Li water beads in the contribution wall, and another idea emerged. If I use the Li water beads to exchange some blood with the little guy, it should agree, right? Anyway, the Li water beads will be exchanged sooner or later. In this way, both can improve the little guy's realm and obtain blood. It's a win-win situation. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated. Switching roles to Wang Nan, he directly used Wang Nan's points for the exchange. After consuming 150,000 points, Wang Nan's available points were instantly reduced to over 40,000. However, even so, his points were still a few thousand more than Kaisel, who ranked 4th. No matter what the purpose of the resentful demon is, now all I can do is follow the arrangement of the resentful demon to obtain the dragon-slaying sword. There's no other way. The situation was stronger than the individual. Who could blame the resentful demon for being an emperor level? He could only take one step at a time now. The Li water beads appeared in his hand. It was a deep blue bead, crystal clear, like glass. Sunan didn't release the little guy in a hurry but started to predict again. Unfortunately, it disappointed him again. This time, he still only consumed 5 foreknowledge times. Failed again. You found the remains of an ancient powerhouse who slayed dragon demons and planned to hand it over to the resentful demon of Resentful Dragon Mountain. However, you know that after handing over the ancient powerhouse's remains to the resentful demon, it will definitely use gratitude as an excuse to let you pour blood on the array nodes of Resentful Dragon Mountain. To deceive the resentful demon, you need the real blood of the dragon turtle. You used the Li water beads as bait and successfully obtained a bottle of blood from the dragon turtle. 2 hours later, your main body arrived at Resentful Dragon Mountain. When you took out the coffin of the ancient powerhouse who slew the dragon demon, the resentful demon was overjoyed and extremely satisfied with you. Under your gaze, the resentful demon took out the remains of the ancient powerhouse from the stone coffin and turned it into fine powder bit by bit. After venting its resentment, the resentful demon intended to thank you. Following the resentful demon's guidance, you secretly poured the dragon turtle's blood onto the array nodes. As the last node was drenched in blood, the entire resentful dragon mountain began to tremble slightly. The resentful demon told you that the formation had been broken, and now you could pull the divine weapon out. You came to the hollow, tried to pull out the divine weapon, but to your surprise, the divine weapon seemed to have merged with the ground and couldn't be pulled out at all. Helpless, you had to use your racial talent. Under your powerful strength, the divine weapon finally began to loosen. As the divine weapon was slowly pulled out, the entire mountain range trembled. Finally, at the moment you completely pulled out the divine weapon, the resentful dragon mountain also split, revealing a huge dragon corpse beneath it, with the divine weapon inserted on top of it. At the same time, as the divine weapon was pulled out, the rust on the weapon began to fall off, gradually revealing its original appearance. The huge dragon corpse also quickly decayed and turned into powder. When everything was calm, the rusty divine weapon in your hand had turned into a blood-red longsword. Just as you were about to examine the divine weapon in your hand, it suddenly broke free from your grip with a powerful force. You didn't understand what was going on, but the resentful demon laughed. Only then did you realize that the divine weapon was actually controlled by the resentful demon and had fallen into its hands. You asked the resentful demon what happened. A minute later, you finally understood. It turned out that the ancient powerhouse had left the divine weapon here because they discovered that even slaying the dragon demon and using its blood wasn't enough to sharpen the divine weapon. In the land of the lost, the ancient powerhouse couldn't find a second dragon demon, so they set up a formation, inserted the dragon slaying sword onto the dragon corpse, and used the remaining dragon chi from the corpse to nourish the divine weapon. However, before the divine weapon could be sharpened, the ancient powerhouse encountered an accident and died. After tens of thousands of years of nourishment, the divine weapon underwent a strange change. The resentful demon had fused with the divine weapon, and it was because of this that the resentful demon could survive for so long. It was just that after 10,000 years, the divine weapon had completely merged with the resentful dragon mountain, and only the blood of a demon containing dragon chi could break the formation, as well as requiring powerful strength to pull it out. 2 minutes later, you finally understood that you had been used by the resentful demon. Knowing that it was impossible to get the divine weapon now, you immediately used the across the heavens shift to escape. 3 minutes later, you died. That's great. Even though it could have just grabbed the weapon, it insisted on playing emotional card with me. Sunan's face was gloomy. As for the resentful demon exploiting him, he didn't find it surprising but rather expected. What he didn't expect, however, was that after all his efforts, the resentful demon only wanted him to get the divine weapon from resentful dragon mountain. If it were just that, the resentful demon could have forced him to achieve its goal when he first entered resentful dragon mountain as a dragon turtle. Perhaps there were unknown reasons that made the resentful demon not act directly but waited for him to find the remains of the ancient powerhouse, only then guiding him under the guise of gratitude. But that's not important anymore. Now, what's important is how to get the divine weapon. Looking at the foreknowledge again, his eyes fell on a piece of information, and a glint flashed in his eyes. In the foreknowledge, the divine weapon was taken away by the resentful demon only after he pulled it out. The time in between was very short, so short that he didn't have time to take a closer look. But to the current Sunan, this was an opportunity. In the foreknowledge, I didn't know that the resentful demon could control the divine weapon. Now that I know, I won't give the resentful demon another chance. I don't believe that if I directly put the divine weapon into my personal space, you can still take it back. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. He was a player, and he had his personal space. As long as he put the divine weapon into his space, even if the resentful demon was powerful, there would definitely be no way. Up to now, he had not seen anything that could break open the game's personal space. With this thought in mind, he couldn't wait to predict again. However, this time a prompt popped up. Your foreknowledge times are insufficient and cannot continue to predict. Insufficient times. Sunan was not disappointed at all. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He still had 6 foreknowledge times left. If he were to die at the hands of the resentful demon like before, 6 times would be more than enough. Now that 6 times were not enough, it meant he would not die next. This undoubtedly indicated indirectly that his idea was feasible. Anyway, let's finish the task of resolving the grudge of the resentful demon first. Glancing at the time, there were only a little over 2 hours left before the game refreshed. He had to hurry up. Little guy, I want to discuss something with you. How about lending me some of your blood? Sunan released the dragon turtle from the mountain and water gourd and took out a jade bottle at the same time. The little guy naturally understood Sunan's intention. Its small eyes rolled around, but it didn't refuse. It stretched out a turtle paw to signal Sunan to do it himself. Sunan didn't hesitate to take what he needed. After raising the turtle for 1,000 days, it was time to make use of him. Quickly, 1/3 of the blood was collected in the jade bottle. However, when he wanted to continue collecting, the little guy was obviously unwilling and withdrew his turtle paw. Having no choice, Sunan took out the Li water beads. Seeing the Li water beads and sensing the water power within them, the little guy's eyes immediately lit up. It stretched out its turtle paw again, its meaning clear. Sunan smiled and threw the Li water beads to the little guy. The little guy swallowed it in one bite, squinting its eyes with satisfaction. Its aura was growing rapidly, but then it became sleepy. Understanding what was happening, Sunan recalled that, according to his previous foreknowledge, the little guy had to sleep for 2 hours after swallowing the Li water beads. It would only reach the spirit level peak after 2 hours. After quickly collecting a full bottle of blood, Sunan stored the little guy back in the mountain and water gourd, then swiftly headed towards Resentful Dragon Mountain. 2 hours later, he transformed into a dragon turtle, looking at the stone coffin as he arrived at Resentful Dragon Mountain. "Senior, I found the remains of the ancient powerhouse," Sunan exclaimed as he entered Resentful Dragon Mountain. "What? You found it?" The resentful demon was overjoyed. What happened next was the same as in his foreknowledge. The resentful demon, filled with hatred, slowly turned the ancient powerhouse skeleton into powder. It was unclear whether it was because the resentful demon was powerful or for some other reason, but the demonic chi in the ancient powerhouse skeleton didn't cause any harm to the resentful demon. When the resentful demon had vented its anger, the prompt for Sunan's task completion popped up. Chapter 314, The New Function of the Bracelet. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Resolve the Resentful Demon's Grudge, and 45 Demon Power Points have been awarded. Current available Demon Power, 175. The first task is completed, but this is only the beginning. The real challenge lies ahead. You did a good job, and I, the Emperor, won't mistreat you. In my mountain, there's a divine weapon made by an ancient human clan martial artist. If you want it, you can take it. As if from foreknowledge, the resentful demon took the initiative to mention the dragon-slaying sword. After listening to the resentful demon's explanation, Sunan pretended to be overjoyed, expressing his thanks repeatedly. Then, under the guidance of the resentful demon, he started to locate the array nodes on Resentful Dragon Mountain and poured the dragon turtle's blood on the nodes. When the last node was drenched with blood, Resentful Dragon Mountain shook immediately. It's broken. The damned formation has finally been broken. Kid, you can retrieve the divine weapon now. Time is limited, so hurry up and pull out the dragon-slaying sword. The resentful demon laughed loudly, urging Sunan to pull out the sword. Putting on a look of great joy, Sunan quickly arrived at the mountain's depression and mustered all his strength to pull the dragon-slaying sword out. Of course, before doing so, he would have to use his foresight. If everything went smoothly, he would pull the divine weapon out. If there were any mishaps, he would pretend to be helpless. Due to the limited number of foresight chances, he could not use Death's foresight and had to perform one ordinary prediction after another. In Death's foresight, he could ignore the process and put the dragon-slaying sword directly into his personal space, but it wouldn't work with normal prediction. He could only choose to put it in the cosmic ring. However, when he reached the fourth prediction, Sunan couldn't help but feel a sense of gloom in his heart. You successfully pulled out the dragon-slaying sword, but you realized that it had merged with the resentful demon born from the dragon demon's death, and you couldn't use the sword at all. You responded quickly and put it into the cosmic ring immediately. As the dragon-slaying sword was absorbed into the ring, the resentful demon, which was its essence, was also drawn into the ring. Upon discovering that it was within another space, the resentful demon grew furious and controlled the divine weapon to destroy the interior of the cosmic ring. The cosmic ring's space could not withstand the power of the divine weapon, and it shattered, allowing the resentful demon to leave the ring. You died. The cosmic ring is broken. Sunan furrowed his eyebrows. The cosmic ring's level was much higher than that of ordinary storage rings and was able to store living things inside. Yet, even so, it was easily shattered by the resentful demon controlling the dragon-slaying sword. It had to be said that the Emperor-level resentful demon combined with the dragon-slaying sword was too formidable. It seems that I can only put it in my personal space. If the cosmic ring couldn't withstand the divine weapon's internal attack, he certainly couldn't put it into the mountain and water gourd. The great princess dragon turtle was in the mountain and water gourd, and if he placed the dragon-slaying sword inside, he wouldn't be able to use the gourd anymore. Unfortunately, normal foresight couldn't predict the abilities related to the game, so he couldn't continue. He could only take a gamble now. At last, as the longsword was pulled out, resentful Dragon Mountain erupted, revealing the colossal dragon corpse below. This was the first time Sunan had seen a dragon-like demon since entering the game. The enormous creature was hundreds of meters long, covered in green scales, somewhat resembling the divine dragon of Hua country in reality. However, the dragon corpse only lasted for an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it quickly decayed into a pile of dust. Simultaneously, as the dragon-slaying sword was pulled out, the relevant information also popped up. Dragon-slaying sword, a divine weapon specially crafted for the ancient human clan powerhouse to target the demon clan. It has a strong restraining effect on demons and a significant deterrence to dragons. As it was nurtured on the dragon's corpse for thousands of years, it absorbed everything from the dragon's corpse. In this process, it gradually merged with the resentful demon born from the dragon's corpse, making the power of the divine weapon surge tremendously. Caution: using this divine weapon will inevitably cause a backlash from the resentful demon inside it. As always, the game's introduction was vague and only provided a rough outline. Without further ado, Sunan's heart was filled with excitement. The most crucial moment was immediately upon him. Ha ha ha, after so many years. I can finally leave this damned place. The resentful demon laughed wildly, looking at the dragon-slaying sword in Sunan's hand, ready to take it back at any moment. However, in the next moment, it felt a powerful force pulling it into a dark area. There was no light here, only endless darkness. It was eerily silent, like a world devoid of any vitality. Where is this? The resentful demon paused, but as an emperor-level being, it quickly realized. Space, this is a storage space. Damn it! That kid dared to put me in here. Angered but not panicking, the resentful demon was ready to break free, and the dragon-slaying sword under its control suddenly emitted a brilliant red light. The red light blossomed, seemingly trying to tear through the darkness as it furiously slashed forward. However, as the red light passed, it sank like a stone in the ocean, disappearing without a trace and causing no ripples in the darkness. What's going on? With a sinking feeling, the resentful demon had thought that his sword could easily tear through this space. But unexpectedly, it had no effect at all. Feeling frustrated, he had no choice but to launch another attack. But to his disappointment, the next slash yielded the same result as before. At this point, the resentful demon grew anxious and went all out in a frenzied assault. However, after several slashes, there was still no effect. How can this be? This is definitely not an ordinary storage space. Where exactly is this? Now completely panicked, the resentful demon ramped up his attacks. A moment later, he had to admit that he could not leave this place. Ah! Damn you, little guy! Don't prevent this emperor from leaving, otherwise I will tear you up! The resentful demon roared. He had just escaped from resentful Dragon Mountain, and before he could enjoy the excitement, he entered this even more silent space, which caused a huge contrast that drove him mad. Everything that resentful demon did, Sunan didn't know about it. At the moment when the dragon-slaying sword was put into the personal space, the task completion prompt popped up again. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Obtain the demon-slaying sword, 60 points of demon power have been issued. Current available demonic power, 235 points. When the task was completed, Sunan didn't relax but stared at the panel and the changes in his personal space. Over 10 minutes later, when he was sure that nothing unusual happened, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, his plan was a success. Even if the resentful demon had emperor-level strength, even if he had divine weapons, he still couldn't escape from the personal space. But in consequence, although he got the dragon-slaying sword, he could not use it. Before he could cope with resentful demon's revenge, as soon as it was taken out, that was undoubtedly seeking death. However, these did not matter. He did not expect to get the dragon-slaying sword in the first place, now that he was able to complete a task and obtain demon power was enough. With this, all 3 of Lang 13's tasks for today were completed. I wonder what tasks will be refreshed tomorrow. Expectation flashed in Sunan's eyes. He had gone to the demon court, and the issue with the resentful demon was completely resolved, except for the unfinished tasks of Wang Nan and Zhang Yang. It seemed that there were no overly dangerous tasks in this world. Looking at the time, there was only over 10 minutes left before the game refresh. Sunan was not in a hurry, waiting patiently. Finally, it was lunchtime in the game, and the game was refreshed. However, what he did not expect happened. 2 game announcements appeared before his eyes. Detected that over 80% of celestial fortune in the real world has been attributed to the demon clan. From now on, all players can log into the game directly through the game bracelet. Players who log into the game directly through the game bracelet, if they die in the game, will deduct 2 death counts and will not be able to log into the game for 3 days. Direct login through the bracelet? Meaning we won't need the game pods anymore. Sunan was surprised, he didn't expect the game bracelet to have this capability. Whether he could log in through the bracelet wasn't significant to him. After all, with his strength, no one in reality could pose a threat to him now. But for others, this was great news, especially for players in areas occupied by demons. This was undoubtedly a lifesaver. That's great, fantastic, finally, we can get rid of these damn game pods. Excited shouts rang out in the world chat. Except for Hua country, all other countries have been controlled by demons. Those who hid right away were not found and killed by the demons, but without an electricity supply, they could not use the game pods, so they naturally found it difficult to enter the game. Now the players who can enter the game are either those who foresaw this crisis and fled to Hua country early, or they had prepared backup power sources in advance. Even so, their backup power can only last for a short while. Now without the game pod, they can directly enter the game through the bracelet, which undoubtedly solved the biggest problem. I just don't know, when logging into the game through the game bracelet, what will happen to the body in reality. Someone thought of a problem. When entering the game through the game pod, the body is still in the pod, and it feels more like consciousness entering the game. So what will happen to the body in reality when entering the game through the game bracelet? The answer to this question came quickly. It's gone. When using the game bracelet to enter the game, the body in reality will also disappear. No. It shouldn't be called disappearing, but entering the game. Our true selves are entering the game, and the game bracelet is also following us into the game. Someone conducted an experiment in reality for the first time, and the conclusion shocked everyone. This didn't make everyone worry, on the contrary, all players were overjoyed. Great, now that we enter the game, those demons won't be able to find us. If we stay in the game and never leave, won't we never have to worry about the demons in reality? Exactly, as long as we don't die in the game, we can live here forever just like those natives. Given our growth rate as players, if given enough time, it's not impossible to reclaim our country. With the news that one could now log into the game with the game bracelet spreading back to reality, a large number of players began to rely on their bracelets to log in. The once deserted world chat became lively again. Many people vowed to reclaim their country one day. Sunan shook his head slightly at this thought. He didn't think players could reclaim the real world, at least not in the next few years or even decades. The reason was simple, there was a cap on the player's realm. He then checked the tasks. Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's tasks remained the same, only Lang 13's tasks were completely renewed. Task 1, Escape from the Land of the Lost. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task 2, Reclaim the Supreme Treasure of the Demon Clan. Task difficulty, 3-star. Task 3, Rescue a Xian-level demon race. Task difficulty, 2-star. The task to escape from the Land of the Lost has come out. Great, since sooner or later I will have to leave, having a task can leech off some demon power. With the perfect death resurrection card, he had never worried about leaving. This task was no different from being a gift. Then he frowned at the second task to reclaim the supreme treasure of the demon clan. Undoubtedly, the supreme treasure of the demon clan must refer to the mini-world where Yao Court is located. This was a 3-star task, but from Sunan's standpoint, it seemed even harder to complete than a 4-star task. Not to mention that it's not time for Yao Court to open, and I can't enter it. Even if I enter Yao Court, there's no way I can snatch the mini-world from the master of Yao Court. There was a peak king level demon king in Yao Court, and the power of heaven and earth that the master of Yao Court could control in the court was unimaginable. He and the great princess, as outsiders, had very limited manipulation of the power of heaven and earth in the Yao Court. Decay and growth, unless he breaks through the king level, the chances of success aren't great. Of the 3 tasks, only the last one can be done. Rescuing a demon race, this is the first time he has refreshed the task of rescuing a demon. Obviously, the demon the task wants him to rescue should be a one that's kept by the major clans. And the family that can keep the Xian level demon, most likely belongs to the 10 great clan and 5 great families. There's no hurry for this task, figure out the death desert first. He was thinking of using the incense prayer technique in the premonition earlier, but because his real body died too soon, his avatar couldn't reach the death desert. Now that his premonitions have refreshed, he can continue with his previous thoughts. You want to go to the death desert, but you know this trip is full of danger. Do you want to use a certain number of premonition chances to predict the situation 3 minutes before you die in the future? Yes. With confirmation, 20 premonition chances were consumed. 20? That doesn't sound right. Sunan frowned. 20 premonition chances should have been enough to predict 24 hours, but in his view, this premonition chance should be more expensive. After all, from the current viewpoint, unless he's on a suicide mission, not going to the Duxuan royal palace, or ancient god tomb, there shouldn't be any threats in this world that could apply to him, he would definitely not die easily. Not surprisingly, there's going to be a surprise again. You control your avatar to leave the Duxuan royal palace and explore the death desert. 6 hours later, your avatar arrives at the death desert. You explore the death desert. 8 hours later, except for finding that pillar that leads straight to the underground, there's no other gain. You know this isn't working, you decisively decide to use the incense prayer technique. Chapter 315, Return to the Ancient God's Tomb. Incense prayer technique executed, 2/3 of the incense fire aspiration force is exhausted, the death desert suddenly shakes, yellow sands surge up, and astoundingly, dozens of stone pillars rise. Along with the rise of the stone pillars, the sand sea swells, and you suddenly notice, at a place a kilometer away from you, a massive sand pit appears. Below the sand pit, there are steps sloping downward. It worked, this incense prayer technique really is useful. A flash of brilliance streaks through Sunan's eyes. As long as there is enough incense fire aspiration force, this is practically an omnipotent technique, able to fulfill whatever one desires. According to foreknowledge, certain specific conditions, perhaps even the likes of a key, are clearly needed to open the entrance to the relic. Now that he has the incense prayer technique, none of these are necessary. Upon reaching the end of the stone steps, a vast ancient city filled with broken walls and ruins appears before your eyes. 5 hours later, after exploring most of the ancient city, you encounter no danger, yet neither do you gain anything. 6 hours later, you arrive at the largest stone hall situated in the heart of the ancient city. This is the only relatively well-preserved structure in the entire city, and you carefully explore it. 13 hours later, after exploring the entire stone hall, you unfortunately discover that this stone hall, much to your chagrin, also contains nothing of value. The only curious part is that it seems as though there were carvings on the 2 stone walls of the hall, but they have now been destroyed. What's going on? Why is there nothing? Even if that Du Qiwan cleared out this place back in the day, there ought to be some things left. Having taken him more than 4 hours to explore, the ancient city was massive, yet the result was that it has nothing. Not having anything of value is one thing, but there wasn't even any danger. If there's nothing here, then why did Du Qiwan set up the formation to seal this place? Did he just want to keep outsiders from entering? You were not willing to give up just like that and again undertook a detailed exploration of the ancient city. 8 hours later, however, you still fail to find anything unusual. Unwillingly, you return to the largest stone hall where, in your opinion, you are most likely to find the secrets of this ancient city. You continue exploring the stone hall, finally focusing your attention on the 2 damaged stone walls. Attempting to use the incense prayer technique, you wish to know what used to be carved on these walls. Unfortunately, your incense fire aspiration force is not enough to make this wish come true, resulting in the failure of the prayer technique. 20 hours later, having gained nothing, you leave the death desert. 22 hours later, you feel that the connection between you and the God Soul Seed is getting closer. You realize that the demon beast you planted the God Soul Seed in is rapidly approaching you. A demon beast? The beast, despite being heavily wounded, still dares to show up. Sunan was surprised. He didn't expect that the eventual problem would arise once again with the demon beast. You do not choose to flee, but instead prepare to have another battle with this demon beast along with the Sky Wolf clan princess. 24 hours later, the demon beast appears in your line of sight. Only then do you realize that the beast's aura has grown overwhelmingly, even reaching the peak king level. Realizing that you are not a match for the demon beast, you immediately flee with the great princess. A minute later, you fail to escape, and are intercepted by the demon beast. 2 minutes later, you unleash your racial talent, and team up with the great princess to fight the demon beast with all your might. 3 minutes later, your strength greatly diminishes, and you die. Peak king level? Its strength increased so rapidly. How did it manage to do that? Sunan looked upset. Just the day before, with the help of the great princess, they had severely injured the demon beast. He had thought he would be free of it for a few days. To his surprise, in just a day, the demon beast not only reappeared but also reached the peak king level. Luckily, despite its significant power boost, it didn't notice the anomaly in its god soul. If I can't provoke you, can't I hide from you? Sunan decided not to directly confront the beast and found a place to hide. When the god soul seed sprouts, the life or death of the beast will be in his hands. He looked at the death desert again. He starts to suspect that there might be some hidden room or small space in the ancient relic, he just hasn't found it yet. Too bad, using the incense prayer technique to enter the death desert consumed most of my incense fire aspiration, which is not enough to cast the technique another time. Sunan sighed. While the incense fire aspiration force is useful, it is also costly and gets consumed quickly. However, besides this method, there are other ways to verify this hypothesis. He could actually let his avatar go into the death desert and give it a try. If upon exploring the ancient city, the task to explore the death desert is completed, then this means his suspicions were unnecessary. There are no hidden rooms or small spaces in the ancient relics. However, if it's the other way around, it means his guess was correct. With this thought, Sunan did not hesitate and immediately controlled the avatar from the Dukshuan royal palace to quickly move towards the death desert. 6 hours later, the avatar came to the death desert. The incense prayer technique was cast, and the entrance to the underground city appeared. He quickly proceeded downwards through the entrance and soon saw the ancient city. Having explored it twice in foreknowledge, there was no need to waste more time, so he rapidly toured around the relatively intact structures in the city. Just as the avatar finished exploring the last stone hall, a message from the game popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Explore the Death Sand Sea and received 60 points of demon power. Current available demonic power, 295 points. Did I complete it just like that? Could it be that the true difficulty of this task lies in the formation outside? Instead of being happy upon completing the task, Sunan was frowning deeply. Originally, he thought that the ancient relics within the Death Sand Sea would be the most dangerous part. However, unexpectedly, there was nothing in the ancient relics, and the truly dangerous thing was the sandification power in the desert. At this moment, he felt as if he had gone through countless hardships just to open a treasure chest, only to find it empty. This feeling was unbearable. That Du Qiwan is really ruthless. He didn't leave me with anything. The main reason he came to the Death Sand Sea was not only to complete the task but also to look for a way to enter the ancient god tomb. Although he had completed the task now, he still had no clues on how to enter the ancient god tomb. If only I could know what Du Qiwan did here 100 years ago. Sudden inspiration struck Sunan, as he thought about the ancient god tomb. If he could use the power of the ancient god tomb, would he be able to travel back in time to more than 100 years ago and witness Du Qiwan entering the Death Sand Sea? He might even be able to see how Du Qiwan left this world through the ancient god tomb. At this thought, his eyes lit up, but then he remembered the nature of the ancient god tomb and frowned again. If I want to see an event from 100 years ago, I must enter the ancient god tomb. Outside the tomb, I can adjust the time I enter the illusion realm based on the distance from the tomb. But it doesn't work inside the tomb. Every entrance to the illusion realm inside the tomb is fixed. The first step is 100 years ago, and the second step is 200 years ago. I can't adjust it. Even if I could go back in time to when Du Qiwan entered the land of the lost, it wouldn't necessarily be in the Death Sand Sea. To find out what Du Qiwan did in the Death Sand Sea back then, both the time and location must be met. Outside the ancient god tomb, he could control the time of entering the illusion realm by adjusting the distance, making it much easier. Once inside the tomb, neither the location nor the time after entering the illusion realm was under his control. With this in mind, the difficulty of entering the illusion realm precisely when Du Qiwan entered the Death Sand Sea was considerable. Suddenly, Sunan had another idea and his eyes brightened. Wait, I have the art of oblivion. I might be able to temporarily forget other unrelated memories, leaving only the memories of Du Qiwan and the Death Sand Sea. The art of oblivion was useful in the outer layer of the ancient god tomb, which hinted that the illusion realm there was related to memories. If he only retained the memories of Du Qiwan and the Death Sand Sea, could it fix his appearance in time and location within the illusion realm? At this thought, Sunan's eyes lit up. However, he didn't immediately continue with foreknowledge and instead controlled his avatar to return to the Duxuan royal palace. 3 hours had passed in the land of the lost, and it was now dusk. In another 3 hours, it would be midnight. The avatar still had to undergo the blood sacrifice ritual, so he needed to get it back to the Duxuan royal palace as soon as possible. Without delay, he immediately controlled the avatar to leave the Death Sand Sea. After the avatar left, he began to continue with the foreknowledge. This time, 10 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed. In the relics under the current Death Sand Sea, you cannot obtain useful information, so you decide to go to the ancient god tomb once again, prepared to use its power to go back to the Death Sand Sea more than 100 years ago. After the 6th hour, your avatar returns to the Duxuan royal palace and begins the blood sacrifice ritual. This is your 3rd time performing the blood sacrifice ritual. Compared to the previous 2 times, the lost spirit, energy, and mind strength are doubled this time. Fortunately, your spirit, energy, and mind strength are strong, and you are not greatly affected. You suspect that for you, there will be no danger for the first few days of the blood sacrifice ritual. The real danger will only appear on the last day. After 8 hours, your real body arrives outside the ancient god tomb. Relying on the art of oblivion, you successfully enter the tomb. You cast the art of oblivion, temporarily forgetting all memories related to Du Qiwan and the Death Sand Sea. Your memory will only recover after you see the Sand Sea. Your experiment succeeded. When you arrive at the first step of the ancient god tomb, you appear in a vast Sand Sea. It succeeded in 1 try. Sunan was pleasantly surprised. Apparently, his idea was right. Changing his memories could indeed affect the illusions he entered. Unfortunately, after entering the 5th level of the illusion realm, the art of oblivion was useless, as the illusions there started to involve realms beyond his understanding. With the appearance of the Sand Sea, your memories are restored. At this time, the Sand Sea is not covered by the power of the formation, and you explore it, trying to find the entrance to the relics beneath the Sand Sea. 6 hours later, you are greatly disappointed. At this time, although there is no danger in the Sand Sea, there is also no entrance to the relics. You try to use the Across the Heavens shift to enter the underground, but you still find nothing. In desperation, you have no choice but to use the incense prayer technique. As the incense prayer technique is used, your incense fire aspiration force is completely consumed, and the entry to the relics beneath the Sand Sea appears in front of you. You quickly follow the entry downwards. A minute later, for some reason, this entrance to the Sand Sea is extremely long. After more than 10 minutes of walking, you still haven't reached the end of the entrance. 2 minutes later, you become aware of the problem, but you can only continue downward with determination. 3 minutes later, the passage before your eyes suddenly disappears, and you die. Before your death, you realize that although the incense prayer technique was successful this time, it caused unknown consequences due to your insufficient incense fire aspiration force. It actually triggered unknown consequences. If I had known that I would need to use the incense prayer technique in the illusion realm to enter the relics, I wouldn't have gone to the Death Sand Sea. Sunan sighed, somewhat regretful. Fortunately, the so-called unknown consequences didn't necessarily occur every time. If he was lucky, he still had a chance. Of course, if he was unlucky, he might be unable to cast it successfully. If it doesn't work, I'll just wait another day. With my current speed of refining incense willpower in my spirit of divine Deo, I should be able to gather enough to enter the relics in just one day. There were still many foreknowledge opportunities left, so he didn't give up at this point. After waiting for a while, he used foreknowledge again. This time, it also cost him 10 foreknowledge opportunities. 10 times again, seems like I failed. 6 hours later, you are greatly disappointed. At this time, although there is no danger in the Sand Sea, there is also no entrance to the relics. You try to use across the heavens shift to enter the underground, but you still find nothing. In desperation, you have no choice but to use the incense prayer technique. As the incense prayer technique is used, your incense fire aspiration force is completely consumed, and the entrance to the relics beneath the Sand Sea appears in front of you. You know that your incense fire aspiration force is not enough to support this casting, and the entrance in front of you might be a dead end. However, you don't hesitate and enter immediately. Unexpectedly, as you follow the passage, an ancient city quickly appears before your eyes. Unbeknownst to you, your chi luck is at work. Chi luck worked. Sunan was overjoyed. He had thought that even if he had good luck, it would take many attempts to enter the relics. Unexpectedly, he succeeded on the second try. As soon as you enter the relics, you are immediately discovered by another martial artist in the relics. A middle-aged man appears in front of you and interrogates you on how you got in. You realize that the man before you is most likely Du Qiwan. A minute later, you explain your arrival. Upon hearing that you passed through the ancient god tomb and came from the future, Du Qiwan's face changes dramatically, and he suddenly attacks you. 2 minutes later, you're no match for Du Qiwan and are forced to flee. 3 minutes later, you die. What's going on? When he heard I was from the future, he attacked me. Sunan felt a heavy weight in his heart, not expecting to die like this. Fortunately, this was just a foreknowledge. Since telling the truth was not an option, he would change his identity. In order for his chi luck to work again, he didn't dare to waste a second and used foreknowledge again. However, the information from this foreknowledge surprised him. Chapter 316, 4 Prophecies. Foreknowledge started again, this time consuming 20 foreknowledge times. As soon as you enter the relic, you are immediately spotted by another martial artist inside. A middle-aged man appears in front of you, questioning how you entered. You realize that the person in front of you is likely Du Qiwan. You tell Du Qiwan that you are a martial artist who just entered the land of the lost from the outside world, and because of being contaminated by demonic chi, you had no choice but to enter the land of the lost in search of a solution. Sensing the demonic chi within you, Du Qiwan does not doubt your words. Instead, since he was similarly contaminated by demonic chi, he feels empathy towards you. You pretend to know nothing and attempt to ask Du Qiwan about this place. Du Qiwan tells you that this is an ancient relic, where a group of powerful people once lived, who were responsible for guarding this space. You want to ask why those powerful people guarded this place, but Du Qiwan doesn't tell you. Guarding this space? What is there to guard in this space? Sunan finds it strange. So far, he has explored most of the land of the lost, but it seems that apart from being unable to leave, there is nothing extraordinary about this place. Could it be the ancient god tomb? Following Du Qiwan to the largest stone hall, you find that the carvings on the stone walls on both sides of the hall have not been destroyed. Unfortunately, the carvings are too abstract for you to understand the information recorded on them. You pretend to be attracted by the carvings and curiously ask Du Qiwan about the records on the carvings. Du Qiwan does not conceal the information from you. It isn't until 10 hours later that you learn that the stone wall is inscribed with prophecies left by a powerful person from ancient times. There are a total of 4 prophecies: demon calamity, heavenly disaster, demonic tribulation, and clan extinction. 4 prophecies. Seeing the information of the foreknowledge, Sunan is greatly shocked. Especially when he sees the first 3 prophecies, he immediately thinks of demon beasts, heavenly race, and demon clan. Obviously, these 3 races are related to the first 3 prophecies, and the following foreknowledge confirms his guess. Du Qiwan tells you that the demon calamity was the first disaster in ancient times. The ancient world did not originally have demon beasts until a mysterious space known as Demon Abyss merged with the ancient world, resulting in the appearance of demon beasts. The emergence of demon beasts caused heavy losses to the ancient human clan, with many experts being corroded by demonic chi. Eventually, countless experts sacrificed their lives, taking hundreds of years to gradually suppress and defeat the demon beasts. Heavenly disaster refers to the second disaster faced by the ancient human clan. The so-called heavenly disaster was caused by two races, the heavenly race and the divine race. However, since the heavenly race had the greatest impact on the ancient human clan, it was named heavenly disaster. The occurrence of the demon calamity and the heavenly disaster were not far apart in time. Because the demon calamity resulted in a significant decrease in the number of human experts and a sharp decline in overall strength, they failed to recover in thousands of years. This led to further losses in the subsequent heavenly disaster. Demonic tribulation refers to the great battle between the ancient human clan and the demon clan. This relic was built after the heavenly disaster occurred. For the people of that time, the demonic tribulation was only a prophecy, but by now, it has already taken place 10,000 years ago. As for the last prophecy, clan extinction, Du Qiwan guesses that the so-called clan extinction is most likely the extinction of the human race. Based on the previous three prophecies, if the human race truly goes extinct, it is very likely that the three great disasters of demon calamity, heavenly disaster, and demonic tribulation will happen simultaneously. The simultaneous occurrence of the three great disasters and the extinction of the human race. Sunan gasps. If the human race in the demon world goes extinct, what about the humans in the real world? Things probably won't be much better there either. After all, with the public beta test of the game world has gradually begun to integrate with the real world. Once a disaster occurs in the game world, the real world won't be able to escape it either. Continuing to read on, the following content sends an even bigger shock through Sunan's heart. You ask Du Qiwan that since the ancient human clan had already prophesied the extinction of the human race, was there no preparation for it? Du Qiwan tells you that there is a rumor that the ancient human clan had been preparing for this situation long ago. In ancient times, many powerful people used up most of the world's resources to create a supreme treasure together and banished it into the void. However, that supreme treasure required tens of thousands of years to mature. In order to buy enough time for the human race, ancient powerhouses did not hesitate to use the power of the battles with the demon clan to make the heavenly and earthly vitality disappear, thereby delaying time. When the day comes that the heavenly and earthly vitality is restored, it will mean that the supreme treasure has been fully matured, and it will also be the time when the fourth prophecy becomes a reality. When the supreme treasure is matured, the heavenly and earthly vitality will be restored, and the fourth prophecy will be realized. Now that the public beta of the game has begun, the heavenly and earthly vitality in the game world is starting to recover. Could the supreme treasure be? In an instant, Sunan thinks of something and his face changes. At the beginning, he had learned from the night patrol that the appearance of the game was related to an supreme treasure. If all this is true, then it undoubtedly means that the supreme treasure that created the game is likely the very same one created by the ancient human clan. This news is earth-shattering. For a moment, Sunan feels as if he has glimpsed the true nature of the game. Also, thinking back to what the demonic thought sealed in the cave immortal's cave dwelling had said before, his expression becomes even more solemn. At the beginning, the demonic thought that was suppressed in cave immortal's dwelling said that as long as the heavenly and earthly vitality restores, the formation that seals the demon beasts would gradually lose its effect. Thus, the demonic calamity that once appeared in ancient times is very likely to happen again. As for the current game world, the demon clan's influence is already great. The probability of the monster catastrophe happening again is extremely high, it can even be said that it has happened. In this way, it seems that the only thing left for the catastrophe of human race destruction mentioned by Du Qiwan is the heavenly calamity. Last time when the spatial channel opened, the Night Patrol and Destiny Society entered the game. These two influences are descendants of the divine race and heavenly race. They might be able to bring the heavenly race and divine race back. Thinking about the Night Patrol and Destiny Society, Sunan's face looks bad. The signs of all three catastrophes have appeared. If they really are as Du Qiwan said, the human race may not be far from destruction. The survival of the race, even if it only happens in the game, Sunan must treat this issue cautiously, let alone that it impacts the real world. The foresight continued, but unfortunately, there was no useful information that came afterward. 8 hours later, you tried to ask Du Qiwan about anything in this relic, but Du Qiwan didn't intend to tell you. You wanted to explore on your own but were stopped by Du Qiwan. You know you have been put under house arrest by Du Qiwan, but you are not his opponent and have no choice but to wait for an opportunity for him to leave. However, Du Qiwan doesn't intend to leave and instead cultivates in the stone hall. During this time, you tried to ask Du Qiwan if there is a way to solve the demonic energy erosion. Du Qiwan tells you that to deal with the demonic energy, you can only start with demon beasts themselves, and doesn't tell you any other information. 10 hours later, Du Qiwan doesn't intend to leave. 12 hours later, you can't hold yourself back anymore and used Across the Heavens shift to leave the stone hall while Du Qiwan was cultivating, planning to explore this relic. A minute later, with the help of Across the Heavens shift, you entered another stone hall and started exploring. 2 minutes later, Du Qiwan suddenly appeared behind you and suddenly attacked you. 3 minutes later, you were no match for Du Qiwan, and you died. End of foreknowledge. This time the content of the foresight exceeded Sunan's expectations. Although it didn't get a solution to the demonic chi problem or a method to enter the ancient god tomb, the foresight did accidentally gain knowledge of the 4 prophecies, which is a huge gain. The calamity of human race destruction is not something I can control right now. What I can do now is to enhance my strength as soon as possible. To enhance my strength, finding a way to obtain more demon power is the most direct method. I've spent enough time in the land of the lost and must find a solution to the demonic energy erosion and leave as soon as possible. In the land of the lost, the task difficulty he gets is too high, and it's not a matter of just a day or two to complete it. In this way, not to mention the waste of a large amount of time, in the end, he may not even have a chance to complete it. To gain demonic power more efficiently, it's best to leave. Looking at the foresight again, Sunan thought about what to foresee next. In this foresight, he claimed to be a martial artist just entering the land of the lost from the outside world to deal with the demonic energy erosion. Although this identity is good, it's easy to arouse Du Qiwan's empathy, but it also has no way to inquire about everything related to the ancient god tomb. As soon as ancient god tomb is mentioned, the previously fabricated identity will undoubtedly fall apart. In this case, it's better to change the identity if he wants to inquire about matters related to the ancient god tomb. What identity should I use this time? Sunan thought. After thinking about it, he still decided to contact Du Qiwan as an ordinary martial artist. This time, he intends to take the initiative to reveal some information about the ancient god tomb, such as the fact that forgotten memories can escape the illusion realm, and gain Du Qiwan's trust with this information. Foreknowledge started again. Unfortunately, it let him down. The foresight this time only consumed 6 times. In the foresight, his chi luck didn't play a role again. He tried the incense prayer technique several times before finally succeeding once, but in the end, he died in the passage. Sunan didn't give up and continued with the foresight. It was another 3 consecutive foresights, consuming a lot of foresight times, but with no results. Forget it, I can only wait until tomorrow. With a sigh, Sunan decided to complete the other tasks first, waiting to collect enough incense fire aspiration force before continuing to use foreknowledge. Glancing at the task on the panel to save a Xian level demon race, he transformed into a flying bird to leave. 2 hours later, he changed his appearance and arrived at Li family, one of the 10 great families. They had previously sent people to deal with him on behalf of Ma family, so this time, he decided to target the Li family. It's the outsider. The outsider is here. Many martial artists were shocked to see Sunan. After these few days, Sunan's identity as an outsider in the land of the lost had become widely known. Although people still didn't know his name, they knew that not only had he successfully escaped under the capture of the various families, but he had also counter-killed many martial artists, eventually forcing the major families to temporarily stop the capture. His arrival naturally made Li family members nervous, and the patriarch, along with several clan elders, came out to try to scare Sunan away. Without wasting any words, Sunan took action immediately. How could Li family members be his opponents? They were easily defeated by him. Soon, he found the place where Li family kept their demon beasts. As one of the 10 great families, Li family had hundreds of demon beasts in captivity, including 2 Xian-level demons. Congratulations on completing the daily task. Save a Xian-level demon race. 30 demon points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 325 points. Without much effort, the task was completed. My demon power has broken through 300 points again, it's time to merge new bloodlines. Before Wang Nan's bloodline could be further improved due to the problem of demonic qi contamination, Lang 13 and Zhang Yang's second Xian level bloodline had already reached great perfection. Now, they could only continue to merge bloodlines. Besides the ancient demon bloodline of the physique series and a law-controlling class ancient demon bloodline, he had no more bloodlines left. Sunan decided to continue merging bloodlines, and then improve it to great perfection. Leaving Li family, he found a secluded place and started using foreknowledge. This time, he only used a few instances of normal prediction, and the results were pleasing. Unsurprisingly, he successfully merged the bloodlines, and also obtained racial talent. Since it's feasible, there's no more need for hesitation. He took out the essence blood and prepared to begin merging. This was the essence blood of a demon called the Red Electric Demon, which mainly controlled lightning power. He had exchanged it for more than 80,000 demon slaying points in the treasure vault of the Demon Hunting Bureau, and it was quite valuable. He swallowed the essence blood, quickly circulated his Demon Sutra, and began to slowly merge the essence blood. This was his second time merging the bloodline of a demon that controlled lightning power after the Dragon Turtle bloodline. According to his previous thoughts, if possible, it was best to merge a fire power controlling demon bloodline, which would further enhance the power of Li fire essence when used. But now, ancient demon essence blood was scarce, and he could not afford to be picky. Moreover, since merging the Dragon Turtle bloodline, he could now control the power of heaven and earth, which greatly increased the power of Li fire essence. Now, he didn't need to deliberately pursue a specific bloodline. Compared to the last time, this bloodline fusion took longer, more than half an hour. After the bloodline fusion was completed, Sunan instantly felt his mana surge. On his personal panel, racial talent also changed accordingly. Extreme Thunder Fire Domain, new talent formed by the fusion of the Kingdom of Fire and the racial talent of Red Electric Demon Tribe. Effect 1, when used, all the water, fire, and lightning powers in the heaven and earth within a range of 2 km centered on you can be freely manipulated and merged. Effect 2, your body has been transformed by the fire, greatly increasing your affinity to fire power, and permanently increasing the power of your fire power by 50%. Effect 3, your body has been transformed by lightning power, greatly increasing your resistance to lightning power, and permanently reducing the damage caused by lightning power to you by 30%. Another passive talent has been added, but it's a pity that it only increases the resistance to lightning power. If it could also increase the power of lightning power, it would be even better. Sunan felt a little regretful, but that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the range of controlling the power of heaven and earth had increased by another 500 meters. Chapter 317, Inducing Seed Growth. I wonder if the range of my control over the power of heaven and earth can now rival that of a king-level demon. Sunan couldn't help but think. The most important means for king-level experts is the power of heaven and earth. The size of the range that the power of heaven and earth can be controlled directly affects the strength of the king-level martial artists. It's easy to find out, he can directly ask the Great Princess. The Great Princess said, ordinary early-stage king-level martial artist can only control the power of heaven and earth within 1,000 meters. Mid-stage king-level martial artists can only control 2,000 meters. Late-stage king-level martial artists can control 4,000 meters, and at the peak king level, they can control 8,000 meters in range. Sunan was shocked, the early-stage king level can only control 1,000 meters, while the peak king level can control 8,000 meters, which is a whole 8 times difference. The gap is so huge. An 8 times difference is not something that 8 early-stage king level can make up for. 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. A few times fighting with early-stage king level experts, as long as he temporarily increased his strength to the mid-stage king level, he could easily kill them, showing the great difference between them. In this case, even without using the Li Fire Essence, I should be able to compare with a mid-stage king level strike by fully utilizing my racial talent. Sunan's eyes showed joy again. If a mid-stage king level strike against a mid-stage king level opponent, it naturally has little effect. However, if used against an early-stage king level opponent, it can be enough to defeat them in one move. Most importantly, his talent is not affected by the world. Whether in the real world or the game world, he can exert his full strength. It's not clear whether this is because of the life wheel scripture or the inherent peculiarity of this talent. After fusing 2 bloodlines, this Zhongyang character can only fuse one more bloodline now. I must be careful in choosing the next one. The last bloodline is linked to his breakthrough to the king level when 4 bloodlines are fused together. If he wants to succeed, the last bloodline should preferably have the power to easily suppress the previous 3 bloodlines. The stronger the last bloodline, the greater the likelihood of successful fusion. Fortunately, he still has the points store now, and he can try to buy from there. Looking at his demon power, he didn't hesitate. With 160 points of demon power consumed, the red electric demon bloodline was directly upgraded to great perfection. The number of foreknowledge times increased, reaching 84 times. On the personal realm rankings, Zhang Yang led the way. Wang Nan, who had been number 1 at the mortal and spirit levels, was now at the bottom, still in the early stage of the Xuan level. However, this did not cause the players to lose confidence in Wang Nan. Instead, they all believed that Wang Nan was accumulating strength and would either not upgrade, or directly take back the first place, just like when he advanced to the Xuan level before. Little did they know that Sunan couldn't even upgrade now if he wanted to. I still have 165 demon power points left. I can upgrade one more bloodline to great perfection, but unfortunately, I don't have any bloodlines left now. The bloodlines he had fused now were all acquired at the spirit level. After entering the land of the lost during the Xuan level, he hadn't obtained any bloodlines and was now running out of them. Now, his only way to get ancient demon bloodlines is through the points store. However, the price of Xuan level ancient demon blood in the points store is not cheap, requiring a full 120,000 points. He could afford it now, but if he chose to exchange for it now, he might not have enough points to exchange for divine weapons and ancient treasures later. Let's wait and see. My strength now should be enough against mid-stage king-level opponents. Even if I upgrade, I still won't be able to deal with that demon beast. At the same time as he fused the bloodline. On the other side, the avatar in the Duxuan royal palace had completed the blood sacrifice ritual. Having completed the tasks that could be completed, Sunan let Chen Ying out of the mountain and water gourd, gave her some instructions, and then logged out of the game. In the real world, it was now noon. This did not affect his rest. After eating something casually, Sunan lay down on the bed comfortably and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes abruptly. Huh? The seed has sprouted. Looking in the direction of Song Mountain, there was joy in Sunan's eyes. With a flash, he disappeared from the room. In the grand hall, Sunan looked at the 2 demon kings, one short and one thin, and pondered. Here, he could clearly feel that inside the short demon king's divine soul, the god soul seed seemed like a seed that had absorbed enough water, swelling to almost twice its size, and even several invisible roots had sprouted from one end. Those roots penetrated into the short demon king's divine soul, which remained completely unaware. If this continued, the moment the god soul seed completely sprouted, he would be able to see its memories and change them initially. In such a short time since planting the god soul seed, it hasn't even been 2 days, yet Sunan was already surprised by this efficiency. In comparison to Shorty, Sunan frowned as he looked at the skinny demon king. Inside skinny demon king's divine soul, the god soul seed had grown only slightly larger than when it was planted, but it was still far from rooting and sprouting. What's the reason for this? Sunan frowned. Even though the 2 seeds were planted one after the other, the speed of germination was now several times different. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a possibility. The strength of the divine soul. The speed of germination of the god soul seed is related to the strength of the divine soul of the person it's planted in. The weaker the divine soul, the faster the god soul seed's rooting and germination. Conversely, the stronger the divine soul, the slower the god soul seed's rooting process. The short demon king is a physique-based expert, and his divine soul is naturally his weak point. On the other hand, the skinny demon king is from the secret power system, with a divine soul that is much stronger than the short demon king's. If it really is as I suspect, then things could get troublesome. He wasn't worried about the slow germination of the divine soul seed in the skinny demon king's body. But if his guess is correct, that means the speed at which the divine soul seed germinates in the demon's divine soul will be even slower. Based on the current speed, it would take at least 3 to 4 days for the divine soul seed in the skinny demon king's divine soul to take root and germinate. And who knows how long it would take for the divine soul seed to thoroughly root itself within the divine soul. That demon is at the peak king level now, countless times stronger than the skinny demon king. If the current progress is anything to go by, it would take at least a couple of months for the divine soul seed to germinate and take root. He couldn't afford to wait a couple of months. No, I can't just wait. I have to find a way to speed up the germination of the divine soul seed within the demon's soul. 2 months later, the blooming flowers would have withered. Not to mention, this is only the time for the divine soul seed to germinate. Sunan thought of the incense fire aspiration force first. After several uses, he was very satisfied with the incense prayer technique. This technique was almost omnipotent and could realize anything. However, the problem was that he no longer had any extra incense fire aspiration force to spare now. I don't have any incense fire aspiration force, but I still have Chi luck and the art of fate. If I use the art of fate on the demon again, will it accelerate the germination of the divine soul seed? Another idea popped into Sunan's mind. The art of fate can not only bring tribulation earlier, but also increase the severity of the tribulation beyond its original effect. The divine soul seed should also be a kind of tribulation for the current demon, so there's no reason why the art of fate cannot be used to speed up its arrival. Thinking this, he couldn't help but want to log into the game now and try it out. When he returned to his lodging and looked at the time, it was already past 7 in the evening, and there was only half an hour left before the opening of the 12 zodiac. As usual, Sunan opened the forum and had a look. The game now allows players to log in with their real bodies, and the death penalty has subsequently increased. Now, when you die once in the game, you die twice in reality. Will there be one day players die 3 or 4 times in reality for dying once in the game? Or perhaps one day, will there ever be a time when players, like normal martial artists, die in real life if they are killed in the game? A discussion thread about logging in directly with the game bracelet became a hot topic with many replies. Being able to log in directly to the game with the bracelet was like sending charcoal in snowy weather for the majority of the players. Everyone was surprised and delighted. However, after a period of excitement, many players began to realize the disadvantages. Sunan was expressionless. He had long realized that the game may become reality. In his view, the focus on this issue now wasn't too meaningful. What players should be doing now is only one thing. That is, to enhance themselves as much as possible before the game completely morphs into reality. He continued to scroll down, several more threads caught his attention. The Great Master Kaisel in the Northern Ice Province has broken through the Xian rank. Kawamoto in Huangzhou Province has also broken through the Xian rank. Buluo in Southern Province has broken through the Xian rank too. Following Ludi's breakthrough to the Xian rank yesterday, several more gaming masters have made breakthroughs today. Sunan was not surprised. Rather, he expected as much. On the contrary, it was another person's breakthrough that surprised him. Great Master Qian Yu also broke through. Great! I knew it, our president is sure to become the first great god in Hua country to break through the Xian rank after Wang Nan. The players from Qian Yu's guild were cheering, causing players from other guilds to be green with envy. Qian Yu also made a breakthrough? That's really fast. In Sunan's view, Qian Yu still had some gaps compared to Lu Di and Kaisel. He thought it would take a few more days for Qian Yu to reach the Xian rank. Soon, he found the reason for it. Qian Yu completed a 4-star mainline task, and it was part of the Star Start program, earning him a lot of rewards. Sunan suddenly realized that the rewards for a 4-star mainline task were not small, and although he had never done a task of the Star Start program, he guessed the rewards would also be significant. With a double bonus, it seemed normal that Qian Yu could break through 1 or 2 days ahead of schedule. Time quickly came to 8 o'clock. Entering the game again, Sunan immediately entered the 12 zodiac. This was the 9th opening of the 12 zodiacs and his 9th day of entering the Land of the Lost. Compared to yesterday, because of the game allowing the entry of the main body into the game, the number of players from the Poluo country on the battlefield skyrocketed today, returning to the previous level. The number of war gods from both star palaces reached 3. Behind Sunan were more than 10 star palace law kings and hundreds of star palace guards. The number of star palace war gods has reached 3. Following the previous trend, will the star palace master appear tomorrow? Previously, when the number of star palace guards reached 3, the star palace law king appeared. Later, when the number of star palace law kings reached 3, the star palace war god appeared. Now, the number of star palace war gods has also reached 3, so logically, the Star Palace Master should appear tomorrow. I wonder how many points I can get for killing the Star Palace Master. He quickly completed the 12 zodiac activities. Exiting the 12 zodiacs, Sunan looked at the lines of causality on his body, anticipation in his eyes. He planned to try using the art of fate on that demon beast. Calculating the time, it's been 7 days since I used the life and death mirror, so it should be available again after 9 o'clock today. Sunan flipped his hand and took out the life and death mirror. At this time, the black light on the mirror had not yet appeared, but he guessed it would soon appear again. However, Sunan only took a look and then put it away again. Demons are immortal. The life and death mirror can probably only cause that demon beast's current body to die. If he wanted to solve the problem thoroughly, he had to use the art of fate in the end. Moreover, he was not trying to kill the demon beast, he was planning to find out what kind of deal Du Qiwan had made with the demon beast from the beast's memories. Additionally, if he could control the demon beast, that would be the best outcome. The last time outside the ancient god tomb, after using the art of fate on the demon beast and consuming 200 points of human clan luck, I still have over 400 points left. If the art of fate can really speed up the rooting and sprouting of the god's soul seed, it's worth using all the luck this time. Sunan made a firm decision, ready to pay any price. He looked at the prediction, and began to foresee. This time he used normal prediction. You are targeted by a demon beast that has escaped from the Black Demon Lake, and you also want to control that demon beast through the god's soul seed, but the seed's rooting and sprouting process is too slow, so you plan to use the art of fate to speed it up. You find the cause and effect line of the demon beast, the art of fate is executed, your human clan's luck is rapidly draining. 100 points of human clan's luck is consumed, the god's soul seed within the demon beast has not sprouted roots, you don't give up and continue to consume human clan's luck. 200 points of human clan's luck is consumed, and in your perception, the god's soul seed within the demon still hasn't changed much. 300 points of human clan's luck is consumed, and there's still no obvious effect. To your disappointment, after 400 points of human clan's luck are consumed, you still can't feel the god's soul seed rooting and sprouting. Finally, your human clan's luck is completely drained, you reluctantly plan to give up temporarily. However, just as you plan to give up, suddenly, through your connection with the god's soul seed, you feel the seed inside the demon changing rapidly. A minute later, you feel that the god's soul seed inside the demon has expanded. 2 minutes later, you feel that the god's soul seed in the demon begins to sprout. 3 minutes later, you feel that the god's soul seed in the demon has sprouted 2 leaves, and only then does the god's soul seed finally stop growing. It worked. It actually worked. Sunan was overjoyed. Even though he had used up all his human clan's luck at once, it was worth it since the god's soul seed had directly sprouted 2 leaves. Without any hesitation, he immediately began using the art of fate. Chapter 318, The Memory of the Demon Beast. You consume 10 points of human clan's luck to use the art of fate on Luo Yu. You consume 10 points of human clan's luck to use the art of fate on Luo Yu. On the panel, a series of prompts quickly flashed by, and Sunan's human luck was being rapidly consumed. In an instant, 200 points of human luck were used up. Sunan didn't feel any heartache and continued to cast the spell. Soon, the 400+ points of human luck were all consumed, and only then did he have to stop. This was the most luck he had consumed at once since obtaining the art of fate. At the same time Sunan was casting the art of fate. At a place hundreds of miles away from Sunan, the demon beast youth suddenly felt something and his face changed drastically. Out of nowhere, he suddenly felt an invisible crisis descending upon him. This feeling was so familiar to him, as it had happened not long ago. He didn't even need to think about it, he instantly understood what was going on. It's that damned guy! It's that damned guy again! The demon beast roared in anger. Too late to think, he immediately used a secret technique to burn luck to resist the approaching invisible crisis. However, his methods didn't seem to work. The invisible crisis not only didn't disappear, but it became more intense. Does that damned guy want to die? Even if he has great luck, he can't consume it like this. The demon beast was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he didn't know what secret technique Sunan was using, he knew that such a technique that could affect luck must also consume luck. The demon beast tried his best to resist, even though it was only a momentary struggle, but at this time, he felt that time was passing extremely slowly. Eventually, when the luck in his body was completely depleted, he didn't know whether it was because of his secret technique or not, but the invisible crisis gradually disappeared. Is it over? The demon beast breathed a sigh of relief while cursing in rage. Damn you ant, don't let me catch you, or I will tear you apart with 1,000 cuts. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly moved towards Sunan's direction at an extremely fast speed. He didn't notice at all that in his divine soul, an invisible seed was rapidly changing. Swelling, taking root, sprouting, and finally, several invisible roots deeply penetrated into his divine soul, using it as soil to grow two crystal clear, but invisible leaves. It's done. Feeling the changes in the God's soul seed, Sunan's eyes showed joy. Although he had consumed more than 400 points of human luck, it saved him a month or two of waiting time. The God's soul seed has only grown 2 leaves, it's still far from being able to control the demon beast, but now I can initially take a look at the demon beast's memory. With a thought in his heart, his consciousness fell on the God's soul seed. Instantly, even though they were hundreds of miles apart, Sunan could see the demon beast's memories. This was the first time he had used the God's soul seed to view memories. In his perception, the demon beast's memories were like a book, with each page recording a part of its memory. The first page recorded the demon beast's memory for today, and the further back he went, the further back in time he was. After checking the memories of the first 2 pages, he finally understood how the demon beast had become stronger in such a short time. It turned out that it had returned to Black Demon Lake after being severely injured by the Great Princess and was recovering with the help of the lake's demonic chi. As expected of a demon beast, as long as there is enough demonic chi, any injury is not a problem. Sunan was amazed and couldn't help but think of the demonic source pearl in the storage ring. That demonic source pearl also contained a demonic thought, and calculating the time, it was only 5 or 6 days away from the 30-day deadline. As he continued to flip backward, Sunan discovered that the further back he went, the fewer memories were recorded in the pages, and they were more scattered. He understood that this was because the God's soul seed was only taking root initially, and as it grew, he would be able to see more and more memories. I hope I can see the memories of Du Qiwan from over 100 years ago. Sunan kept flipping forward, and the memory book of the demon beast was incredibly thick, as if it would never end. However, what made him frown was that the further back he went, the fewer memories he could access, to the point that there were suddenly hundreds of blank pages in succession. Soon, Sunan turned to the memories from 50 years ago. In the memory, a hapless guy broke into Black Demon Lake, became infected by the demonic chi, and lost control on the spot. He quickly flipped through the pages, monotonous and dull. The more he flipped back, the more his heart sank. Starting from the memories 50 years ago, there were large gaps in the demon beast's memories. Even if fragments of memories occasionally appeared, they were extremely scattered, lasting for 10+ minutes at the longest and only 1 to 2 minutes at the shortest. Finally, he found the demon beast's memories from 100 years ago. This process seemed very long, but it was only a moment's thought. At this point, Sunan slowed down the speed of flipping, fearing that he would miss any important information. 1,000 pages, all blank. 2,000 pages, still blank. 3,000 pages. Sunan carefully flipped, not wanting to miss any content. Unfortunately, it let him down. After flipping through more than 3,000 pages, all of them turned out to be blank. Each page represented 1 day, which meant over 3,000 days, 7 or 8 years. No. Not only that, but I haven't seen any information since the memories 80 years ago, not even a single fragment. Adding to the more than 3,000 pages I've read now, it's a full 30 years of blank memories. Could it be that the current God's soul seed can only view memories up to 80 years ago? Sunan was quite disappointed. Although more than 400 points of human clan's luck had given birth to the God's soul seed, it could not view the desired memory. There are still more than 200 points of demon race's luck, should I use them too? Looking at the panel, he thought for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and chose to use it without hesitation. Having come this far, giving up now would undoubtedly mean quitting halfway. Although if he just wanted to know what happened more than 100 years ago, besides the God's soul seed, he could also use the power of the ancient God tomb to enter the illusion realm from 100 years ago. However, the limitation of using the illusion realm is too great. Even if he could go back to the time when Du Qiwan entered the Black Demon Lake, he would most likely be discovered by Du Qiwan and demonic thought before he even approached the Black Demon Lake. It would be basically impossible to find out what happened between them. Only by reviewing memories would it be the most reliable method. This time, he didn't even use foreknowledge, directly urging the art of fate. Here it comes again. The demon beast, which was heading in Sunan's direction, sensed the problem immediately, and its face instantly turned extremely ugly. It wanted to resist, but unfortunately, its chi luck had been exhausted, and it was now powerless to defend itself. Fortunately, this inexplicable crisis came quickly and left just as quickly. When the crisis disappeared, the demon beast did not find anything unusual happening around it. Is it over? The demon beast was confused. However, for some reason, even though the crisis had disappeared, it still had an uneasy feeling. After thinking about it, it decided to carefully examine its body, even its divine soul, for any abnormalities. However, after a thorough examination of its entire body, it didn't find any issues. Only when it confirmed that there was no problem with its body did the demon beast finally breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't know that if it had just had the God Soul seed planted, it might have been able to find something unusual with its actions, but now, it was too late. At this moment, inside its divine soul, the God Soul seed was undergoing changes again. Compared to before, the God Soul seed did not sprout new leaves, but the invisible roots that had penetrated into the demon's divine soul had grown longer and denser. The direct result was that some previously blank pages now had memories written on them. Most importantly, Sunan was finally able to view the memories from 100 years ago, including those related to Du Qiwan. Unfortunately, like the other memories, this memory was also fragmented, and there was only a small portion, not much. In the memory, the sleeping demon beast was suddenly awakened, and upon opening its eyes, it discovered that a martial artist had actually entered the Black Demon Lake without fear of demonic chi's corrosion. That person was none other than Du Qiwan. Little guy, you really are not afraid of death, daring to enter here. You're the first person to do so in 10,000 years. In the memory, the demon beast spoke first. Du Qiwan didn't waste any words and directly said, "Senior, you have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Why don't we make a deal?" A deal? The demon beast was surprised, and soon after, it seemed to notice the problem with Du Qiwan. "You want me to help you remove the demonic chi from your body?" Du Qiwan nodded, "That's right. As long as Senior can resolve the demonic chi in my body, I am willing to help Senior break this formation." "Oh? You know formations?" Hearing this, the demon beast was obviously moved. After thinking about it, it said, "If you were practicing the ancient human clan's scriptures, I could simply extract the demonic chi from your body without any impact on you. Unfortunately, you are practicing the bloodline path. This method of cultivation not only has average power, but also many drawbacks, just like your current situation. If I'm not mistaken, your body was already corroded by the demonic chi during the mid-stage Xian level. After that, you merged 2 Xian level bloodlines and 4 King level bloodlines to achieve your current strength." Du Qiwan nodded, "That's right." He paused for a moment, seeming to realize something, and asked, "How is that a problem?" The demon sneered, "If you hadn't continued to fuse bloodlines after being corroded by demonic chi, I could have helped you extract the demonic chi, but now as you've fused with other bloodlines, the demonic chi has completely integrated with your bloodline. If you forcibly extract the demonic chi, it can only draw out all the Xian level and King level bloodlines you've fused with. As a result, your strength will plummet to Xian level or even spirit level." Extracting the bloodline. Du Qiwan's face looked terrible, obviously not expecting such an outcome. Seeing this, Sunan's face darkened as well. He wasn't surprised that Du Qiwan sought the demon's help to solve the problem of demonic chi corrosion. In his previous foreknowledge, when Du Qiwan said that the only way to solve the demonic chi was to rely on a demon beast, he suspected that Du Qiwan's visit to the Black Demon Lake was to ask the demon for help with his demonic chi problem. Now he had just received confirmation. However, he also didn't expect the consequences of being corroded by demonic chi to be so severe that it required the extraction of the bloodline. No wonder no one could solve the problem of bloodlines being corroded by demonic chi. I'm afraid no one ever thought that the corrosion would require the extraction of the bloodline. Sunan's face turned pale. He had never heard of anyone being able to extract a fused bloodline. Perhaps the human clan didn't even have such a secret technique now. After all, since ancient times, a break in the human clan's cultivation methods had occurred, and many secret techniques were either unusable or lost. Moreover, the cultivation method of the human clan in ancient times was not the bloodline path, so it's normal not to have corresponding secret techniques. Continuing to read on. The subsequent memories made his face change continuously. In the memory, the demon said, "Given your current situation, you're not far from losing control. If you don't want to lose control now, there is only one way, to become a complete demon beast. Become a complete demon beast." Upon hearing this, Du Qiwan's expression changed. After contemplating for a long time, he seemed to make up his mind and said, "All right." With that, this memory came to an abrupt end. He actually agreed. Sunan was surprised, not expecting the demon's solution for Du Qiwan's demonic qi corruption to be becoming a complete demon beast. What he didn't expect either was that Du Qiwan actually agreed. If you can't beat it, join it. If you can't solve the problem of demonic qi, become a demon beast. Sunan's face looked strange, not expecting Du Qiwan to choose this method to solve the problem of demonic qi. Wasn't this asking for death? Upon becoming a demon beast, one's divine soul and consciousness would be affected and the personality would change drastically. In a blunt way of speaking, the existence after becoming a demon beast is no longer the original self. No. Things may not be that simple. Du Qiwan may have chosen to become a demon beast because he knew about the extinction of the human clan and only by becoming a demon beast could he escape the catastrophe. Moreover, from the memory, it seems that Du Qiwan is not averse to becoming a demon beast. As a demon beast, there are advantages. Firstly, there is no need to worry about the problems of demonic qi anymore. Demonic qi will not only cease to cause damage to oneself, but it will also become the cornerstone for growing stronger. The second advantage is immortality. This is the most important point and the fundamental reason why many martial artists want to become demon beasts. However, becoming a demon beast is not that simple. The number of demon beasts is fixed at 3,000. Without a demon beast dying, no new demon beast can be born. Ordinary martial artists, even if they want to become demon beasts, are unlikely to succeed, most likely, they will lose control in the end. Moreover, to become a demon beast, one needs to cultivate demon techniques. The cultivation of demon techniques requires demonic qi, the dangers of which are beyond imagination. Ordinary people might die from demonic qi corrosion before they even manage to cultivate the demon techniques. Could it be that the only way to solve the problem of demonic qi corrosion is to become a demon beast? Sunan's heart sank. According to the demon's statement, to solve the problem of demonic qi, one must extract the corroded bloodline. To achieve this, a corresponding secret technique is needed. Perhaps the demon's memory contains such a secret technique. As long as the divine soul seed continues to grow, he will be able to obtain it. However, the issue is that once the bloodline is extracted, one's strength will be greatly reduced. You have to know that he had been corroded by the demonic qi from the mortal level. If the bloodline is extracted, this character, Wang Nan, might essentially be ruined. That is something he is unwilling to accept. Do I really have to become a demon beast? Sunan's eyes flickered. Chapter 319, River Water in Hand. Becoming a demon beast may have its advantages, but compared to the disadvantages of one's consciousness and personality being influenced by demonic qi, those benefits didn't seem so significant. It must be understood that once one becomes a demon beast, their cognition would change, no longer considering themselves as human. In that case, would they still be themselves? Yet, if they didn't become a demon beast, it seemed that they would ultimately have only two paths to choose from, losing control or separating from their bloodline. At this moment, Sunan wished the demon beast was lying, deceiving Du Qiwan. If only there was a method that would have no impact on the divine soul's consciousness after becoming a demon beast, Sunan couldn't help but think. The memories from the demon beast brought despair. And now, Sunan even considered the idea of becoming a demon beast, something he would never have dared to imagine before. He couldn't help but think of the demon scripture he had obtained from Cave Immortal's cave dwelling. What would happen if he cultivated that demon scripture? As soon as this thought appeared, he immediately wanted to dispel it. What a joke, could that even be attempted? However, just as the thought emerged, it rooted and quickly grew uncontrollably, bringing to his mind the idea of the avatar. If only the avatar could cultivate too, I might be able to try it out, he thought. As soon as this idea surfaced, he immediately thought of the foreknowledge where the avatar was possessed by demonic thought. In the foreknowledge, after his avatar had been possessed by the demon beast, it had somehow been transformed, even able to cultivate. At that time, he had wished he could come across such a method. Back then, it seemed like a fantasy. But now, with the God Soul Seed, it seemed that acquiring the method might not be entirely impossible. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but become a bit short of breath. If he could have a demon beast avatar, not only could it solve the problem of demonic cheese erosion, but it might even allow the avatar to advance further. After all, the power of demon beasts was far superior to bloodline warriors. However, soon after this idea emerged, he shook his head again. No. That's not right. Even if the avatar could cultivate, there would still be the issue of the divine soul. Putting aside the fact that without a divine soul, it's unknown if the avatar could cultivate. Even if it could, unless I never use spirit descent in the avatar's body, I would undoubtedly be influenced by the demonic chi. Sunan shook his head. He had oversimplified it. Regardless of whether he or his avatar cultivated, he could never avoid the problem of the divine soul. Once again, it all came back to whether there was a method to prevent the divine soul's consciousness from being affected. Shaking his head, Sunan forced himself to discard this unrealistic idea and proceeded to look further into the memories of the demon beast, when suddenly, something occurred to him, making his heart race. It seems there might be a possibility for this idea to be realized. He thought of one thing. The Divine Aperture Stone. The Divine Aperture Stone that could nurture a second divine soul. What would happen if he placed the second divine soul he nurtured into the avatar? With this thought, his eyes brightened. If it works with the second divine soul, perhaps it's worth a try. Sunan's hope was rekindled. However, during the last divine soul baptism, half of the divine aperture stone's power was consumed, and it needed another 7 days to nurture a new soul. He was currently on day 4, meaning there were still 3 days left. There's no hurry in 3 days. I'll have the avatar complete the blood sacrifice ritual first. The blood sacrifice ritual was related to whether he could control several paper puppet demons and whether he could complete the path of the Lord's task. Before completing the blood sacrifice ritual, even if Sunan could cultivate the demon scripture, he wouldn't attempt it. He continued to examine the memories of the demon beast. He wanted to find a secret technique that could transform the avatar. This time, the growth of the God Soul Seed brought great improvements. The fragmented memories from 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and even 300 years ago were accessible to Sunan. However, despite this, he still couldn't modify the memories of the demon beast or change its cognitions. After some thought, he understood why. It was because the demon beast's divine soul was too strong, and its memories were too long. If he wanted to alter the memories of the demon beast, he would need to be able to examine at least half of its memories. Continuing to examine the demon beast's memories, he quickly looked back 1,000 years. At this point, the memories began to show significant gaps, making it impossible to continue examining. What disappointed Sunan even more was that, in the past 1,000 years, the demon beast had spent most of its time in deep sleep, and there wasn't much useful information. Forget it. I'll have to find a way to accumulate incense fire aspiration force and use the incense fire aspiration force to nurture the God Soul Seed instead. Stopping the examination, he found Chen Ying again, took her into the mountain and water gourd, and quickly left. The demon beast would arrive soon. He had to find a place to hide. After some thought, he eventually chose the ancient god tomb as his destination. The demon beast had suffered a loss in the ancient god tomb last time and didn't dare to enter directly. This was the perfect hiding spot for Sunan. An hour later. The settlement of rewards for the 12 zodiac. 30,000 points were credited for each of the 3 roles. Zhang Yang and Lang 13 accumulated over 220,000 points. Wang Nan's points had been used to exchange for Li water beads. Coupled with the current 30,000 points, he only had a little over 70,000 points. 220,000, enough to exchange for the River of Time. The contribution mall appeared before his eyes, and Sunan looked at the River of Time's introduction with anticipation in his eyes. However, before that, he still needs to foresee. The introduction of the River of Time water in the mall is too general, and the effect of the River of Time water is just his own conjecture. Whether it is really as he thinks and can make his bloodline completely integrate with his body is still an unknown. His eyes look at today's remaining foreknowledge times. There are more than 20 foreknowledge times left, not too many, but not too few. This is enough. From the introduction of them all, taking this thing will most likely cause aging. For others, this is naturally the worst result, but for him, it is what he needs. Foreknowledge begins. This time, only 5 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed. You have acquired a spirit object called River of Time Water. You know that this spirit object is a drop of water splashed from the long river of time. After taking it, there is a chance to become 20 years younger or a chance to age 20 years. In your opinion, if used properly, this spirit object can solve the problem of bloodline fusion. Upon taking the spirit object, you immediately notice subtle changes in your body. Your body is constantly aging, and this change is subtle but steadily happening. You are overjoyed, and immediately observe the changes in your bloodline. An hour later, your body has aged 1 year, with no other changes. After 2 hours, your body has aged 2 years, and you faintly find that your control over your bloodline has become more handy. You understand that your guess was correct. Under the power of time, your body is aging, but it also accelerates the fusion of the bloodline within you. After 3 hours, you are shocked to discover through your connection with the God Soul Seed that the demon beast is approaching you quickly. 3 minutes later, you are no match for the demon beast, and you die. Foreknowledge ends, and eventual death at the hands of the demon beast is not surprising for Sunan. It really works. Looking at the content of the foreknowledge, Sunan's mouth shows a smile. After being busy for so long, he finally found a solution to the bloodline fusion problem. Without hesitation, he chooses to redeem the River of Time Water immediately. This time, he chooses to consume Lang 13's points. With 200,000 points consumed, Lang 13's points instantly drop to just over 20,000. A liquid wrapped in a crystal appears in his hand. The liquid is grey and white, and it doesn't seem special. However, upon closer inspection, one can sense a breath that he has never felt before. Sunan understands that this is the breath of time. After carefully looking for a moment, he is satisfied and puts it away, with no intention of taking it immediately. From what I can see now, I can still continue to integrate the ancient demon bloodline. Using foresight, my difficulty in integrating the ancient demon bloodline is not too great, and the need for the River of Time Water is not urgent. Even if I want to use it, I'll wait until all 3 characters and the 4 bloodlines are fully integrated, prepare to break through to the king level, and then consume it. At that time, not only can all the bloodlines be completely integrated with the body, but it can also increase the difficulty of breaking through to the king level. Time passes. Another hour and a half goes by. Sunan arrives at the ancient god tomb and consumes a few foreknowledge opportunities. After making sure it's foolproof, he opens the entrance to the ancient god tomb, enters and then closes the entrance. In this way, as long as he doesn't open the ancient god tomb, it's impossible for the demon beast to enter even if it wants to. Sunan has already made plans for a long-term struggle against the demon beast. Just as he enters the ancient god tomb, the time reaches midnight in reality, and the game tasks are refreshed. Compared to yesterday, the tasks of the 3 characters are basically the same. The rescue a Xian level demon clan task that has been completed once appears again with no change. Only the explore the Death Sand Sea task disappears, and a new task is refreshed. Task 1, destroy the array of Death Sand Sea. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Destroy the array. Sunan is a bit surprised and didn't expect this task to appear. Arrays are not easy to destroy. First, you need to understand the array and find the nodes of the array. Up until now, he only knew that the Death Sand Sea was covered by a formation, but what form that formation took and where the nodes were, he was completely in the dark. Fortunately, he didn't know, but someone did. His gaze turned to foreknowledge. Although he learned many secrets from Du Qiwan's mouth yesterday, due to the lack of incense fire aspiration force, he couldn't learn the method to pass through the ancient god tomb illusion realm from Du Qiwan. Today, he not only needs to continue foreseeing, but also wants to find a way to break the formation if possible. I can't just focus on Du Qiwan, I should also think about the other tasks and see if I can complete them. 3 roles, with 9 tasks every day, yet the number of tasks he could complete was only a pitiful 1 or 2. Hunting, offering god demons, exploring the Duxuan palace, slaying the demon beasts, exploring the ancient god tomb. His gaze swept across, quickly browsing each task. Now, his tasks are mainly divided into two parts. The first part involved tasks related to Du Qiwan and the second part involved tasks related to the Duxuan palace. Eventually, his gaze fell on the task of exploring the Duxuan palace. I've basically explored the entire Duxuan palace, leaving only the underground secret chamber where the mysterious person is imprisoned. I don't know if the life and death mirror will have any effect on that mysterious person, who has reached the emperor level. Sunan took out the life and death mirror. At this moment, a black light had once again appeared on the mirror. He plans to try using the life and death mirror to directly deal with the mysterious person. Admittedly, his idea was insane, wanting to kill an emperor-level powerhouse with just a fragment. It's utterly absurd. Even if this fragment is part of a powerful holy artifact, it wouldn't work. However, he had learned in his previous premonitions that the mysterious emperor-level powerhouse was in a problematic state. Perhaps he had a chance of success. Whether it works or not, I'll know once I try. Anyway, foreseeing with both the main body and the avatar doesn't consume more premonition chances, it doesn't hurt to try. Not in a hurry to foresee, now the incense fire aspiration force lake in his divine soul only has a range of 3 meters, still not enough to meet the requirements of opening the entrance to the Death Sand Sea relic. He needs to wait a little longer. Temporarily quit the game. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Time had come to 8 o'clock in the morning in reality, and he logged into the game again. Darkness enveloped the game, and there were only 2 hours left before the fourth blood sacrifice ceremony began. At this time, the incense fire aspiration force in his divine soul has reached a range of 4 meters. It should be enough now. Without any hesitation, Sunan immediately began to foresee. Do you want to temporarily forget your memory and return to the illusion realm where the Death Sand Sea was located more than 100 years ago, but you know that doing so will be full of danger? Do you want to consume a certain amount of foreseeing chances to foresee the situation 3 minutes before your death in the future? Yes. With confirmation, this time 20 premonition chances were consumed. Sunan's eyes brightened. 20 chances? It seems like there should be some gains this time. By casting the Art of Oblivion, under the power of the ancient god tomb, you enter a sea of sand. You know, this is the Death Sand Sea more than 100 years ago. You want to use the incense prayer technique to enter the relic under the sand sea, but before you can cast the incense prayer technique, you suddenly find that your body is turning to sand. You are unlucky and have returned to the time when the Death Sand Sea was covered by a formation. You can only use the Art of Oblivion to leave the illusion realm. An hour later, you try to enter the illusion realm again. This time your luck is good. There is no sign of sandification in the sand sea, and you use the incense prayer technique to successfully enter the relic under the sand sea. The moment you enter the relic, Du Qiwan appears in front of you, questioning how you got in here. You find that Du Qiwan's body has a special aura at this time, which makes you feel very uncomfortable. It's demonic chi. You realize that the time you have entered the illusion realm is after Du Qiwan has become a demon. Chapter 320, Lord of the Star Palace. In the end, he chose to become a demon beast. Hi. Sunan sighed quietly. Du Qiwan's decision was not good news for him. If Du Qiwan had chosen other methods to deal with the demonic chi erosion, it would have meant that there were other ways to solve the problem besides becoming a demon beast. But now, his last hope was undoubtedly cut off. You tell Du Qiwan that you were exploring the desert when, unknowingly, you triggered something, and a mysterious entrance appeared in front of you. Following the entrance, you arrived here. Du Qiwan does not believe your words and doesn't give you a chance to continue explaining. Suddenly, he attacks you. You know that becoming a demon beast has greatly changed Du Qiwan's personality, and the only way to gain his trust is to disclose some information. You tell Du Qiwan that you know the secret of this relic and that there used to be a group of beings guarding this world here, and that this place is related to the ancient god tomb. Surprised by your words, Du Qiwan stops attacking and asks you how you know this, forcing you to lie that you read it in an ancient book. Du Qiwan asks you what else you know, and you tell him that you also know how to escape the ancient god tomb illusion. Du Qiwan, now interested, tells you that as long as you tell him the method, he will spare your life. You tell Du Qiwan the method of escaping the illusion by forgetting memories. After hearing your words, Du Qiwan falls into deep thought. After a while, Du Qiwan seems to think of something, and you hear him muttering to himself. You listen carefully and hear him mention the two words cause and effect. Cause and effect? What does that mean? Sunan was taken aback for a moment, and he thought of many possibilities. Could it be that the power of the ancient god tomb is related to cause and effect? Or perhaps the ancient god tomb's illusion is not generated based on memories but on cause and effect? Sunan's thoughts raced as he connected the methods provided by the 5 major families with the art of oblivion. He found that the ancient god tomb's illusion seemed to have a potential connection with cause and effect. If it really is related to cause and effect, then the question arises, how can one escape the illusion through cause and effect? Could it be like erasing memories, erasing all related cause and effect? Sunan frowned, realizing that even if he knew that the ancient god tomb's illusion was related to cause and effect, he seemed to have no means to change it. How did Du Qiwan enter the ancient god tomb? Does he have a secret technique related to cause and effect? Du Qiwan keeps his promise and does not attack you again. However, he does not intend to let you go either. He injects a trace of demonic qi into your body and tells you that you cannot go anywhere without his command. 2 hours later, Du Qiwan leaves the relic, and you finally have the opportunity to explore it. To your disappointment, you find that by this point, the relic has already been destroyed and there is nothing valuable left. After 3 hours, your avatar in the Dechuan royal palace begins the 4th blood sacrifice ritual. Although more of your spirit, energy, and mind strength are devoured this time, there are no unexpected events. 4 hours later, you plan to control your avatar to explore the basement where the mysterious powerful being is imprisoned in the Dechuan royal palace. You use the across the heavens shift technique without alerting anyone and quietly enter the hallway beneath the side palace. Passing through the hallway, you come to a stone door, and you know that an emperor-level powerhouse is behind it. Taking out the life and death silver mirror fragment, you prepare to use the life and death mirror to deal with the emperor-level powerhouse. The moment you take out the mirror, you notice that besides yourself, a second blurry figure appears in the mirror. You operate the life wheel scripture, attempting to activate the life and death silver mirror. The moment the mirror is activated, a deep roar suddenly erupts from behind the stone door. The next instant, the powerful beings in the great temple are alerted, and a powerful force descends upon your avatar, killing it before it can react. Turning into the origin of the technique, it returns to your body. What just happened? Did I accidentally alert the offering god demons? Could it be that the being behind that stone door is somehow related to them? Sunan suddenly thought of a possibility, but his avatar was killed, leaving no further information, so he didn't know if the being behind the door was dead or not. It seems I'll have to put this task aside for now. Hopefully, after obtaining the position of Great King of Dechuan Kingdom, I can learn some relevant information. 10 hours later, in the ancient god tomb illusion, Du Qiwan finally returns, and you are taken out of the relic by him. Under Du Qiwan's arrangement, you are treated as forced labor, digging at a designated location in the sand sea. After digging for 30 minutes, you excavate a 100-meter deep pit, and you see Du Qiwan place an object similar to an array disc at the bottom of the pit, then bury it once again. When the pit is covered up again, and under Du Qiwan's command, you move to another location to continue digging. You understand that Du Qiwan is setting up a formation. Setting up a formation. Am I that lucky this time? Overjoyed, Sunan thought about his previous concern about how to obtain the method of breaking the formation from Du Qiwan. Now, all he needed to know was where Du Qiwan had buried the array discs, so he could find and destroy them directly. 12 hours later, under Du Qiwan's coercion, you have dug 3 deep pits. 16 hours later, night falls, and you have dug 10 deep pits. 20 hours later, you have dug 16 deep pits. 24 hours later, when the 21st deep pit is buried, Du Qiwan has finally completed the formation. A minute later, Du Qiwan tells you to wait here and then leaves again by himself. 2 minutes later, Du Qiwan has not returned. 3 minutes later, you suddenly discover that your body is quickly turning into sand. Before you can react, most of your body has turned into yellow sand. You have died. Well, no wonder Du Qiwan didn't kill me before. He wants me to do the hard labor and use me to test the formation. Sunan's face was dark, but at least this time he not only got information about the ancient god tomb, but also accidentally participated in the construction of the Death Desert formation. Unfortunately, the information about the ancient god tomb only has one cause and effect. The position of the array nodes is not mentioned in the foresight. The foresight doesn't tell me the exact location of the array nodes, and finding the formation buried 100 meters under the yellow sand in the vast desert is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even with foresight, it's too difficult. It seems that I can only personally enter the illusion realm and participate in the construction of the formation once. However, the formation construction takes a long time and will only end after 24 hours. The time in the illusion realm is the same as in reality, which means that he will have to enter and leave the illusion realm again by tomorrow at this time. I can't worry about that too much now. I'll record the location of the formation first, and completing one task is better than nothing. This time in the foresight, it is a coincidence that he entered the time when Du Qiwan was arranging the formation. It might not be so easy to enter this time again the next time. Without further ado, for fear that the delay would lead him to enter the illusion realm at another time, Sunan didn't dare to waste a second and instantly entered the illusion realm following the foresight. In fact, with the art of oblivion, he was not afraid of any problems. Just like in the foresight, the first time he entered the illusion realm, it was already after the death desert had been covered by the formation. Using the art of oblivion to exit the illusion realm, Sunan finally successfully appeared at the time point in the foresight an hour later when he entered the illusion realm again. 4 hours later, the avatar in the Duxuan royal palace successfully completed the fourth blood sacrifice ritual. 10 hours later, Sunan in the illusion realm began to do hard labor under Du Qiwan's arrangement. It is extremely difficult to record an accurate location in a place without a reference object like the desert and find it 100 years later. Fortunately, Sunan noticed that the stone pillar, which he had found during his first exploration of the Death Sand Sea and that was suspected to be related to the entrance formation of the relic, was also in the Sand Sea at this time, even exposed a large section, and was not covered by the yellow sand. Using the stone pillar as a reference, Sunan secretly noted the general positions of each array node. Another 2 hours later, Sunan finished digging the third deep pit. By this time, the real time had already reached 8 p.m. The 12th zodiac is now open. Do you want to enter immediately? 12th zodiac opening for the 10th time. Looking at the panel's prompt for entering, Sunan suddenly had a thought. What would happen if I enter the 12th zodiac now? Can I escape the illusion realm? This idea just emerged, and Sunan couldn't help but want to try it. This is his first time entering the ancient god tomb with his real body, so naturally he has never entered the 12th zodiac in the ancient god tomb before. In the previous foresight, he had never encountered the situation of entering the 12th zodiac either. Obviously, even Death's foresight could not predict anything related to the 12th zodiac, and he had never thought about using the 12th zodiac to escape the illusion realm. Now that the 12th zodiac had been opened, it would give him an idea. If I can use the 12th zodiac to escape the illusion realm, why would I rack my brains to figure out a solution? Thinking about that, Sunan could no longer suppress his desire to try. After looking at the location of the 3 array nodes, he controlled the avatar and entered the 12th zodiac at the same time. The scene changed, and Sunan and his avatar appeared simultaneously in the huge battlefield. This time, both roles appeared in the same battlefield. In an instant, his eyes focused on the figure in front of him. This figure looked similar to him, with a pair of large black antelope-like horns on the head, and a dark battle armor wrapped around the body. However, compared to other Ares war gods, this figure was more than twice as tall, and there was a terrifying atmosphere about it. That is the aura of mid-stage king level. Star Palace Master. As expected, after the appearance of the Star Palace war god 3 times, it's time for the Star Palace Master to appear. In an instant, Sunan understood the identity of the being before his eyes, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He immediately looked at his panel. To his delight, his points in this battlefield finally increased, reaching 30,000. Although it only increased by 10,000 points, if he could hunt down the Star Palace Master, along with the Master's terrifying bonus, the points he could obtain would be quite impressive. However, then he thought of another problem, frowning slightly. How should the Star Palace Master be divided among the 2 roles? Now he hasn't let Lang 13 appear. If he uses Lang 13's role to enter the battlefield, he's afraid it would also appear here. Looking at his sides. On both his sides, there were more than 20 tall figures similar to him, all of them were Star Palace war gods. However, only 3 of them were avatars of players, and the rest were real Star Palace war gods. Sunan recognized those three at a glance. Qian Yu, Zhou Cheng, Yang Zheng. The top three players in Hua country under Wang Nan's three roles. Star Palace war gods are at the peak of Xian level, these three people who can hunt them down do have some means. Sunan nodded secretly. Behind them were numerous spirit-level Star Palace Law Kings, numbering in the hundreds. Without exception, they were all players. Among these people, the weakest were at least at the mid-stage spirit level. At a glance, Sunan even saw many familiar figures, Li Ya, Bai Mengmeng, Ma Hua, Wu Xiao Xiao. Behind them, there were also many Star Palace guards, all of them existences at the spirit level. It was the same with players from Poluo country, and Sunan saw the top-ranked Poluo of Poluo country once again. On the battlefield with a total of 20,000 players from both sides, there was not a single mortal-level player. I am the master of the Double Sheep Star Palace, and you are all the best warriors of my Double Sheep Star Palace. I am the master of the Double Fish Star Palace, and you are all my citizens of the Double Fish Star Palace. The voices of the two Star Palace masters rang out across the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the excitement of the players on both sides intensified. The Star Palace Master. The Star Palace Master has actually appeared. Mid-stage king level. It's so terrifying, I don't know how many points we can get if we can kill this Star Palace Master. Heavens! Great Master Wang Nan, God Zhang Yang, Great Master Qian Yu have all appeared here, it's a great decisive battle. This is the battle between the Aries Star Palace and the Pisces Palace. The crowd of players reacted and looked at the two huge figures, then at the many great gods present, everyone was excited. All the gods of Hua country gathered together to fight Poluo country, was there anything more exciting than this grand event? Hua country players were eager to try, and Poluo country players were not weak at all. Sunan ignored the surrounding players and looked at the Star Palace Master, revealing a strange color in his eyes. For some reason, he saw satisfaction in the eyes of the Aries Star Palace Master, not knowing whether it was satisfaction with the players' reaction or with their strength. Does this Star Palace Master have his own thoughts? Sunan pondered over a possibility and couldn't help but find it strange. In his opinion, the current Star Palace battlefield was nothing more than a simulated game. In the previous battles, neither the Star Palace Law Kings nor the Star Palace War Gods had any wisdom to speak of, just like NPCs in some traditional games. The difference of the Star Palace Master now is hard to ignore. However, now was not the time to think about these things. As the two Star Palace Masters roared, the battle began. Sunan held nothing back and, together with his avatar, went straight for the Master of the Pisces Star Palace. Chapter 321, Unexpected Change. The Star Palace Master is at mid-stage king level, so Sunan does not dare to be careless when facing such an existence. However, something unexpected happened to Sunan. Seeing the real Sunan and his avatar coming straight towards him, the Lord of the Pisces Star Palace showed disdain in his eyes and sneered, "Two insignificant ants dare to challenge this palace master? Simply asking for death." As he spoke, he prepared to slap Sunan away. This Star Palace Master is indeed intelligent. Upon hearing this, Sunan was slightly taken aback before secretly agreeing with the statement. In many previous battles with the Star Palace War Gods and Star Palace Law Kings, aside from shouting a slogan at the beginning of the fight like a game setting, they didn't display any excess emotions during the battle and fought like emotionless machines. But now, this Star Palace Master was clearly different, he had emotions and intelligence, although not much. Wang Nan used his racial talent One Force breaking the sky, and the strength of his avatar instantly surged. At this point, if only considering bloodline, this character Wang Nan's bloodline has become the weakest out of the three characters, and his racial talent is also the weakest. Fortunately, with the almost perfected first layer of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, Wang Nan's overall strength isn't inferior to the other two characters, and might even be slightly stronger. Powerful strength erupted, confronting the palm strike from the Pisces Palace Master. Hi! Sensing the surge in Wang Nan's avatar power, the Pisces Palace Master's expression changed, and he was forced to concentrate his power to resist Sunan's attack. Unfortunately, the power he hastily gathered was not enough to withstand the attack. Boom! When their strengths collided, the Star Palace Master, who was twice as powerful as Sunan, was actually pushed back several steps. At this moment, the attack from Sunan's real body in Zhang Yang's form arrived. Using their racial talent, the power of heaven and earth was controlled and transformed into a giant fire dragon that blasted towards the Pisces Palace Master. The Pisces Palace Master didn't have time to react before being hit, retreating repeatedly. SSS. So strong. As expected of those who can kill early-stage king-level characters. Wang Nan and Zhang Yang have both reached such a level now. Are these two trying to kill this Star Palace Master? Hua country players saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, momentarily forgetting to attack the Poluo country players. Ha ha ha. Excellent. As expected of Ares Star Palace's warriors, today we shall annihilate Pisces Star Palace in one swoop. The Ares Star Palace Master laughed and joined the fight. Damn it! You all shall die. The Pisces Star Palace Master became furious, going all out to attack and attempting to kill Sunan and his avatar. This is Sunan's first clash with a mid-stage king-level opponent. It has to be said that, compared to early-stage king-level, the mid-stage king-level Pisces Star Palace Master is several times stronger. Facing such an existence, it would be difficult to kill him quickly with the power of just the two characters. But there was no other way. Wang Nan's racial talent could only last for 1 minute, and though Zhang Yang's talent had no time or usage limit, each activation rapidly drained his strength, so he needed to finish the fight quickly. Fortunately, with the help of the Ares Star Palace Master, the situation was quickly turning one-sided. In just half a minute, the Pisces Star Palace Master was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, Sunan hesitated no more and directly controlled his avatar to use across the heavens shift. In an instant, he appeared behind the Pisces Star Palace Master while simultaneously unleashing the strongest attack of one force breaking the sky. Both the bloodline power and the Great Sun body's power erupted simultaneously. The Pisces Star Palace Master had no time to dodge and took the full force of the attack. Boom! This attack not only pierced through the Pisces Star Palace Master's body but also left a huge hole in him. The Pisces Star Palace Master's eyes widened in unwillingness as he took one last hateful glance at Sunan before finally falling in resentment. Congratulations, you are the first player to kill a Star Palace Master, receiving 1 Star Palace Divine Artifact. Congratulations on killing the Lord of the Pisces Palace, your rank has increased. Current rank, Star Palace Master, and you receive a 90% bonus in reward points for this instance. A smile appeared on Sunan's lips as the game prompts flashed by. A 90% bonus meant an additional 27,000 points. Even if he didn't kill a single player this time, he would still get 27,000 points. But it wasn't over yet. What Sunan truly cared about was that Star Palace Divine Artifact. The fugitive's body disappeared, leaving behind a bracelet. The Pisces Palace Master was killed just like that. How long did it take? He was killed in less than a minute. The players present were all stunned, not expecting the battle to end so quickly. Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng exchanged looks, their faces turning ugly. If anyone in Hua country didn't want to see Sunan become so strong, it would undoubtedly be these two. Especially Qian Yu, who had just broken through to Xian rank. He thought that by reaching the same level as Wang Nan, even if he couldn't be on par with him, the gap between them wouldn't be too big. But now, this scene had thoroughly shattered his illusions. Compared to the excited Hua country players, the Poluo country players were distraught with worried expressions. Our Star Palace Master is dead. Our Star Palace Master is dead. It's over, how can we continue fighting? We're bound to lose this time. The originally high-spirited Poluo country players were now like deflated balloons. Only a few top players at the front of the rankings had shining eyes and turned their gazes to the bracelet left behind by the Pisces Star Palace Master after his death. They wanted to snatch the bracelet. After exchanging glances, they swiftly reacted at the same time, employing every means to seize the bracelet as quickly as they could. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they couldn't outpace Sunan. Sunan didn't give them the slightest chance. With a swift swipe of his hand, he held onto the bracelet. Even so, their actions didn't stop. They continued to rush towards Sunan's avatar. Among them, the leading player from Poluo country, Buluo, shouted loudly, he's used his racial talent and is now definitely out of strength. Kill him! Kill me! With just you folks! Sunan sneered. He didn't make any noticeable moves, just a slight sweep with his palm. Then next moment, a sudden gust of dark wind swept across, changing the face color of several great god players, with Buluo leading. They wanted to retreat immediately, but it was too late. The dark wind blew by, and a few players silently disappeared from everyone else's sight. They were dead, without any resistance. They died under Sunan's techniques and were forced to leave the battlefield. Not only them, the other players from Poluo country who were swept by the dark wind didn't even have the ability to resist and disappeared one by one. Ignoring the panic of the Poluo country players, Sunan looked at the bracelet in his hand. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Pisces Bracelet, Real, Left, 12 Constellation Pisces Star Palace's Artifact, where to increase speed by 30%. 30%. Astonishingly, it's twice as high as the bracelet I obtained from hunting Star Palace War God. A satisfied expression emerged in Sunan's eyes. A 30% increase was quite considerable. Furthermore, as long as it was worn, the increase was permanent, without any realm restrictions. Ha ha ha, both of you did pretty well, but this bracelet isn't something either of you can possess, hand it over to me. The master of Ares Star Palace laughed heartily, looking at the bracelet in the hand of Avatar Wang Nan, stretching out his hand as if waiting for the avatar to present it to him. Seeing this, Sunan's facial expression changed. What did this signify? He wants the bracelet on his hand. Sunan instantly understood, this Star Palace artifact was an irresistible temptation for the other masters of the Star Palaces. Perhaps, all the Star Palace masters desire the Star Palace artifacts of the other masters. After all, the 12 constellation divine artifacts can form a set. Turns out having wisdom as a Star Palace master is not necessarily a good thing. Sunan said, "Sorry, this is mine." As he spoke, he put the Pisces bracelet on his wrist in front of Ares Star Palace's master. Is it possible for him to give up what is already in his hands? Seeing this, the master of Ares Star Palace's face turned gloomy instantly. He said sternly, "You will have to pay the price for forcefully taking what does not belong to you. Give it to me now, and I can forgive this act of ignorance." He's threatening me? Sunan hit back without a shred of courtesy, "And if I don't?" Upon hearing this, Ares Star Palace's master's face instantly turned severe, coldly saying, "I advise you to think it through." Sunan ignored the master of Ares Star Palace and looked at the bracelet on his wrist, murmuring, "I wonder what would happen if one slays a master of his own Star Palace." His voice wasn't loud, but most of the people there weren't ordinary players and were extremely perceptive, and they heard his low whisper. The players of Hua country went stiff instantly. What's the situation? The Star Palace master is asking God Wang Nan for the Star Palace artifact, and not only is Wang Nan unprepared to give it, he's even contemplating attacking the Star Palace master. Insane, insane. God Wang Nan is actually planning to attack our own Star Palace master. That said, what would happen if we, being on the same side, kill our own Star Palace warriors? The players of Hua country were puzzled. No one expected such a thing to happen. Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng exchanged a glance, then both burst into laughter, looking at Avatar Wang Nan, showing their schadenfreude. They didn't believe at all that Wang Nan, having slain one Star Palace master, could still deal with another. In their view, only two paths seemed to be placed before Wang Nan right now, either hand over the bracelet, or leave the Star Palace battlefield right away. Otherwise, the only outcome would be defeat. All right, all right. The master of the Ares Star Palace laughed spitefully in his rage. Since you're so insensible, you might as well die. Even before his words fell, the master of the Ares Star Palace suddenly attacked Sunan's avatar. Sunan's face became serious, but he was not afraid. The reason he dared to break with the master of the White Water Star Palace was naturally that he had his own confidence. Against the master of Pisces Palace, he only used the powers of two roles, and he did not use Lang 13's. Moreover, the battle had only lasted half a minute. Even though Wang Nan's power was exhausted with a full burst of force at the end, he still had much left of Zhang Yang's power. If used properly, it would be enough to deal with the master of Ares Star Palace. Avoiding the master of Ares Star Palace's attack, Wang Nan's avatar quickly looked at his main body and said, "Brother Zhang, I need your help. I will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards." Naturally, it's not enough to just rely on the avatar to deal with the master of the Ares Star Palace. But now that everyone's watching, he can't just have his main body step in directly, so he had to put on an act. Sunan chuckled, "Brother Wang, you're too polite. It's natural for us to help each other considering our relationship. Having said that, he made his move. Hearing their conversation, the players from Hua country went wild again. It's true, the rumor is true. The deity Wang Nan and god Zhongyang do have a close relationship. When did these two get to know each other? Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng exchanged glances, their faces looking ugly. They remembered how they invited Zhongyang to deal with Wang Nan initially. They couldn't help but start to wonder if Zhongyang and Wang Nan were playing them together at the time. I confess that you two are powerful, but it's a shame that you don't have much strength left. The master of the Aries Star Palace sneered. Apparently in his view, Sunan's two roles should also be on the verge of running out of power and he was not worried at all. We might not have much strength, but it's still enough to kill you. The avatar Wang Nan sneered. Before his words had fallen, stealthily he made use of Lang 13's racial talent. In an instant, both his power of primordial qi and his essence power surged violently. Sunan channeled the surging power into the bodies of his roles, and instantly much of Wang Nan's strength was replenished. Zhang Yang's power not only quickly returned to its peak state, but there was even a hint of breaking through to a new level. Huh? This? How is this possible? Your strength? How did you do it? The expression of Master of the Aries Star Palace changed drastically, his face full of disbelief. While the others felt the changes within Sunan, he felt it even more clearly. He didn't understand how these two before him could replenish their strength in an instant. Unfortunately, no one was destined to answer him. With the Pisces bracelet, Wang Nan's speed reached new heights. Relying on his racial talent, the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture and his own formidable defenses, the Master of the Aries Star Palace couldn't do anything to Wang Nan for a time, and his own power was being consumed rapidly instead. The Master of the Aries Star Palace became more and more horrified as the fight went on. He couldn't understand how two characters who were only at the Xian level could be so strong. Fortunately, he could tell that Sunan was using a secret technique and his power recovery was only temporary. Finally, he felt Wang Nan's aura was starting to diminish rapidly. Haha, I want to see how long you two can hold on. The Master of the Aries Star Palace roared with laughter. It seems like it's time to pull out that move. Sunan said, expressionless. Without any hesitation, he used Zhang Yang's racial talent again. Unlike before, this time he didn't hold back, exhausting all his power in an instant. The result of which was the force of the heavens and earth within a radius of 2,000 meters converging like crazy. The next moment, an enormous fire dragon emerged, and within the body of the fire dragon, one could vaguely see a ball of golden flames. That was the Li Fire Essence. The fire dragon was just a disguise, the Li Fire Essence was the real deal. He had just used the Li Fire Essence in reality not long ago, and to prevent others from figuring anything out, he originally planned not to use it here. But now he had no choice, so he deliberately conjured a fire dragon to disguise the Li Fire Essence. Ah! The fire dragon swooped down on the Master of the Aries Star Palace. The Master of the Aries Star Palace couldn't evade it at all. He was engulfed by the Li Fire Essence and burned immediately, letting out a horrific scream. Kill! Kill them! The Master of the Aries Star Palace roared. He tried to extinguish the flames engulfing his body, but instead the flames burned even more fiercely. In the end, even though he endured for a few breaths worth of time, the Master of the Aries Star Palace still turned to ashes, leaving behind only a suit of armor. Congratulations! You are the second player to kill a Star Palace Master and you have won a Star Palace artifact. Congratulations! For killing the Master of the Aries Palace, your rank has been promoted to Star Palace Master. Your reward points have been increased by 90% this time. Chapter 322, Changes in Time. The game's prompt popped up, and Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that killing the Master of our own Star Palace can also get rewards. Killing the Star Palace Master was a whim for him. If the Aries Star Palace's Master hadn't asked him for the Pisces bracelet, he wouldn't have planned to make a move. Even when making his move, he was prepared for no gain at all. The Star Palace Master is dead? Our Star Palace Master was killed by the two great gods, Wang Nan and Zhang Yang. Too amazing. These two great gods are too amazing. But are we sure this won't cause any problems? Since our Star Palace Master is dead, will it affect the final rewards? There shouldn't be a problem. After all, the game's rules compare the number of remaining players on both sides, whether there is a Star Palace Master or not should not matter. Besides, we've killed our Star Palace guards and Star Palace Law Kings before, and nothing happened. The Hua country players stared in shock at the Ares Star Palace Master who had turned to ashes, their hearts trembling in shock even though Wang Nan and Zhang Yang had killed a Star Palace Master before. How is it possible? How could they still have strength? Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng looked at each other, their faces looking even worse. They initially thought Wang Nan and Zhang Yang had no strength left, and it would be their chance next, but they never expected that the Ares Star Palace Master would be killed, and so quickly. With 2 Star Palace Masters killed, the game's banner appeared in the World Chat channel, causing the players in the 12 Zodiacs to become agitated. A mid-stage King-level Star Palace Master was killed? Are Wang Nan and Zhang Yang really that terrifying? So ruthless, these 2 Hua country great gods are too ruthless, they even killed their own side's Star Palace war god. Elsewhere on a Star Palace battlefield, Lu De frowned. Looking at the 2 Star Palace Masters fighting in the battlefield, he took a deep breath, his eyes determined. Mid-stage King level, he knew he was no match. Originally, he hadn't thought about hunting a Star Palace Master, but Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's success had provoked him. He decided to give it a try. After all, this was the Star Palace battlefield, and death wouldn't matter here. This scene also happened on other battlefields. Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's successful hunting of Star Palace Masters made the great gods from various states have ideas. Sunan ignored the agitation of the surrounding players and quickly picked up the Star Palace artifact left behind by the Ares Star Palace Master after his death. This artifact looked very familiar to him, as it was the battle armor worn by the Ares Star Palace Master. The Star Palace artifact, Ares battle armor, true. It is the artifact of the 12 Zodiacs Ares Star Palace. Wearing it increases physique by 30%. 30% increase in physique. Not bad, not bad. Sunan's eyes flashed with excitement. The Pisces bracelet increased speed by 30%, and the Ares battle armor increased physique by 30%. Wearing both artifacts at the same time would greatly enhance his physique power. And these were just 2 artifacts. If he could obtain all 12 artifacts, what would the increase be like? All powers, comprehensive enhancement? At the thought, Sunan's breathing quickened. If all his powers could be increased by 30%, that would be comparable to having each role integrate one more perfect bloodline than ordinary people. Moreover, this enhancement was permanent and effective as long as it was worn. What's more, the most important thing was that the 12 Star Palace artifacts could form a set effect. However, it won't be easy to complete a set, as he couldn't even go to the other Star Palace battlefields right now. Each Star Palace should have only 1 Star Palace Master. Ares Star Palace Master and Pisces Star Palace Master are dead. I wonder if they will reappear when the 12 Zodiacs open tomorrow. If the 2 Masters don't respawn, will I appear in another battlefield tomorrow? Today's battle was a showdown between the 2 major Star Palaces, and one side would eventually win. There are still 5 days left for the Star Palace to end. He has a feeling that maybe he will have a chance to go to other Star Palace battlefields tomorrow. If that's true, he might be able to collect the Star Palace artifacts. Putting on the Ares battle armor directly, Sunan continued to make his move. After dealing with the remaining Polo country players, he left the 12 Zodiacs. Ancient God Tomb. The moment he left the Star Palace battlefield, Sunan immediately checked his surroundings and even prepared to strike. The dark space was silent, and in front of him was a stone staircase that sloped downward. He stood on a platform between 2 sections of the stairs. He didn't reappear in the Illusion Realm's Death Desert. He had escaped from the Illusion Realm. It really works, I actually escaped the Illusion Realm. Sunan's eyes showed joy. Thinking about the previous attempts, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He had been busying himself for such a long time, not realizing that the solution was right beside him. However, it's not too late to know now. Thinking back to the Illusion Realm earlier, he sighed in regret, what a pity, I only noted down 3 formation nodes. I don't know if I can destroy the formation with just these 3 nodes. The Illusion Realm's Death Desert had a total of 21 nodes, and 3 nodes were relatively too few, making it difficult to have any impact. But there was no choice. The 12 Zodiacs only opened at this point in time, and he couldn't have only his avatar enter, his main body had to go as well. I wonder if I can still enter the illusion realm at that point in time. After 6 hours of accumulation, the incense fire aspiration force in his divine soul, which had been exhausted, had already recovered to a range of over a meter under the constant and rapid supplementation. At this rate, by this time tomorrow, he should be able to amass enough to enter the ruins of the Death Desert again. There's no rush, let's finish exploring this ancient god tomb first. Looking at the ancient god tomb passage that extended downwards in front of him, Sunan revealed anticipation in his eyes. The 12 zodiac has only been open for a few minutes now, and if all goes well, it should be enough time for him to finish exploring the ancient god tomb. He glanced at the foresight and paused. He decided to use foresight first. Even though the 12 zodiac wasn't within the scope of his foresight, foresight had never shown an instance of entering the 12 zodiac. This time, 6 foresight opportunities were consumed. You've arrived at the ancient god tomb. You know that this ancient god tomb is extremely dangerous, yet it harbors a massive secret. You plan on exploring this place. While you proceed deeper into the ancient god tomb via the stone steps, you encounter several illusion realms. Fortunately, with the art of oblivion, you manage to easily escape. Unfortunately, when you reach the 5th stair, your art of oblivion invalidates, causing you to be trapped in the illusion realm which resembles the city of Great Yu dynasty from 1,000 years ago. After 2 hours, you've exhausted all methods at your disposal but are still unable to escape from the illusion realm. After 6 hours, despair fills your heart. You realize that the only way out is to kill every single person here. 8 hours later, you decide to take action. Your brutal actions in the city quickly attract powerful persons from the Demon Hunting Bureau, and 3 early-stage king-level experts surround you. A minute later, you engage in a fierce battle with these experts. Due to your superior strength, you manage to gain the upper hand. 2 minutes later, these 3 are no match for you and suffer heavy injuries. 3 minutes later, you successfully kill all 3 of them. However, this leads to the arrival of an even more formidable enemy. An emperor-level powerhouse appears. You die. The foresight ends, leaving Sunan disappointed. From beginning to end, the foresight failed to reveal any information related to the 12 zodiac. As was the case previously, even Death's foresight couldn't touch anything related to the 12 zodiac. Should I take a risk? Sunan hesitated. While it's been confirmed that entering and then exiting the 12 zodiac could break out of the illusion realm, he still felt uneasy without the guarantee of foresight. Fine, let's take a risk. Looking at the downward sloping, bottomless stone steps, Sunan took a deep breath and his eyes showed determination. After all this struggle, he finally found a seemingly effective method. How could he give up? Step by step, he descended the blue stone-crafted stairs. This was his first time exploring a dangerous area without foresight, and it was also a forbidden land. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. He had over a dozen perfect death resurrection cards. Dying once wouldn't cause him much damage. This was his confidence to undertake any risks. The stone stairway was long and seemed to have no end. With limited time, Sunan quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at the 5th level mentioned in the foresight. The surroundings changed instantly, transporting him to a bustling city from 1,000 years ago, the Great Yu dynasty. His gaze fell on the gate of the 12 zodiac on the panel, and the prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. The 12 zodiac is open today. Would you like to enter now? Yes. Without any hesitation, Sunan once again entered the 12 zodiac in the next moment. The players from Poluo country had all been dealt with, most of the Hua country players had retreated from the battlefield, and around several thousand players were left in the battlefield at this point. All these players were sighing in frustration but could do nothing about it. They were players who had been temporarily stranded here. To leave the 12 zodiac early, one must kill an opposing player. However, with Sunan present, a majority of the players from Poluo country were quickly eliminated by his 2 avatars in a short span of time, which resulted in most players not getting a chance to kill. God Zhongyang! Why has God Zhongyang returned? Seeing Sunan, everyone was slightly taken aback, not understanding why Sunan had entered the 12 zodiac again. Sunan ignored the players and chose to quit again. The scene in front of him changed, and darkness enveloped everything again. He returned to the ancient god tomb. Looking down at the blue stone steps beneath his feet, Sunan grinned, easily solving the illusion that could not be escaped in his foresight, under the power of the game. His steps didn't stop, he continued downwards. On the sixth step, he returned to the divine ruins from over 1,500 years ago. Upon reaching this point, his connection with the outside world was completely severed, as if he had entered another space and could not feel the existence of his avatar. Sunan didn't explore further and entered the 12 zodiac, escaping from the illusion. On the seventh step, he returned to Tianyun County 3,000 years ago. At that time, the Great Yu dynasty had not yet emerged. The one ruling over Dongchen state was the Duxuan dynasty. That was a time of prosperity for the fragrant fire spiritual path after the ancient times. Sunan initially wanted to try and see if he could learn some secret arts of the fragrant fire spiritual path. To his disappointment, the plan didn't work out. As he escaped the illusion, all the relevant information in his mind disappeared in an instant, which was much faster than when he previously acquired the art of oblivion. After a little thought, he understood that this was because he was deep in the ancient god tomb, and the force from the tomb was far more potent than what was outside. He gave up on the plan to learn secret arts and continued descending. On the eighth step, he returned to Angshi town 5,000 years ago when the human race was still struggling to recover from a massive catastrophe. After escaping the illusion, Sunan continued going down. However, for some reason, he began to feel increasingly restless. The deeper he traveled, the stronger the feeling grew, and he was even slowly overwhelmed with a sense of unease. As if the dark passage below was a yawning abyss, waiting for him to enter, ready to easily swallow him up. Danger! Sunan felt a chill in his heart and could not help becoming alert. This was his body's instinct warning him of a great horror below. What exactly is down there? Stopping in his tracks, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. According to the guess of the 5 major families, the illusions in the ancient god tomb consisted of 9 levels, and he had already passed the 8th one. Moving forward would take him to the 9th level. After the 9th level, it was suspected to be a door leading out of this world. In theory, if it were merely so, he shouldn't have a sense of danger. Du Qiwan once said in my foresight that under the Death Desert, there was a relic where a group of watchmen who guarded this world once lived. I suspect that the ancient god tomb could possibly be what they were guarding. But what exactly could there be inside, worthy of being guarded? Could it be that there really is some terrifying existence buried in there? Information related to the ancient god tomb flashed quickly in Sunan's mind. Unfortunately, the information was too sparse. He couldn't guess what was actually beneath there. Helpless, he chose to predict again. You have arrived at the depths of the ancient god tomb, and a sense of anxiety is starting to rise in your heart. You realize that continuing further may lead to unforeseen dangers. Are you willing to consume certain prediction opportunities to preview the situation 3 minutes before your death? Yes. The number of prediction opportunities on his panel decreased. To his surprise, this time it only consumed 1 prediction opportunity. However, that was not the most surprising part. The content of the prediction was what truly shocked him. You arrived at the depths of the ancient god tomb. You know there is an unknown danger ahead, but after a moment of contemplation, you bravely proceeded forward. Soon, under the power of the ancient god tomb, you entered the 9th illusion. Having hastily walked all the way here, you didn't notice that the time here had changed compared to other places. You appeared in the midst of a crowd. You saw that behind you was an ancient city, and in front of you was a huge battlefield where tens of thousands of humans and demons were confronting each other, poised to start a war. Observing the humans around you, you instantly understood that you were in the ancient times over 10,000 years ago. As a human warrior, you were part of an impending great war. The timeline has changed. What is going on? Chapter 323 The Inescapable Illusion Realm. Looking at the information of the foreknowledge, Sunan looked at the time on the panel for the first time. 2042. There were only 18 minutes left before the end of the 12 zodiac today. It doesn't seem like there's anything unusual, does it? Sunan was puzzled and didn't understand what the difference in the foreknowledge referred to. After some thought, he could only think of one possibility. In the foreknowledge, it says that the time difference only occurs after I enter the illusion realm. It seems like the time difference only happens when I enter the illusion realm. To verify this was simple, he just needed to use his foreknowledge ability again. The battle begins, a demon is targeting you and is coming to kill you. As a member of the human race, you are forced to join the battle. Your strength is great, you kill several demons targeting you one after another, but this also attracts even more powerful demonic creatures. An early-stage king-level demonic beast targets you, you fight it, killing it quickly. A minute later, your powerful strength not only failed to deter the demons but has attracted an even stronger entity. 2 minutes later, you are entangled by a late-stage king-level demonic beast and are forced to go all out to resist. 3 minutes later, your strength gradually being exhausted, you are finally defeated by the demonic beast, and die. Foreknowledge ends, and there is nothing unusual except for the time mentioned in the foreknowledge. Obviously, the anomaly still occurs in the aspect of time. Continue the foreknowledge. Without hesitation, Sunan proceeded with the second foreknowledge. Once again, he consumed one foreknowledge opportunity, and the process and outcome were almost the same as the first time. However, there was one slight difference, it mentioned a description of time. You notice that there is a certain difference in time between the outside world and here. As you battle against the demons, you observe the changes in time. A moment later, you are utterly surprised to find that the time here slows down. As for how slow it is, you don't know yet. The time in the illusion realm has slowed down? Is that all? Sunan was surprised, and at the same time, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know what consequences the slowed time in the illusion realm would have, but it obviously didn't affect him too much. If he were to escape the illusion realm using another method, he might be affected by the time in the illusion realm, but his method uses the game's power. Since there's no problem with the illusion realm, the problem must lie after leaving the illusion realm. After passing the 9th floor illusion realm, I'll reach the core of the ancient god tomb. The danger probably comes from there. It's a pity that I can't get through the 9th floor illusion realm in my foreknowledge. I wonder if I can use Across the Heavens shift to teleport directly there now. Before, Sunan couldn't use Across the Heavens shift to enter when he was outside the ancient god tomb. Now that he's close to the deepest part of the ancient god tomb, maybe he can use it now. Sunan wondered, looking at the foreknowledge of the future. To his disappointment, he consumed another opportunity for foreknowledge, and in it, Across the Heavens shift was unusable. You want to use Across the Heavens shift, but you are disappointed. Although you can use it, you still remain at the same location. Unbeknownst to you, the space here is restrained by some power, and your Across the Heavens shift is unable to break it. The space is restrained. Sunan felt helpless. If it were anywhere else, he could use Across the Heavens shift to teleport directly there now. Even if there's danger, as long as it can't kill him instantly, he could still have a chance to escape using Across the Heavens shift. Now that he's faced with this situation, it's out of the question. Looking at the extending stone steps, Sunan hesitated a bit. Many of his methods are useless here, and if he goes deeper, he doesn't know what would happen. After a moment of silence, Sunan gritted his teeth and decided to continue forward. He's already come this far, and he's just one step away from completing the exploration of the ancient god tomb and discovering its ultimate secret. If he backs down now, it would be a wasted effort. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Following the stone steps, Sunan continued downwards. He's not sure if it's because he's about to enter the final illusion stage, but this part of the stone steps feel long. Even with Sunan trying to speed up his pace, he still walked more than 10 minutes. Eventually, the power of the ancient god tomb was triggered again, and he entered the illusion realm. Just as in his foreknowledge, he appeared on a huge battlefield. Without wasting any time, he looked at the panel for the first time and tried to enter the Star Palace without hesitation, planning to escape from the illusion realm. However, a prompt popped up, causing his face to turn ugly in an instant. The space-time you are in is abnormal. You cannot enter the Star Palace. Space-time is abnormal. I can't enter the Star Palace. What kind of joke is this? Sunan's face changed dramatically, immediately feeling overwhelmed. He never thought this would happen. The reason he dared to come here was the Star Palace, and now he's been told that the Star Palace cannot be used upon entering. Isn't he being fooled? How can this be? How can illusion realm be abnormal in space-time? Could it be that I've really returned to the ancient times? But that's impossible. Thinking of the message in his previous foreknowledge about the slower time, Sunan couldn't help but come up with a bold guess. But he immediately shook his head, dismissing the idea. The previous foreknowledge had already said that it was an illusion realm, so it couldn't be a real place. However, This illusion realm appeared to be very special. Quit the game. Without thinking, he chose the second plan immediately. Since escaping the illusion realm by entering the Star Palace is not possible, there's no reason why it wouldn't work by quitting the game and logging in again. However, the game's prompt disappointed him once again. The time and space you are in is abnormal and you cannot leave the game. I can't even log out of the game. Sunan's heart sank to the bottom. Normally, if a player is in a dangerous environment or some special places, they indeed would not be able to log out, but his current situation is obviously different from those cases. Because, in his notification, there isn't even an option to use the unlimited logout. Damn it! Could it be that I can't log out even if I die here? If that's the case, then it's all over. Normally, if a martial artist dies in an illusion realm, it means complete death. He's a player, so he doesn't know what would happen if he dies in an illusion realm. Would it waste one of his lives? Or would he be trapped here forever? If it's only about wasting one life, it wouldn't be too bad. But if he gets trapped here, then it would be completely over, as he probably wouldn't be able to use his perfect death resurrection card. At this thought, Sunan's body turned cold. For the first time, he began to doubt his biggest life-saving card that he has always relied on. Perhaps, the perfect death resurrection card is not as omnipotent as he thought. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that he won't be able to log out even after he dies. No, I have to find a way to leave. If all else fails, I must attempt suicide and leave before the game time reaches noon tomorrow. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Sunan's mind, and he quickly made a decision. When he entered the 6th layer illusion realm, he had completely severed the connection with his avatar. If he can't escape from here before the blood sacrifice ritual starts tomorrow, his avatar will be unable to perform the ritual without his control. Once the blood sacrifice ritual is interrupted, the task of Path of the Lord will also be interrupted, making all the time and effort spent on it to be in vain. Without time for more thoughts, he immediately looked at the battlefield situation before him, his expression tense. Just now, he thought he could leave the battlefield at first and didn't pay close attention to the surroundings, he didn't even try to survive in his foreknowledge, but now it's different. If he doesn't want to die, he has to use all his strength. As his gaze swept the surroundings, he then realized that all the humans around him were wearing battle armor and holding standardized long spears, numbering in the tens of thousands. Soldiers. These people are all soldiers. Sunan instantly understood their identities. What shocked him the most was the powerful aura of these soldiers, which surprisingly reached the spirit level. Among them, there were even Xian level and King level existences. Tens of thousands of spirit levels. He couldn't help but gasp. Though he knew that humans' strength was great in ancient times, and that the spirit level realm was nothing in those days, the sheer number of them was still eye-opening. Indeed, in ancient times, King level and Xian level walked the streets, while mortal level and spirit level were regarded as less valuable than dogs. Then looking at himself, he saw that he was still dressed as he was when he entered the illusion realm, completely out of place among the surrounding soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that his aura belonged to the human race, he would have been attacked by the surrounding soldiers the moment he appeared. Still, seeing a martial artist with an unusual attire suddenly appearing before them, the surrounding soldiers quickly reacted and prepared to attack Sunan. But before those soldiers could strike him, the battle had already begun. Kill! A low command resounded from the front of the battlefield. Although the sound was not loud, it struck Sunan's ears like a muffled drum and a morning bell, instantly making him shiver. Sunan looked up, only to see more than a dozen shadowy figures, both men and women, standing in the void in front of the human army. Among them were 5 middle-aged individuals and 7 elders, all exuding terrifying auras. To his astonishment, they were all emperor level. The leader, a middle-aged man in battle armor, was even more terrifying. His aura was so oppressive that even from a distance, it made it hard for him to breathe. Can it be that he's a saint level? Sunan thought of a possibility. As the roar sounded, tens of thousands of human soldiers responded to the command, thrusting their long spears forward simultaneously, and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The killing cry reverberated between heaven and earth, deafening. Then Sunan saw a stream of strange power emerging from those soldiers, forming a giant beast. Just by looking at the beast, Sunan couldn't help but shudder all over his body. That giant beast unexpectedly had the aura of an emperor level. Furthermore, Sunan was certain that even among emperor-level beings, that giant beast was a top-notch existence. Is this the ancient battles of the martial artist during ancient times? As Sunan recovered, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Looking at the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel his pupils shrink. He saw that opposite the humans, there were countless demons, more than several times the number of human soldiers, and similarly at least spirit-level monsters. In the forefront of the demons, more than a dozen of them were even more terrifying. Those demons were also emperor-level, gigantic in size, appearing like several small mountains. More than a dozen emperor-level demons were not from the races Sunan had seen before. They looked strange, but all of them had a terrifying demeanor. It could be certain that the race these demons belonged to was undoubtedly extremely powerful. The battle began. As tens of thousands of soldiers charged forward, the giant beast roared and ran towards the demon army, seemingly tearing them apart. Terrible auras fluctuated as if a torrent swept through, and Sunan felt like a drifting boat among the waves. Danger! With his senses on high alert, he didn't have much time to think and looked at his foreknowledge for the first time. Being trapped in the illusion was not a problem as long as he had foreknowledge. If he lost it, it would be over. Fortunately for him, his foreknowledge was still there. By passing through the ancient god tomb, you have returned to an ancient battlefield tens of thousands of years ago. You know that staying here will ultimately lead to your death. Do you want to consume foreknowledge times to foresee the situation 3 minutes before your death? Yes. With his confirmation, this time he used up 5 foreknowledge opportunities. Only 5 times. Sunan's heart sank, as 5 opportunities were too few. You have returned to the ancient battlefield tens of thousands of years ago, where your strength is not worth mentioning. You know staying here will ultimately be a dead end, so you immediately use the Across the Heavens shift to escape from the battlefield. After using Across the Heavens shift, you enter the ancient human city. Compared to the dangerous battlefield outside, the city is relatively safe, with many human warriors looking outside the city, ready to act at any time. You blend in with the crowd and watch the situation outside the city, not daring to act rashly. One day after the end of the battle, the humans are victorious at a great cost. You wander around the city, secretly inquiring about the current situation of this ancient city. 4 hours later, you find out that time flows 12 times slower here than in the outside world. Half a day passes here while only 5 minutes pass outside. 12 times slower. Sunan was astonished but then delighted. The slower the flow of time in the illusion, the more advantageous it is for him. In the game, as a day passes in reality, 12 days pass in the illusion. This means he has enough time to explore the illusion realm and find a way to leave. Simultaneously, you receive information and finally understand that this is the last city on the front line between humans and demons. Since the war between the demons and humans erupted 100 years ago, the 10 cities built by humans have been consecutively destroyed. Once this city is destroyed, the demons will be unstoppable. In this ancient city, apart from hundreds of king-level powerhouses and dozens of emperor-level powerhouses, there are 3 saint-level powerhouses, and even rumors of a god-level powerhouse. You know that it is impossible for you to leave here with your own strength, and you can only succeed with the help of these saint-level or even god-level powerhouses. You plan to tell a god-level powerhouse your origin. 6 hours later, you have not found the god-level powerhouse, so you turn to find the saint-level powerhouses. According to the obtained information, you arrive outside a palace. As you approach the palace, a sudden burst of red light rises from your body. The next moment, you hear an explosion and a hand, formed by the power of heaven and earth, comes straight at you. Chapter 324, The Ancient Demon Fairy Blood in the Illusion Realm. Due to the fusion of a large amount of demon bloodline in your body, you are mistaken as a demon and attacked by a mid-stage king-level expert. Blocking the attack, you realize you have been mistaken and try to explain, but the expert wouldn't listen and continues attacking you. A minute later, you use the Across the Heavens shift to escape, but couldn't get away and have to continue fighting the king-level expert. 2 minutes later, your battle catches the attention of other powerful experts, and 2 more mid-stage king-level experts appear. 3 minutes later, you are defeated by the combined attack of the 3 experts and die. I can't believe I was mistaken for a demon. Feeling helpless, Sunan realizes that the mirror in his foreknowledge was just like the demon reflecting mirror he saw in the Great Yu Imperial City. The mirror in his foreknowledge was even more powerful, as anyone with a demon bloodline would be judged as a demon. It's not surprising that people are so cautious. In ancient times, humans practiced ancient scriptures and did not fuse demon bloodlines. Now, suddenly discovering someone with a large amount of demon bloodline fusion, it's normal to be mistaken as a demon. It's just a mirror. It should be easy to solve. After a moment of contemplation, he comes up with a countermeasure. But now is not the time to think about that. Seeing the imminent collision between the human and demon armies, he makes a quick decision and immediately uses the across the heavens shift. Without any obstacles, he successfully enters the ancient city and quietly blends into the crowd. Without immediately using foreknowledge, Sunan waits patiently. Although the time in the illusionary realm is much slower than reality, the time used for foreknowledge is still based on the illusory realm time. Checking the number of foreknowledge times, he still has more than 50 for today. It may seem like a lot, but he doesn't dare to waste even one of them now. I wonder if the game will refresh after a day in this illusionary realm. If the game doesn't refresh, that means I only have these foreknowledge times to use for the next 3 days. On his personal information panel, the current time is still the same as when he entered the illusionary realm. This is not because the panel is wrong, but because the time in the illusionary realm is much slower. In the illusion realm, when 12 minutes pass, only 1 minute passes in reality. 2 hours later, the battle between humans and demons is over. The battle is nothing short of intense. Tens of thousands of human soldiers are left with just over 10,000, even 2 emperor-level powerhouses have died, leaving a heavy loss. Although the humans have won, not many people are celebrating. The people in the city all wear worried expressions. Although we humans won this time, we actually lost. We paid the price of losing 5 emperor-level powerhouses to barely repel the demon clan, even several saint-level experts were badly injured. The losses are heavy. It won't be long before those demons will regroup and come back for us once more. Without the 5 emperor-level powerhouses, it will be even more difficult for us to resist the demons next time. The ancient city will likely fall. Everyone is filled with worry, but Sunan doesn't care about the situation. The outcome has already been set. It doesn't matter if this is just an illusion realm or if he really went back to ancient times, he knows he is incapable of saving them. Although he now has the strength to fight against king-level experts, what can he do? In ancient times, king-level experts could barely protect themselves. Sigh. Our only hope now is Lord Divine Venerable. I heard that the Divine Venerable One is trying to break through to a higher realm. If the Divine Venerable One succeeds, these demons wouldn't dare fight us. The Divine Venerable One is, of course, the God-level expert. A higher realm above the God level? What realm is that? Sunan is shocked and can't help but inquire. Unfortunately, nobody knows anything about the mysterious realm above the God level. In our human race, no one has reached above the God level for thousands of years. Countless people attempted to break through to that realm, but none have succeeded. On the other hand, the demon clan has been blessed with great luck and produced 2 experts above the God level. I think our Lord Divine Venerable One has a good chance of success. They said that to reach above the God level one needs great luck and the right mix of conditions. Lord Divine Venerable has both great luck and an immensely powerful talent that can suppress the ages. That's also why the demon clan has been launching frenzied attacks on us recently. Their goal is to prevent Lord Divine Venerable from advancing further. Hearing the conversation, Sunan is amazed and curiosity about the realm above the God level is piqued. At the same time, he is hopeful. The stronger the Divine Venerable is, the greater his chances of leaving this place. Of course, the premise is that he can gain their trust. Next, he inquired about the location of the saint-level experts. After learning of their whereabouts, Sunan began his second foreknowledge. Unexpectedly, a prompt pops up. You do not have enough foreknowledge times to continue. Not enough foreknowledge times. Sunan is startled, then rejoices. He still has more than 50 foreknowledge times, but the prompt says he doesn't have enough. This means that he will not die in the next 2 or 3 days. He is currently planning to seek the help of a few saint-level experts. So, even if his plan doesn't succeed, it won't pose a threat to his life. There's no other way. I wonder if I can commit suicide in the foreknowledge. There aren't enough foreknowledge times left, so he must find a way to shorten the foreknowledge time as much as possible. He has never committed suicide in a foreknowledge before. His previous foreknowledges were as long as possible, but now the situation is different. He just needs to foresee the next 2 hours to confirm that his plan is feasible. The foreknowledge starts, and this time 2 foreknowledge times are consumed. It's feasible. You know that it's impossible for you to leave this place with your own power, and your only hope for success is with the help of the saint-level or even God-level experts here. You plan to reveal your identity to these saint-level experts. You use across the heavens shift to enter the palace where the saint-level experts are. As soon as you enter the palace, you're discovered, and an old man appears in front of you. You recognize the old man at a glance. He's one of the 3 saint-level experts who fought against the demon clan earlier. The old man sees the demon bloodline in your body and that you've cultivated the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, which piques his curiosity. You tell the old man about your past, and although he doesn't believe it at first, he starts to have doubts after you tell him about the situation in Dongchen State. He eventually believes you after you tell him you entered through the ancient god tomb and immediately notifies the other 2 saint-level experts. An hour later, after you tell the truth about being from the future and being an extraterrestrial guest, the 3 saint-level experts finally believe your identity completely, and you gain their trust successfully. However, to your disappointment, even the saint-level experts can't help you escape the illusion. Luckily, they tell you that perhaps Lord Divine Venerable might have a way to help you leave after he finishes his cultivation in 3 days. Success. Delight fills Sunan's eyes as he gains the trust of the saint-level experts. The first part of his plan is basically completed. The foreknowledge is not over yet, but there isn't much to see in the upcoming content, so he ends the foreknowledge by committing suicide. However, after learning that he is from the future, the saints seem to be afraid of him running away, so they keep him in the palace and forbid him from leaving. Once he's sure there are no issues, Sunan proceeds with his plan to go to the palace where the saint-level expert is located. He uses across the heavens shift and enters the palace. You foolish child! You've cultivated the Great Sun Golden Body scripture of the Great Sun sect, and you've even merged it with the demon bloodline. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just as in the foreknowledge, he's discovered as soon as he enters the palace, and a crane-haired, youthful-looking old man suddenly appears. As the old man appears, Sunan feels as if a mountain is pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. This is the aura of a saint-level expert. Sunan exclaims in surprise. He had only seen the old man from a distance on the battlefield before, but now that he's up close, he can truly sense the terrifying aura. This is obviously just the aura that the old man emits unintentionally. According to the information he obtained earlier, there's no such existence among humans in reality. From then on, everything proceeds as foreseen. The ancient god tomb. You actually arrived here through the ancient god tomb. As expected from a saint-level expert, as one of the top experts of the human race, he knows quite a few things. As soon as Sunan mentions the ancient god tomb, the old man's attitude changes instantly. Clearly, the old man knows about the ancient god tomb and even its abilities. Afterward, the other 2 saint-level experts arrive as soon as they receive the old man's message. An hour later, Sunan tells them everything he knows. This is only an illusion, so he has nothing to hide. Of course, just in case, he doesn't reveal that he has foreknowledge of the future or the life wheel scripture. Instead, he only talks about being an extraterrestrial guest and a player, as there were no accidents in the foreknowledge. We were eventually defeated after all. The human lands were divided into 12 parts, and it seems the final battle was even more tragic than we imagined. Even the heavenly dome divine prohibition has been broken. The demon clan truly wants to wipe us humans out. How infuriating! How unbearable! The extraterrestrial guests have indeed appeared. It seems that plan succeeded. Upon hearing that the humans in reality were almost wiped out by the demon clan, the 3 saint-level experts were angered and frustrated, yet they couldn't do anything about it. Upon hearing Sunan say that his outsider identity was that of a player, the 3 saint-level experts looked at each other with a startled expression, as if they all thought of something astonishing and delightful. Noticing their reaction, Sunan couldn't help but ponder. Previously, in his foreknowledge vision, Du Qiwan mentioned that the ancient human race made the heavenly and earthly vitality disappear in order to buy time for a supreme treasure to be nurtured. Once that treasure was ready, the heavenly and earthly vitality would be restored. He had once suspected that the supreme treasure was the being that created the game. Now, judging from the reactions of the 3 saint-level experts present, it seems that they are aware of some hidden secrets about it. Sunan tried to inquire, but the 3 saint-level experts had no intention of telling him anything. After asking a few more questions, the 3 saint-level experts left. As predicted, Sunan was arranged into a small courtyard, waiting for the Divine Venerable One to finish his cultivation. One day later, as he looked at the information in his foresight, Sunan pondered. Temporarily unable to leave, he naturally couldn't do nothing. He decided to try cultivating the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture. Originally, he didn't have any hope, and even from the moment of his foresight, he believed that this attempt was bound to fail. What he didn't expect was that, according to his foresight, he could truly cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture. Why is this happening? This is an illusion realm. Logically speaking, everything should be illusory. Why am I able to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture here? Various thoughts flashed through Sunan's mind. The first condition to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture is to induce the sun's fire. He shouldn't be able to do that in the illusion realm of the ancient god tomb, but now his foresight is telling him that he can actually cultivate the scripture, which is incredible. After pondering for a moment, he didn't figure out the reason, so he decided not to think too much about it and began his cultivation instead. 2 hours later, as he looked at the progress on his panel, Sunan's eyes gleamed. During the Xiangrui event when he used the dragon turtle to incubate, his progress in the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture increased by 15% in reality, reaching 94%. For the past few days, various things had delayed him, so he never had a chance to cultivate, and his progress hadn't increased. Now, after cultivating for 2 hours without using demon power to speed up, his progress still increased by 3%, reaching 97%. One more try, and he would be able to reach perfection for the first level of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture. It really is possible to cultivate. Feeling somewhat incredulous, Sunan even began to doubt whether what he saw was an illusion. Since I can cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture here, what would happen if I tried to fuse bloodlines in this realm? Sunan came up with another idea. 2 days later, a jade bottle appeared in his hand, containing a drop of essence and blood from a Xian-level demon. This was not an ordinary demon's essence blood, but something he had requested from the saint-level old man not long ago. Over the past 2 days, Sunan had finally learned the names of the 3 saint-level experts. When they heard that he wanted to fuse bloodlines, Mirongchi, the saint-level expert he met the day before, immediately ordered someone to bring him a drop of demon's essence and blood. This was the essence and blood of a secret power-type demon. The owner of this blood was no ordinary creature, its father being an emperor-level great demon, and its own cultivation talent was extraordinary. If it weren't for the ongoing war between humans and the demon clan, it would be difficult to obtain such essence and blood. Moreover, this demon belonged to a race called Devouring God Demons, ranking 53rd in terms of power among the demon clan, and possessed a heaven-born ability to devour essence, chi, and spirit. Will fusing with this essence and blood in the illusion realm affect me? Everything in the illusion realm is illusory and cannot be taken away even with personal space, since it's all illusory. Logically speaking, such things couldn't possibly fuse with him. But yesterday's cultivation of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture had made him somewhat hopeful. I'll find out with a try. If I can't fuse, so be it. But what if I can? Chapter 325, Unforeseeable. Not thinking too much, Sunan looked to foresee the future. This time he used the normal prediction. You have acquired an Xian-level secret power system ancient demon essence blood named Devouring God Demon, and you plan to merge with it. This Devouring God Demon essence blood is incredibly powerful, far surpassing the other demon bloodlines merged within your body, and as soon as the bloodline enters your body, it bursts with great power, suppressing the other bloodlines. 1 minute later, the other 2 secret power bloodlines in your body cannot devour the Devouring God Demon blood, and retreat one after another. 2 minutes later, the Devouring God Demon blood effortlessly merges with half of your body. 3 minutes later, congratulations, you successfully merge with the ancient demon essence blood, your racial talent has improved, and you gain a new talent. Did it succeed so easily? I didn't get any hint from the future, could I really merge with this bloodline? Sunan's breathing became a bit rapid. The merging of bloodlines not only means that he can merge the bloodline at present, but it also means that he no longer has to worry about essence and blood in the future. If it is really possible, he can treat this place as a treasure vault and take any essence and blood he wants. Not only that, if the essence and blood can be taken out through this method, he may also be able to find ways to bring other things out. For example, divine ability seeds and technique seeds. He could fully merge the divine ability seeds and technique seeds in the illusion realm and then leave. Thinking of this, Sunan got excited. Looking at the essence and blood in his hand, he couldn't help but want to merge with it. However, eventually, with a cautious attitude, he resisted the urge to merge with the essence and blood and stored it away. Merging now won't cause any problems, everything is normal, but this doesn't guarantee there won't be any issues after leaving the illusion. The best time to merge is right before leaving the illusion, when I can foresee what will happen to my body after leaving. If there are no accidents, it's not too late to merge then. Merging essence and blood is different from training the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. He dared to practice the Great Sun Golden Body scripture because it is his own thing, while essence and blood belong to the illusion realm, which has a substantial difference from him. It's good to be cautious since he has the ability to foresee the future, there is simply no need for him to take risks. Moreover, even if he merged the essence and blood now, the increased strength would not help him much. This is the ancient times, where king level and Xuan level are everywhere. By tomorrow, the Divine Venerable One should finish his cultivation. Whether I can leave or not depends on him. He glanced at the panel and saw that 2 days had already passed in both illusion and reality, with the panel time showing that it was 1 in the morning in the real world. Zhang Yang's and Wang Nan's mission involving the illusion has refreshed, but only Lang 13's mission remained the same. Sunan understood why. In these 2 days, he had switched to Zhang Yang and Wang Nan's roles but never to Lang 13's role. It's not that he couldn't change, but he didn't dare to take the risk. This is a palace inhabited by saint-level powerhouses, as soon as his aura transforms into a demon, he would likely be detected immediately. Moreover, he had a feeling that everything he did in this palace could be detected by that saint-level powerhouse named Murongqi. Task 1, Escape from the Illusion. Task difficulty, 4 stars. In Wang Nan's mission, the one to destroy the Death Desert Array disappeared and was replaced with escaping the illusion. Sunan wasn't surprised as this is almost an inevitable task to appear. Looking at Zhang Yang's mission, one also underwent a change. Task 3, Hunt down a king-level demonic beast in the illusion realm. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Although this task is relatively simple, it requires an opportunity to be completed. It is already proven that in this illusion realm, he can only roam around the ancient city and the battlefield outside, but he cannot go further off. That means that only when the demon clan attacks the ancient city again can he go out to fight. Otherwise, he could leave the ancient city, transform into a demon, and quietly kill a demon king in their ranks. You're the little guy from the future. 3 days later, the Divine Venerable One finally finished his cultivation. In the Grand Hall, an old man in a white robe sat high, with 3 saint-level powerhouses respectfully standing beneath him. I am indeed the younger generation. Sunan replied. The person in front of him was none other than the Divine Venerable One. Unlike facing the 3 saint-level powerhouses, Sunan didn't feel oppressed in front of the Divine Venerable One. Instead, the Divine Venerable One seemed to possess a mysterious aura in his perception. The Divine Venerable One nodded and said, I'm already aware of your situation. According to your description, the best way for you to leave is to sever all the causes and effects on your body. Regrettably, I don't understand much about causality. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I cannot. You can't? How could this be? Hearing this, Sunan's originally hopeful heart instantly sank. Before, he had believed that almost all his hope to leave this place was on the Divine Venerable One. But now, he was told that even the Venerable One could not do it, how could he not be disappointed? I probably overthought it, everything here is just a construct of the illusion realm, and trying to leave this place by relying on the Venerable One has almost no difference than trying to leave with the power of the illusion itself. How could using the illusion realm to help me leave be possible? Sunan laughed mockingly at himself. Perhaps from the beginning, he was thinking wrong, trying to use the items in the illusion realm to leave was simply not feasible, he had to rely on himself. Divine Venerable One seemed to see what he was thinking and said, maybe in your opinion, this is just a possibility of the past, a fabricated world, but in reality you are mistaken, this is actually the real world. A real world? Sunan was taken aback but immediately shook his head in secret. From start to finish, he never thought that this place was real. It had already been clearly stated in his foreknowledge that this place was an illusion realm. Moreover, the fact that he couldn't leave the area where the ancient city was located already explained everything. If it was the real world, how could he not be able to leave? Divine Venerable One didn't know what Sunan was thinking and continued, "You have the potential to become exceptional among the outsiders who will come in the future, that's why you already have remarkable qualifications. With the resources here far exceeding those in your future, if you stay here, you will inevitably become a powerful figure in the end, and there's even the possibility of becoming an emperor and a saint." It was obvious that the Divine Venerable One wanted to keep Sunan here. Regarding the Divine Venerable One's words, he only listened but had no intention of considering them at all. What a joke, wanting him to stay here forever, that was no different from killing him. If he could quit the game, that would be fine. He could just treat it like playing an ancient private server game. Other players would play in a world 10,000 years later, while he played in the ancient world. Although there would be no interaction with players, there were many benefits. With the resources of the ancient times, his cultivation and improvement speed would certainly soar, and with that, solving the crisis in reality would be easy. But now he can't quit the game, and he can't even leave the ancient city. It doesn't seem like playing in a private server, but more like being trapped in the game forever. Moreover, according to the information he received, if he didn't escape the illusion for a long time, he would never be able to escape it, and the outcome would most likely be a dead end. "Lord Divine Venerable, is there really no way?" Sunan asked. Seeing his unwillingness, Divine Venerable One was silent for a moment and said, "It's not that there's no way, in your opinion, you want to leave by addressing causality. But in my view, if you can erase your connection with this heaven and earth, maybe you can return to your own heaven and earth." Erase the connection with this heaven and earth. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "How can I erase the connection with this heaven and earth?" Divine Venerable One hesitated for a moment and said, "Break through to a realm above the god level." Break through to a realm above the god level. Sunan forced a smile, and the hope that he had was instantly shattered once again. Asking him to break through to a realm above the god level? Was this some kind of joke? Even with the help of the game and the demon power to quickly enhance his strength, he would never be so arrogant as to think he could break through to a realm above the god level one day. Even if he could, it would definitely not be something he could achieve overnight. He had the time for that, and he might as well try killing himself to see if he could quit the game. As he contemplated, Divine Venerable One's following words revived his hope, "It's not asking you to break through to a realm above the god level, if someone who is above the god level is willing to help you, it can be done too. It could be done by someone else as well?" Sunan was delighted in his heart. If he could use the power of someone above the god level, then it wouldn't be entirely hopeless. However, it seemed like a slim chance. Where would he find someone above the god level? At this moment, Mirongchi, who was by his side, asked with anticipation, "Lord Divine Venerable, you are the one with the greatest potential to break through to a realm above the god level among our humans now, may I ask when you plan to break through?" Hearing this, Sunan's eyes lit up. Since the Divine Venerable One said this, did it mean he was really about to break through to a realm above the god level? Thinking of the rumors he had heard before, his heart was filled with hope once again. However, Divine Venerable One shook his head and said, "Breaking through to a realm above the god level is not that simple, even if you have enough cultivation, it still won't work. To break through the saint level, one needs to merge with the Great Dao. The process is full of danger, and there is only one chance. Once it fails, death and oblivion are inevitable." Merge with the Great Dao? Sunan suddenly realized, finally understanding some information above the god level. During this period of cultivation, although I have already adjusted my state to optimal and even sensed an opportunity to merge with the Great Dao, the possibility of success is still extremely slim. "Lord Divine Venerable, why is that?" Another old man couldn't help but ask. Without hiding anything, the Divine Venerable One said, "What I lack now is not cultivation, but the last bit of luck. That luck cannot be compensated by any means, and even using various secret techniques to enhance one's fortune is useless. Once the fusion begins, success or failure is all that matters. Throughout the ages, countless strong individuals have perished on this step, including the one who entered the Dao based on luck." Divine Venerable sighed and looked dejected. Clearly, he too had no certainty that he could merge with the great Dao. After hearing this, the expressions of the three saint-level experts turned serious. They understood that breaking through the saint level was like gambling. Win the gamble to break through, or lose and die. Lord Divine Venerable, please be careful. One cannot lose if they do not gamble. Originally, they had hoped that Divine Venerable would try to break through. If successful, their race would gain another existence above the God level. Now they'd rather not see the Divine Venerable try to break through. Success was cause for celebration, but failure would be devastating for the human race. Unlike the three saint-level experts, Sunan's mind began to race after hearing all this. Looking at the panel of foreseeing the future, his eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that the success of the Divine Venerable's fusion with the Great Dao depended completely on luck. But it seemed to be unrelated to luck itself. This was somewhat similar to his own cultivation of the great incense offering prayer technique, where his divine soul merged with heaven and earth. But the chances of success were incredibly low. The difference was that his own cultivation of the incense offering prayer technique could make use of chi luck. However, this wasn't important. What mattered was that, given the situation faced by the Divine Venerable, his ability to foresee the future might be useful. With this thought, Sunan couldn't help but be excited. If he could help the Divine Venerable break through, his escape from the illusion realm might just become a reality. Lord Divine Venerable, this junior has an ability that allows me to foresee the future. Perhaps it can help you. After hesitating for a moment, Sunan revealed his power to see the future. Foreseeing the future. Hearing his words, both the Divine Venerable and the saint-level experts were taken aback. They weren't ordinary people, so they instantly understood Sunan's intentions. However, one of the old men immediately shook his head. Impossible. How could you possess such an ability? Foreseeing the future is taboo and full of uncertainty. No one can predict the future accurately. Another old man beside him nodded, adding, even the seniors who were proficient in divination could only make rough predictions. They could not predict the future precisely. If a simple prediction could lead to a breakthrough, then our human race wouldn't have had only so few people breaking through over the years. Upon hearing this, Sunan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, the ancient world wasn't like his own future, where heaven and earth vitality didn't exist. Here, there were no shortage of figures who had abilities or secret techniques that allowed them to divine the future. If they could achieve breakthroughs merely through prediction or divination, then how could there have been so many failures? Divine Venerable looked at Sunan. You might not know, but once martial artists break through to the saint level, their own destiny becomes chaotic, and any past or future events are impossible to deduce or divine. When breaking through to the level above God, the fusion with the Great Dao will further cause the heavenly and earthly vitalities to become even more chaotic. Simple foresight is useless. Unable to divine the past or future of those above the saint level. Sunan was astonished, as this was the first time he'd heard this information. He couldn't help it, since he hadn't encountered any saint-level individuals in reality. With his hope shattered once again, he was about to consider other methods when he suddenly recalled his previous foresight. This left him puzzled. Wait, if the past life of a saint-level expert can't be divined, then how did he foresee the things that happened before?